is a presentation of the iRacing Esports Network.
While it seems as if the season started just a few weeks ago, in reality it started about 3 months ago, and already the DGFX Endurance Series has completed half of its schedule. Where better to take a season that's moving too fast to one of the fastest tracks in the world, but here at Monza for round 4 on the year. The points are becoming more and more of a serious and threatening factor as night has fallen on us here in Italy, as we will be starting the race before sunrise. Qualifying will not be, but buckle up, because before we drop the green flag on today's event, we have to set the grid, and you'll see all the action live today on the Global Sim Racing channel via the iRacing Esports Network. Hi, I'm Nick Schmeg, and with me in the booth today for qualifying is Taylor Burris. Behind the scenes is our director for the day, Dr. Amjad Yaman, as he's using the cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Taylor, there are only a couple of tracks with nearly as much history and character as this one. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about Monza?
Of course, Nick, and welcome everyone to Monza. Built in 1922, this 3.6 mile or 5.7 kilometer 11-turn track is actually the third purpose-built racetrack after Brooklands and, of course, Indianapolis. This track is high speed. More famously known for the Italian Grand Prix with Formula One, sports car racing has made its mark here with GT racing and the European Le Mans Series. To give you the fantasy what it is like to take on this high-speed, fast-paced course, let's hop on board for a GSRC lap guide.
All right, we've got Taylor Burris in the GSRC 4 GT, so let's do a lap around Monza. Down the pit straight, you'll come up to Rettifilio with a huge amount of speed. Expect the draft to allow drivers a good chance to attack into here. But it'll be tricky to nail the braking, especially if you're trying to take it that couple feet farther. It's not uncommon to see drivers take a cut course penalty here. Stay off those large curves, get the power down, and now you're on your way towards Curva Grande. There's nothing much to this corner in a modern GT car. Just hug the inside to make it the shortest distance possible. However, once again, because of the speeds you'll reach, the driver behind could find the slipstream and then attempt to overtake in Della Roggia. But just like the first chicane, there's a big danger in either cutting the chicane itself or taking way too much curb by getting greedy. Both will be costly. After that, you've got a short blast to the first Lesmo. It's always tempting to turn in too early to this corner, but if you do that, you'll probably just understeer off on the exit. There's not a terribly long straight down to the second Lesmo, so it'll be rare to see passes into here despite being the sharper of the two corners. Besides, it's much more important to get yourself a good launch because it's another long run down to Ascari. This last chicane is unique compared to the other two in the way it has 3 apexes and is taken quite a bit faster. The shallow curbs are fine, but avoid those black and yellow pills, which can actually damage the car if you're not careful. Another good corner exit is important, but this time, pass attempts into Parabolica might be a bit more rare. There isn't quite as much braking into here as some of the other corners, and it's also smarter to just wait until the front stretch to utilize the draft. This 180-degree bend really opens up on the exit, so you'll get back on the throttle earlier than you expect. And that'll be really important to keep yourself from getting swamped by everyone else who found the power sooner than you. But hopefully you've now finished a lap around Monza.
So that was the lap guide around here at Autodromo Nazionale Monza, and as you see, high speeds all day is what these drivers are going to be dealing with. Right now, it is GTM qualifying action. All of these classes broken up into their own qualifying, of course. GTM on the track right now. They're the first of the 4 classes of the day. Nomad Sim Racing GTE, that 315. Jason Dilworth, as you see there, he has the fastest lap at a 144.2. Usagi Racing behind him, and PCDC Motorsports Yellow will be right behind him as they run right now. A couple more cars left to put some good times on the board, though. Taylor?
Yes, indeed. This race is being very heated up. We got to do this qualifying going on. Points are looking very good right now, but right now in this qualifying session, I'm really looking forward to seeing Nomad Sim Racing. This team has had an up-and-down season with some good finishing results and then, of course, some not-so-good efforts early in the season. So this is a good start for them early on in this qualifying effort to be up towards the front in the GTE AM.
Absolutely, and a couple of interesting factors have played throughout the season here in DGFX. The addition to, of course, the virtual, the cloud cover and the weather changing. And this is interesting, Taylor, because we're qualifying right now 4:11 in the evening virtual standard time, as we've coined here on GSRC. But the race actually starting before sunrise, an hour before sunrise. It's going to be really interesting to see who has qualifying setups for this weather and who has the race setups as well.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be an hour before sunset before we get done with this race, and actually, this race will go into darkness later on. So this is going to be quite the interesting race to see of how these cars are going to be able to handle situations here, especially at this track with Monza. Very rarely we see a night race happen at this track.
Absolutely, should be a very good one to watch for sure. A couple more cars making their way around here now. Competition in the GTM really ramping up this season, and that kind of surprised a couple people I know. Everyone watching watching the GT Pros. That's what we all pay attention to many times, but the GTMs a lot of times have provided really good racing this year, and qualifying, of course, making that all the more important for them.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these cars are going to be able to handle it. The GTEM has had some very good races all throughout the season. They've been having excellent battles throughout the season. GTE Pro, of course, is always someone everybody always looks forward to watching. But these AM drivers, they do know how to handle this track, and as well as this season, they've been putting on really good shows. Looking forward to calling the race later today.
See on screen right now, Ryan Reeves driving for Black Sheep Motorsports, the 323, as he looks to be a little bit behind on that lap. Might have run into some trouble earlier. A couple of real dangerous spots of this track, and an off track will really ruin that lap for you here in qualifying, of course. But Black Sheep Motorsports, we've seen them quite a bit this year in all of the different classes, but not so much in the GTMs.
No, they've been towards the back, but having a good run so far in this qualifying. They're currently P8 in the standings right now. Another team that I'm surprised is not doing too well right now, which was one of the winners early this season, is the PCD Motorsports Red team, with Ian Petraeus right now currently qualifying the car. They're a little bit towards the back just right now in the 10th position in qualifying. Maybe the setup might not be what they're looking for right now, so I'm pretty sure with a few seconds left in their qualifying, they may try again, but I don't know if they're going to have enough time at the moment.
Absolutely something to watch for. We've seen a lot of teams not be able to have some real consistent speed throughout the season. We've been seeing a lot of coming and going of momentum. It's going to be interesting as you see Elvis Bonello making his lap right now.
I'm looking through the entry list, and there seems to be only one geodesic racing team, and that looks like for the Pro Series only, but usually they have one for the GTE AM class as well. So they're missing at least one of their teams here out today, so we'll have to see what the issue is.
We have seen a couple of teams switch classes a little bit here and there throughout the season. It's all that, mostly in the prototypes, not so much here in the GT classes. As a couple more drivers trying to make their way out of the pits and onto the track, and Jason Dilworth, that Nomad Sim Racing GTE, that 315, still dominant, half a second over Usagi Racing right now for that top spot.
Yeah, Usagi Racing has been one of those dominant teams in the GTE AM category, so of course we would see them up towards the front right now, currently in second position. And I think they may try again to maybe get another lap in. I don't know if it's enough time at the moment. I'm trying to see how much time is left on the qualifying times. And then another team I'm surprised with right now is the Luxim Motfa rookie team, with Don Parks currently at the wheel with that number 388 Ferrari. That team's been having a really good qualifying run, currently P6, as they're getting ready to come to the line now. I think they're just starting another lap. So we'll have to keep an eye and see what he does this coming lap.
One of the teams that's been really progressing, getting better and better consistently throughout the season was AVA Vervatics, that 394 machine, as they are right now completing another one of their lap. It looks like Anders Christensen in the cockpit of that Porsche right now. They won last month, I should say, at Barber. They've been progressively getting better. They had a fourth at Silverstone, a second at Daytona, one last week at Barber. They'd love to keep that momentum going, but right now they are sitting in P8.
And this is our GTE AM points leader right now, so they're trying their best to try and get a good position for the start of the race in order to try and maintain that points lead. 6 hours is a long time, though, so anything can happen between now and the end of today's race.
Yeah, of course, we'll be taking a look at the points at the end of this qualifying session for them, but things really ramping up through the mid part of the season right now. It's go time for a lot of these teams as we have just 3 races left.
And several different tracks, of course. We've got the next round here at Road Atlanta next month, and then, of course, the season finale at the Nürburgring. So you could not ask for 2 totally different more tracks. Of course, up here at Monza with that more high-speed track compared to Road Atlanta and the Nürburgring.
Absolutely, and the rest of the season, I definitely advise all of the viewers to stick around. It's going to be pretty insane a lot of times. And that last race there at the Nürburgring, we're looking at a 10-hour race for them.
Yeah, but of course, this race, 6 hours, that's quite a long time for these drivers. It's going to be very tiring. He's going to have to worry about fatigue, of course. Being in a car for 2.5 hours or so, that could be stressing on drivers, but also imagine you have to go back in the car. Some of these drivers could be looking at 3, maybe 3.5 to 4 hours in these cars at a time, so that could be quite a stress on some of these drivers if they're not careful.
Absolutely, it's just, throwing another wrench into that plan for strategy. You have fuel strategy, tire strategy, all of that, and then you have to worry about what driver is driving when. Most of these teams with 2 drivers, a couple of them with 3, and then a couple of them even have people spotting or crew chiefing for them as well. So 2 to 4 person teams for the majority of them out on track today. But looks like GTM qualifying should be wrapping up soon. Anders Christensen looks like he's improved. Jason Dilworth there has improved that lap, and Nomad Sim Racing GTE has an even bigger lead now.
Yeah, that 144.17, that is a flying lap around here at Monza. Very good time. I mean, you don't want to waste all your stuff right now, especially just for qualifying, but that is an excellent lap. We're going to see what Marcus Nicholson can do in that number 333 Usagi Racing Ferrari. He's now coming down towards Della Rocha as the checkered flag has been dropped. So these drivers are now going to have to finish their current lap in qualifying in order to see who will get the pole. So let's make sure we follow on board with Marcus as he's now going through the first Lesmo. This section right here is going to be key in order to set up for Ascari. Keep a nice straight line through that chicane as best as you can. And then, of course, that high-speed parabolica turn. So looking to see what he can do right now. He's got a little bit of time, about 4/10 to make up.
Yeah, and like you said, parabolica, that turn really a lot of times ends up making or breaking your lap here. Got to be clean through there. Looked all right so far for Marcus Niskanen. And another thing we haven't mentioned, common in many endurance series, of course, but the driver in qualifying is the driver that starts the car for the team. So Niskanen will start that car for Usagi Racing, and likewise for everyone else that just put a qualifying lap in. But looking decent right now for Niskanen. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to knock off Dilworth off the top spot, though.
We're finding out right now. He's coming out of the parabolica, looking at the times. He's going to cross the line here. No, he doesn't even improve on his fastest lap with a 144.69. As we see the 2 Pineapple Racing cars coming up right behind. They're going to end their laps. I believe, let's see. No, it looks like one of the Pineapples, the 327, improved to a 44.96. Still not enough to get anywhere near the Nomad Sim Racing of Jason Dilworth. Let's take a look at the GTE AM points right now as we're coming up on this, as we got done with the GTE AMs. Currently, like we were talking about, the AVA Vervatic 394 Porsche with a 79 points advantage with 19 points behind is the PTC DC Motorsports 302 car in that Ferrari, followed by the Team Vikings in the 301. Is lost a position, is 27 points back. VRG Engineering with a 366 is 34 points back in the 4th position after gaining 2 spots. And then the Pineapple Racing Ford, of course, number 360, 37 points back in the 5th position.
Absolutely. And we do have the GT Pro points as well. We're going to take a look at them right here before their qualifying gets started. Graphite Racing in the 292 with that Ferrari. They have an 82-point total so far this year, followed by German Sim Racing 251 with 26 points back. They're tied right now with the Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast 288 team. Behind them, still things really close. Geodesic Racing and Kinetic Racing only separated by 1.31 and 32 points back, respectively there. And it looks like, Taylor, that GT Pro qualifying is underway.
Yes, indeed. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Graphite Racing can do. Of course, they're the 2 wins this season, one at Silverstone with that incredible fuel mileage conservation, and then, of course, our last round at Barber. So that is one of the teams that has to be beat. Julian Bell is currently the driver in that car, going to be qualifying it right now. He's now coming out towards Lesmos right now, so we're going to see what he's able to do as we're getting ready, as they're completing their outlap right now.
And a couple of teams did not have very good races at Barber in our last race here in this series. German Sim Racing and Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast, they both really had ran into a lot of trouble. They'd love to get redemption. They had great starts to the year, but it ended up being a 16th place finish for German Sim Racing and a 14th place finish for Lux Sim 24 compared to Graphite Racing's win. So yeah, they really got to get up there and contend with them today to knock them off that top spot in the points.
It's going to take a lot of effort for them to try and catch up. We know that Graphite Racing team is one of the strongest teams currently this season. Another team to keep an eye on, of course, is that Kinetic Racing team. You know, with those 2 drivers of Overgaard, it's going to be very difficult for those 2 to try and work their way back up through the points. But I think at a track like Monza with a high speed, they're going to be able to do their best. And of course, we're looking on right now to the 201 of Kim Salvinson and the Team Vikings car. To go on board as he's completing his first qualifying lap here, as he makes his way down to the De La Rocha chicanes. This is going to be a very interesting corner right here, Nick, especially when we see our prototypes going side by side with these GT cars. They're going to have to be so careful of knowing when to not push the car and letting those prototypes go, but making sure that they keep their competition behind them.
Absolutely. A lot of turns here look really simple from far above, as many tracks do, but really an all different story when you get in that cockpit. And then, and here's another thing we haven't talked about today, Taylor, is the last race we had, Barber, a lot of these GT Pro cars especially, everyone had trouble, but a lot of these GT Pro teams really did not like the traffic jam that Barber caused. The layout, Monza, a lot better when it comes to multi-class racing, a lot more room, but there are still a lot of danger zones they're going to have to watch out for today.
Yes, indeed. One of those, of course, is the De La Rocha chicanes. I mean, that's going to be so difficult to get through here, as well as Ascari. Even though it's a little bit wider than our first 2 chicanes, it still can cause some trouble for some of our GT drivers when it comes to the prototypes coming through.
Most of the teams here wrapping up their first lap here. We ride on board right now with Spencer McCarthy from Geodesic Racing in that 255. It's going to be interesting to see, just like we were just talking, how these guys qualify and where that starts them in traffic through all of this.
Currently, right now, Julian Bell, our points leader, was able to set a 144.6. So we'll see what he's able to do. But I believe right now it is going to be the German Sim Racing team that sets the fastest lap for the GTE Pros with a 144.47, followed by Geodesic, Team Bushfink, then the Graphite team.
Yeah, 3/100ths of a second lead right now for that pole between Patrick Prousset. He's driving the 251 German Sim Racing GTE, and that is Geodesic Racing Black's Spencer McCarthy we were riding there on board with just a little bit ago. There he is with the 144.5, so very, very close racing up front, of course. Still not as fast, though, as Dilworth's time in the Nomad Sim Racing GTE AM car.
No, and that's quite impressive. Of course, that is their first lap, so I'm pretty sure giving some couple of more minutes or so that we will see some faster times. Right now is Tim Kloss placing right now in the Torque Freak Racing Porsche. It's now heading down the front, this back straightaway before they head toward Ascari. Gotta make sure you hit your braking zones. Don't go over the curbs too much to that area, especially those little yellow and black curbs right there. That'll cause some damage to the underside of your car if you are not careful. So Make sure you hit your marks as you head down the back straight.
Yeah, a lot of those curbs will really ruin your race. They'll ruin your lap for sure. They'll slow you down, but then you might have a wheel slightly tilted one side or the other with suspension issues. And it looks like Kim Salveson, Team Vikings Ragnarok, has taken that top spot with a 144.2, about a tenth of a second faster than German Sim Racing right now. And as I say that, Spencer McCarthy takes that back with a 144.212.
All right, here's Julian Bell. He's getting ready to come out of Ascari, making his way down towards the Parabolica. Let's see if he's able to improve on his lap time, as he's coming down towards there. Really been doing quite well. I'm really impressed with the team of how well their fuel conservation and their strategy is, and that's what makes them so well organized with this racing series that they have. As they're coming out of the Parabolica, let's take a look at their time. Crossing the line. No time. Apparently he must have had a mistake somewhere out on track. That's one of the things here with the sim racing series, where the GGFX, where if you do good on 1X or off course somewhere, it will not count your lap time, so he's got to go back out and do another lap.
That Graphite Racing team, you were talking how they were so good saving fuel. The real test, they're going to have a real test today at Monza. Monza eats up a lot of fuel. And another track that does is Daytona. They weren't able to get the win there. They finished 4th place there, but they did have wins at Silverstone and Barber. So if that kind of track style that Silverstone and Barber have when it comes to saving fuel suits their needs, they might have a little bit of difficulty today on the strategic end of things. But something to keep your eye out for today is that Graphite Racing GTE team, of course.
Marcel Bosman was able to set a lap right now. His fastest lap was a 144.75, but unable to improve on his last. Currently in 13th right now. As we go back on to watch Spencer McCarthy, he's coming down the back straightaway right now, wanting to improve on his lap time. Oh, he's on an out lap by the looks of it right now, looking at our time monitors. Still, I am impressed with what Jason Dilworth's been able to do right now. Still holding off these GTE Pro drivers. As we go on board with Andreas Olsen of the Team Bushfink Racing. He's on the back straightaway going down towards Ascari. Has a little bit of traffic in front of us. That's going to maybe mess up. Ooh, almost looks like he about took it 3 wide going into Ascari. Something you don't want to do, whether it be in qualifying or race trim.
Yeah, absolutely not, especially in qualifying. But a little bit of slipstream here, the long straightaways that Monza provides. It looks like Olsen's almost looking for a way around there. That was a little close. Might help him to some extent, but not a good entry into this turn for Olsen. I don't think this lap going to improve on his current time. He's sitting 4th place right now with that Team Bushfink Racing green. Yeah, and he's headed to the pits.
Still Geodesic Racing, Spencer McCarthy is currently the pole sitter for GTE Pro, but nobody has yet unset the GTE AM driver of Jason Dilworth. It's just impressive of what Jason was able to do. Of course, on a track like this of high speeds, you can really set the car up to where it's very aerodynamic to help, as well as making sure the brakes are very set properly, as it looks like one of the cars spun going through Ascari. Like the number 288 it looks like.
Yeah, right now Spencer McCarthy trying to improve on that lap time. He's got a decent cushion right now, about 600ths of a second over that Team Vikings Ragnarok Kim Salveson, who is just now looks like possibly completing a lap. I think he might have ran into some trouble on a bit of a lap. Oh, yeah. So Spencer McCarthy able to improve that lap time, and not only improve his lap time, but dethrone Dilworth, that GTAM driver, from the top spot overall in GT class. So Geodesic Racing Black, a 144 flat right now, looking very fast with 0.2 of a second right now over Team Vikings Ragnarok.
Yep, and here comes right now Kim Salveson. He's coming out. Looks like he is on his next lap out of his outdoors. He's now going to De La Rocha. We go on board with him down as he makes his way to the Lesmo, the first of the two. He's got to make sure he tries to improve right here in order to try and catch up to the geodesic racing of Spencer McCarthy.
Not much time remaining in this session for them. After this, it's going to be the LMP2s qualifying, and their points are very, very interesting, to give you a heads up before we look at them during the next break. But after that, it'll be the LMP1s, who have been extremely exciting this year as well. All of these classes really have not failed to produce on-track excitement. Definitely one of the best series I've seen in a long time, I think.
Yes, indeed. It has definitely been one of the best battles we've seen all season, especially around such as Silverstone, Daytona, and of course Barber. I mean, this series has been producing excellent racing. As we have a new fast lap, Kim Salveson, Team Viking car, was able to put it on the top of the pole right now with a 144.062. So I think this is going to be a really good track, of course, for the Fords. Those Fords have a little bit more of those top-end speed compared to the Porsche and the Ferrari. But of course, this is Italy. This is Ferrari's home track. So we are expecting also to see some of these Ferraris to do quite well here, as we see David Barraclaw hit one of the barriers in qualifying. No problem, just back to the pits, get a quick repair, and send it back out.
Taking a look now at Philip Morton, driving that 277 for Fitzy Motorsports, fighting CRC. They're going to be 13th right now. I'm sure they'd love to improve on that. But still, I mean, there are so many GT cars here. Overall, combining the classes, over 35. I'm thinking 36 right now combined between GTM and GT Pro. Traffic, I mentioned it's a wide track, lots of room, but it's only so much room just to some extent. Lots of cars on track today, as always.
Yeah, and it's going to be very dicey for our LMP drivers to get through, to make sure that they work as best they can. Pick and choose when to make those passes. As we see right now, some of these cars may not be best in certain areas, so it's best as we choose when to make that pass, especially mostly on the straightaways and maybe right before you get into some of those chicanes that we will be seeing here today. See on with Spencer McCarthy, he's going to try to do his first out lap, as well as try to get ready to complete another lap. He has a little bit of a slipstream on the front straightaway, so that may help improve a little bit of his time. They're making their way down towards the first set of chicanes, hard onto the brake, braking around between the 100 and the 50 breaker mark to set up for that pass.
And I'm sure those LMP1 drivers and even LMP2 drivers have been really practicing all of those outside lanes going through these turns, because the GT cars really only have one ideal option. That's to take the inside of the normal racing line through here, but lots of not much traction, of course, on those outside. I'm sure a lot of those LMP1 and LMP2 teams have been practicing getting through the traffic here. They've had a month to practice, so that just shows you how fierce the competition is here. But right now, it is Team Vikings Ragnarok still on top here, as GT Pro qualifying should be wrapping up here soon. They've got very slim lead right now over Geodesing Racing Black. Spencer McCarthy about, it's going to be about 12 100ths of a second right now to decide that pole position.
Yes, indeed, and he's now coming out to complete his first lap. He's now going through Ascari right now. Nice smooth transitions through Ascari, hits the curbs right at proper sections of the track. Down the back straightaway they will go now. And this would have been a good time to have a little bit of a slipstream to help gain a little bit of extra time, but it looks like he has no help at all, so he's going to have to make sure he sets up for the right braking mark through the Parabolica, hugs that inside line as best as he can.
Parabolica, one of those turns that has like 40 different apexes depending on what driver you are. It's very interesting to see people get through there with all slightly different racing lines. Is Spencer McCarthy going to cross the line with a 1:44.2? That's not going to be good enough to improve on his lap time.
Nope, unfortunate for him. He still might have a little bit enough to do one more lap maybe. As we see right now, Ken Salveson going to complete another lap. As the checkered flag is out, as they're going to finish their current lap, Ken Salveson maybe going to try to improve a little bit. Try to keep the geodesic racing of Spencer McCarthy behind him as they go through the Lesmos, the first of it. Gets a little bit offline, goes into the gravel. Hopefully that didn't count as a incident point for him. Through the second Lesmo they go. Down this back straightaway towards Ascari.
Salveson giving it everything here on this lap. You saw the sparks fly, you saw the gravel fly, really pushing that car to the limits here. That Team Vikings 201 car, trying to get everything possible out of this last lap. But like you said, hopefully he didn't have any off tracks there, because his lap, if that was the case, would not count. But I've got to imagine, I've seen him off track a couple of times. I don't know if it counted as a 1X, but we'll see here as he turns the last few corners here and see if that lap will stand.
I don't know if it will. I think he might have gotten that 1X, which will not allow the lap to be counted. And let's see right now. Nope, he is going into the pits. He will not. So this is Spencer McCarthy's one and only shot now. He's making his way through the Parabolica. And he's still going to keep going. Let's see if he can get it. A 1:43.97. I'm looking. If it does not count. So he would have had pole, but due to the fact of that small off track, it costed him. So unfortunate for Spencer McCarthy. A really good lap time, but unfortunately, it will not go to him. Kim Salveson will be your pole sitter for the GTE Pro category.
Yeah, it looks to be everyone there in GT Pro. So LMP2 cars lining up on pit road right now here at Monza. Look at the points here. Team Huiskenveld has gained 1 spot from last week. They have 80 points in total, with V Apex Racing Group 101, tied with Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC 113. Right behind them, 11 points there. And then just 2 points further back is that Nomad Sim Racing 102 HBD team. And they really did not have a good race last week, fell 3 spots back. Team Vikings 103 trying to hang in there, staying in the top 5, 32 points back. But this is going to be an interesting qualifying session to see where all these LMP2s line up.
Yes, indeed, and a lot of them are already making their way out onto the track. As we see who is going to be the first one to complete their out lap. If you already look on this, if you look right now, it started getting darker and darker a little bit, to where you'll probably see some lights ablaze on some of these cars before it's said and done.
Absolutely, and we were just talking about the points there. It's right now Team Huiskenveld with the lead. That's because they have they're going for 3 in a row today. They won Daytona, they won Barber. They've been dominant, really, a lot of this season. They finished 5th at Silverstone to open it. That race went to the Bad Cactus Racing team, who has jumped ship, I believe, to the LMP1 class. We've seen a couple different, like I said, a couple different prototype teams do that early on in the year. But right now, really good, really fast speed, and I'm sure Team Huiskenveld in that 111 would love to carry through that momentum.
Yes, indeed. Another factor we'd like to talk about right quick, of course, with this new update with iRacing, is going to be temperature change. Right now it's 82 degrees, partly cloudy, but that temperature is going to keep dropping as qualifying goes on. So we will see these lap times go higher and higher before all is said and done, as the temperature begins to drop here, as we're now going to see who is going to get to the line first, as we see Alex Saunders right now is going to start his opening lap as well. The Apex Racing Group has been doing quite well this season, running inside the top 5, top 10 for most of the season, and looking forward to seeing what they can do here on their first opening lap here at Monza.
That cloud cover makes it all the more grippy, makes it all the more faster, and it just makes it so much more fun to watch. A lot of times with really clean, crisp racing, multiple lines being able to be used into the turns. Track really rubbered in right now. Lots of practice has gone into today's event already, and still a 6-hour race ahead of us today.
I was looking at some of the practice times between the 3 classes. The fastest GT LMP1 car ran a 130.8, actually a 129.8. Looking at the times compared to one of the fastest GTE cars, which was a 143. It's quite a big difference. We're looking at over 10 seconds difference between the two classes. So I say give it quite a short amount of time before we see lap traffic heavily involved in today's race.
Absolutely. Going to see that a lot during our 6-hour event today. And a lot of, and the LMP2 is stuck right there in the middle as always. They turned 136s, 137s in practice as the first couple of times are rolling into our timing and scoring here. Looks like right now Nomad Sim Racing HPD with Nicholas Helm as he had a little spin there. He's going to be on top. And now that goes to Team Hosingfeld with a 136.4. Pretty dominant time there over a pair of 136.6s. German Sim Racing and V-Apex Racing Group Red there. Right now sitting second and third to make up your starting podium.
Yeah, Team Heusenfeld were points leaders in the LMP2 class. They have been quite dominant all season long. Right now is Christian Hewitt driving the car right now. He's making his way towards De La Rocha. Some of the cars are maybe going to go back into pit road, maybe make a couple of adjustments to try and see about fixing the car to try and maybe gain that extra tenth or two in order to catch up and stay on pace with the Team Heusenfeld car.
These prototypes in LMP2 as well as LMP1 so finicky when it comes to aerodynamics. The slightest little of changes, a couple of centimeters here and there on the wing or somewhere on the car really makes all the difference, and it's so interesting. I always find it interesting to see if a team can be good in qualifying and the race, because you have qualifying trim, you have race trim, and Team Hosingfeld has really demonstrated that this year. I don't expect much change today as they have a 0.15 second lead right now for this pole over the 169 team of German Sim Racing LMP2 team.
Yeah, they have been quite dominant, knowing when and where to make those needed adjustments to set up for each track. So I agree, I don't see Team Heusenfeld, unless they run into problems with lap traffic or other forms of strategy or penalties, they should not have any major problems.
And a lot of these guys pushing the cars early here. Oh, Christian Hewitt actually improved on his lap there, a 136.385 there. So Team Heusenfeld, just as we were saying, good with adjustments. They have adjusted even faster, and they have a 0.3 of a second lead now for that top spot. And I mean, it's sitting behind them, German Sim Racing, V-Apex Racing Group, Fitzy, Nomad, TCR, the newcomers. They're sitting 6th right now. Awesome to see them have a good run so far. Black Sheep Motorsports and so on down the list. It's got to be intimidating to have a team that dominant up front at this part of the season.
Yes, it is, especially with only this race and 2 more rounds left. Drivers are going to be almost getting a little bit in that panic mode, maybe, to try and figure out what they can do to try to catch up. As we see some of the drivers right now, as Russell Clayson is now trying to get another lap in. He's got a little bit of time to make up, currently in the 10th position, just under a second back from the pole position. So he's going to need to pick it up just a little bit more.
I'm sure all of that, I don't want to say desperation yet this season, that that fear that Hosingfeld is really going to pull away in the points. The LMP2 points are closer still, despite their dominance, than any other class points standings we have right now. So definitely in reach for another team. It just takes one bad race for that 111 team or anyone to really shake things up, as V-Apex Racing Group Red has really improved on their lap time. They've cut that down to a 1/10 of a second gap between them and Team Hosingfeld. They have a 136.4 now, with Alex Saunders driving that 101 car.
Yes, indeed. They've really stepped it up. That's something that they needed to really improve on in order to try to stay up with the 111. Let's see what Oliver Kesmet is able to do, as he's now going through Ascari again. And as he doesn't have any off tracks anywhere between here and the Parabolica, he could have a really good lap time to close in on that Team 111 Heusenfeld team.
Looking like a clean, crisp, fast lap right now for Oliver Kemisat. We've seen that 169 team battle a lot this year, but they've run into a lot of difficulties. They're sitting 7th in the points, but do not let that fool you from the speed they've shown all year. They've a lot of times run into some bad luck and bad breaks, and It looks like they've got a 136.5. They do improve, not enough to move themselves into that front row.
No, not at the moment, as we now look on with Nicholas Helm in that 102's Nomad Sim Racing. He's now going through Ascari, trying to see if he can close in right now. He's about a little over 2/10 behind our pole sitter of the Team 111 Team Hoysenfeld of Christian. Down this
And
back
that may have
straightaway.
been an off track there for Helm. I'm not sure if it was, but we'll see here if that lap will stand. It was pretty far out in the grass from at least the angle I was looking at coming out of Ascari, but we will see here. Nicholas Helm with the Nomad Sim Racing HPD. Yeah, he's going to take it right to the pits.
Unfortunate for him. Now here's Alessio Lane, the Black Sheep Motorsports 187 Honda, heading down the back straightaway now towards the Parabolica. It's a little bit off, and then now is able to get it back down to the white line, and I think he's also going to take it in as well. Currently running a 137.2, puts him about 6/10 back. There's Ronald Gross of the Road Bastard Alpha team. He improves his lap time to a 137.1, putting him in the 9th position. So a great effort so far for him. And here comes Paul Davies of the P outlap for him. He's now going to try and see if he can improve his 137.34 for that PCDC Motorsports Honda. And Christian Hewitt is now going to come back out to try and keep his lead in the pole position a little bit further ahead right now. Still with that 136.385. He's now setting up to go through Ascari again. Under the bridge they go. Clips the curb just a little bit too much. Got to be careful with there, especially with those yellow and black, as we call here in the States, the turtles, compared with, if you notice, watching races at Charlotte Motor Speedway with a road course. Alex Saunders now going through De La Rocha again, heading towards the Lesmos. This is just one of those most famous corners there, Nick, where, you just enjoy watching racing no matter what form of series it is. And it's just awesome to be on board right now with Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. Those cars really fly through there, and a lot of these terms kind of deceptive in that you think they're going to be a lot slower than they actually are. Yeah, especially on these prototypes, they can really whip the car right through a lot of these turns here at Monza, including that one. And Alex Saunders, this 101 team, who we're still looking at right now, they've had a great year. They're 11 points back, tied in second place right now. A couple of podiums. They haven't been able to seal the deal, but lots of momentum last week from Barber with a second place finish just to Team Hostingfeld.
And it looks like the Fitzstye racing team was able to jump up towards second place. Yes, indeed. They jumped up to a 136.44. So really good lap time right there for that 113 Honda.
Yeah,
that is right now Michael Ivodka currently driving that car.
Yeah, Michael Avdoka. That's a name we haven't said a lot all year at all, but that is a team sitting right now third place in the standings, tied. They are the other team I was just mentioning, V Apex Racing Group. They're tied with them right now for that second spot, 11 points back. So these drivers absolutely know the points involving, or the points that are involved here that will really influence their level of competition. Michael Avdoka, teammates with Jack Stiles, who we've seen a lot of seat time in that car this year. Nice to see Avdoka get the qualifying seat today, and we'll start this race for that team.
And especially with a lap time like that, I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do in today's race. Avdoka can do a really good job, as looks like Christian Hewitt improves his lap time a little bit even more. So a 136.14, that now puts him over almost 0.3 of a second faster. So these drivers are now going to have to put the hammer down as we're closing in towards the end. About maybe 4.5 minutes left in qualifying.
And one thing I'm wondering, Taylor, is are these guys in LMP2, of course they're going to have to deal with traffic during the race. A lot of times the LMP2s get the short end of the stick when it comes to traffic, because you have cars that are slower than you and cars that are faster than you. You can't just get it in your mindset it's going to be one way or the other for the whole race. A lot of times they get stuck right in the middle of a lot of multi-class battling, as V Apex Racing Group Red has really put a really good lap in. Alex Saunders goes right to the pole with a 126.
That's a way to kick off your day today. Get
Yeah.
a pole position here at Monza. Really good job by Alex. I mean, that was quite impressive. The throne of Christian Hewitt has been dethroned, as he is now going to see if he can make an answer to Alex Saunders. He's now making his way towards the Parabolica. So we'll have to really think. I think that is also the Fitzstein Motorsports car behind him as well. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that one as well, see if he is able to improve.
I'm sure that came to the surprise of Christian Hewitt here as he comes through the last turns onto the front straightaway and through the lap. Did improve, but 4/1000ths of a second right now. V Apex Racing Group Red still keeps that lead over Christian Hewitt and Ronnie Fantini, Team Hoistingfeld 111. Wow, competition today in LMP2. Gonna be something really to watch for.
Oh, yes, most definitely today. Now, these LMP2 cars will probably catch up with our GT cars around lap 12, 13, give or take. And that, of course, that'll be about the second time we'll see LMP1. So around that 12th lap is when we will see LMP1, LMP2, and GTE finally mixed in together. The LMP1 cars will have caught the GT class around lap 6. So just shows you the extreme speed that these prototypes have in order how quickly they will catch these GT cars.
And there's not much time left here in LMP2 qualifying, but it looks like Christian Hewitt on track once again, trying to get a couple of last-second laps in here, with a couple other teams on track as well. It's going to be interesting to see. Of course, after these guys, we will have the LMP1 qualifying for you, and then it is race time. And I'm sure all of these drivers, especially the GT drivers who have to sit through all of this, I'm sure they're anxious, ready to get going. As the checkered flag flying now, drivers are going to finish this last lap in LMP2.
Let's stay on with Christian Hewitt, man, because this is his lap. He is off of it. Michael Adoka is going to see if he can improve. His clock winding down. He does improve his lap time. Nope, did not count, though. So, unfortunate for Michael Ivoca.
Nathaniel Schramm and TCR, Team Challenge Racing, wrapping up their lap. And there are newcomers to the series. Did not race in the first two rounds. Raced at Barber. Made quite an impression. It was either a 10th or 11th. I'd have to look back. It was an 11th place finish, it looks like, for them last month at Barber. So they're set in 8th right now. I'm sure they'd love to keep improving throughout this season in their debut.
Here comes Marco Dierix of the NAB Racing Honda, coming out of the Parabolica. Currently in the 7th position with a 136.77. He's going to try to improve his lap time. And it looks like it counts indeed. Move him up to P5. A really good hustle with a 136.56. So really good job for that NAB Racing team. Ronald Gross now making his way, as also as Paul Davies is coming to the line. And it looks like, does his lap time count? Yes, it does. He moves into P10 with a 137.08. And we're seeing if anyone more cars are still out there. I believe not.
All right, so that will give the pole position in HPDs to V Apex Racing Group Red, just barely 4/1000ths of a second, as a lot of our viewers, they love the LMP1s. They are lining up, very intimidating looking on pit road. But let's take a look at the points for LMP1. This is one I've been covering all year, and it has been a blast. Kinetic Racing with their dominance right now, 17 points over Suderia REC 16 and GT Temple Racing 17. They are tied there, like I said, in second, 17 points back behind them. Speedworks Racing Team 29. They are 23 points back. And Simitalk Esport in the Audi lost a spot in the last race at Barber, 26 points back right now. But very, very interesting to see all of the LMP1s. Looks like we have 8 of them today. And that might seem like a number that's low. Maybe it won't be as exciting. Not at all. It's going to be just as exciting, maybe even more in some times. And awesome to see these prototypes roar around a fast track like this. One team, of course, to look out for in the LMP1s is that 95 team, Bad Cactus Racing Choya. They were LMP2. They were an LMP2 team until last race at Barber. They finished second there. They've been really on the move. I'm sure not at this point in the season, probably in contention for points, but it's going to be interesting to see them try to throw a wrench into other people's plans here and steal a win here today.
Well, this team was quite dominant in the LMP2 class before they made the transition up here, so I'm pretty sure they will do quite well here at Monza. Maybe sneak in with getting a win in the LMP1 class. Another team that needs some that's been trying to improve a little bit is the GT Tempo Racing. Fabian Jungbluth currently behind the wheel of that 17 Porsche. And then another team that also moved their way up into the LMP1 class after being in LMP2 was, of course, the Wyvern Racing team. Right now it's Brandon Garcia currently behind the wheel. That team has done quite well in this series, in any of the series that they currently run in, being extraordinarily well currently, driving that number 55 Audi R18 LMP1. Brandon did an impressive run at Barber last month and was just so well-rounded with the car. I mean, knew how to place the car. Of course, they had Dallas Pataska behind the wheel. I don't know who will be his co-driver today for the Wyvern Racing team, but I'm pretty sure it will be an exciting race to watch Brandon here at Monza.
Looks like Dallas Pataska with the team once again today. The Midwest driver and the New England driver, Syandra, helping that team out today as well. So much speed and talent here in the LMP1 class. And one thing that's interesting about Monza that's so different than Barber is, well, the fact that you have so many straightaways in these LMP1s. Very interesting in the fact that they have to charge up that battery, get on the button when it's necessary. Makes it all the more interesting, I'm sure, today. We might see gaps of 1 or 2, maybe even 2.5 or 3 seconds, and then you'll blink and you'll miss it, and they'll be side by side.
Yes, indeed, and that's the thing with these cars. You know, they are so quick, so sensitive to everything going on around them, that these cars will immediately try and work their way through the field automatically. I mean, you look one moment, you see the car several seconds back, and then you blink, all of a sudden it is right on your back bumper. This is how fast these LMP1 cars are. One of the pinnacles of current prototype racing, and it's just amazing to see the opportunity to see these cars here on the iRacing service.
And right now on the leaderboard, it is GT Temple Racing's LMP1 team, the number 17 team, Fabian Jungbluth. We've seen so much speed out of that team this year. Him and Jacob Toft's going to be helping him, the UK and Ireland driver, helping out Fabian Jungbluth, the DH driver. Right now, they have the pole by about 0.3 of a second, but lots of laps yet to be put in here for a lot of these teams today.
Yeah, for our Camel GT drivers, a lot of the fans know Fabian as one of those GTP drivers in the Nissan, and it's always good to see him here in the DGFX running in the Porsche prototype.
And right now in second place, it's Julian Ribelow in that number 2 at Simitok Esport Jade car. A lot of speed out of them as well. 0.3 of a second back, as it looks like they are working on improving that lap time of 1:30.6. And a couple more turns here for Julian, and we will see. It looks like an outlap maybe for Ribelow right now, but that team driving with David Soranzo today. Team of French drivers trying to steal a win here today in Italy.
Yeah, surprising. There's a couple of LMP1 teams missing for today's race. I don't see the Beast Racing team here currently, and I think at least one more other team as well. Unfortunately, it looks like about 8 LMP1 cars here today. Unfortunate to see that, but of course these 8 cars will try their best to put on a good show for us viewers here on the ISEN channel as well as Global Sim Racing channel. Looking forward to seeing what they're able to do here.
We've had 11 LMP1s in total this year throughout all of the races combined. We've 8 today, as I said earlier, and a couple of the teams like to flip back and forth, and we've seen a couple of the teams just run a part-time schedule this year. So Monza, if you're not up to their strong suits, or you have conflicting events in sim racing or in the real world, it's all right to miss one here and there, I'm sure. But 17 right now, followed by the 2, followed by the 11. That is your top 3 right now, with Marcel Egbers, haven't talked about him much. He is sitting right now on board with him in third place, really close behind that number 2 spot. He's only 0.2 off. And as I say that, Bad Cactus Racing Choias 95, Kyle Burney driving that, has elevated that team to the number 2 position.
Yes, indeed. Really good lap time with a 1:36.3. So that was an ecstatic jump. And just as we say that, the GT Temple Racing team just got dethroned by the Elite Sim Racing Fire with a 1:32.9. And then Wyvern Racing moves into the second position with a 1:33.4. So the times are going up. Let me take a look at the temperatures right now. Temperatures are still the same, about 82 degrees. So the temperatures have not gone down, but a little bit of cloud cover has come on the track.
Oh, and a really fast lap there from Julian Ribelow in that Civitak Esport Jade car, a 1:29. He breaks that barrier. And not just a 1:29, but a 1:29.8. So still 0.2 over our new second place team, which is SRT Team USA in that number 29 car.
Mark Torres right now, another one of those fast. Our current points leader with the Kinetic Racing. They're now coming out of the Parabolica, completing their first lap. And it did not count.
I think they might be just starting their first lap. I think that might have been an out lap. But either way, that 83 team, they have the win at Daytona. They have 2 other podiums this year to start the season, so not bad. That has given them the points lead. Second at Silverstone, first at Daytona, third at Barber. So a bronze, a silver, and a gold for the 83 team. I'm sure they'd love to keep that hardware coming.
Yes, indeed. And of course, who could forget that beautiful battle between this driver at Silverstone? I mean, I think that was one of the races of the season. And what a way to kick it off at a place like Silverstone.
Yeah, that 3-way battle there at the end. If you haven't seen that, go watch that. It's definitely a good one. Don't want to miss that. It was a great way to kick off the season, and it really set the tone for the competition all year long. Mark Torres right now in that car, but also he has Matthias Magnussen. We've seen a lot of speed out of that driver from Scandinavia today, or from this season, and Mark Torres, the driver from New Jersey. So a lot of speed from the team working across the pond with each other.
Yeah, Mark Torres had the privilege of working with him for a couple of months with the one that's the former Blackadders Motorsports, as he now sets at 1:29.9, move him up into P2. Mark's just a really smooth, consistent driver, but also, as we see, very fast. He helped me train a lot when it came to GT driving, of course, back when we were racing together, and it was just a pleasure to work with him throughout the season.
Looks like not too many cars, a couple cars, of course, still on track. A couple of them having a little bit of trouble, but it looks like Marius Valiokas having a good lap right now in that SRT Team USA, sitting P3 right now. I'm sure he'd love to move up to start this race. They're sitting fourth, in the standings right now, 23 points back. This is one of their opportunities, I think, to really try to cut into that points lead. They seem really, really fast. They were fast in practice, and they're fast here again in qualifying. I'm sure they'd want that to carry over into the race.
Yes, indeed. And this is going to be a very key point for them right now to see if they're able to make up any ground. Now making the run towards Ascari. I just love when you're in the cockpit of these cars with these prototypes, see all the lightings for all this. Of course, it can be a little bit distracting sometimes as well if you're not wanting to pay attention. But, of course, these drivers are focused right on the track, wanting to get the fastest lap as possible. With only about 4 minutes and 45 seconds left in the race. As we see the new fastest lap right now, Civitak Esport Jade with a 1:29.82. Mark Torres also now coming out through Ascari. Let's see if he's going to be able to improve. Currently sits still in the second position.
That Kinetic Racing number 83, that paint scheme has become an iconic thing for fans of this series to watch this year, slicing and dicing the way up through other classes in the lead a lot of times in DGFX. And Mark Torres on a good lap right now. See if he can improve here.
Yes, indeed. I think he was on that lap, so he is going to go one more lap. There's about 3 minutes left, so plenty of time. As we see Kyle Burney, he just moved to the third position with a 1:30.08 by the looks of it. So he's now about 2/10 back from the pole position. So we see Marius Malakos come through in that number 29 Speedworks racing team. He's going through the first of the two Lesmos, and now completing the second Lesmo, making the run towards Ascari.
Trying to get every last bit of speed here. Time running out here. It's been an amazing qualifying session so far. Still 6 hours to come of action today in the race. It's going to be just insane. Monza, the perfect track for an event like this, starting in the night, and we're going to see that sunrise. We've seen a lot of series look at the sunset. This is probably the first, I think, this first series I've seen with a race that's going to be featuring the sunrise. So it's going to be really interesting to see that. Very fun to watch as well.
Yes, indeed it is. I'm looking forward to watching this. This is going to be so interesting. I mean, this track is going to be completely dark. Imagine racing, at the Nürburgring at night. This is what it's going to be like for here at Monza. It's going to be pitch black, very few places of lighting. So that's going to make it even more difficult for our drivers to watch out, and especially cutting through lap traffic and battling with other classes as well. So he's right on board with Julian and the Simatak Esport Jade Audi. Going now through, making the run towards De La Rocha. Incredible view right now. I mean, I cannot thank Dougie Beard enough for giving us these amazing camera views, for us to give you, the fans, the viewers, the opportunity to see what it is like to get behind the wheel on a simulated Audi R18.
Yeah, these camera angles here, love them, absolutely love them here at GSRC. I could watch more than 6 hours of this today. It's going to be an absolute blast to see. I got to keep an eye on the racing too. I got to ignore the sunrise and the beautiful lights on these cars as well. So don't think I'll have a problem doing that, though. It's going to be very exciting today as we see all of these fast cars up here. Really, really close up here. Simatak Esport Jade, Julian Ribolo still holding that top spot right now as time winding down. It looks like they might be able to get one or maybe two more laps in here, depending on when that checkered flag flies. And Kinetic Racing 83 right now going to be starting second as Ribolo really improves on that lap.
My goodness
129.4. Wow.
Wow, that was... Okay, my jaw just literally dropped when I saw that lap time. I mean, wow. I don't think Mark Torres is going to be able to catch him here. I mean, here's Fabian Jungbluth. Let's see where he's at right now. I believe he's going through the first of the two Lesmos. And we got only like 40 seconds left in qualifying, plus the lap that they're currently on. So, if he can get to the line before this time runs out, he may be able to get one more shot. Mark Torres was able to get to the line before the time ran out, so he at least has one more shot as well. So we go on board on the nose cam of Fabian Jungbluth, down towards the run towards the Parabolica. I mean, a 120... We could, very possibly, if this keeps up, could see a 128 or a 129.1 before it's all said and done. Here we go. I don't know if Jungbluth, this could be his out lap. I believe so. It's a 1:33, 1 minute 33 seconds. It's unfortunate right there. As we see Maurice Velacos coming through in the Speedworks. Let's see. As we see Torres now, he's going to try and complete his lap. He's making the run towards Ascari. Or is this? Nope, this is the Parabolica.
Torres trying to get every last drop of speed out there and really fast out of Parabolica. Not sure if he's going to be able to improve, and he is actually going to be able to improve a 129.6, so another very impressive lap, but still, the competition so fierce in DGFX that is still not going to be able to get him the pole position. So that looks like is that we now have Fabian Jungbluth wrapping up this lap with GT Temple Racing. Trying to improve right now. He's sitting P3 with a 1:30. Hasn't broken into the 129s yet. I'm sure he'd love to do that here.
Yes, indeed. He's going through Ascari one more time. As long as he doesn't go over those curbs too much, this could be a chance where he could maybe break that 129 barrier, making the run towards the Parabolica. Lights ablaze. Pretty sure using what ounce of speed he can pull out, maybe a little bit of extra with that boost to help gain a little bit of extra time down the Parabolica. Through there, nice and smooth, goes a little bit off towards the curbing, down back to the bottom of the racetrack on the front straight, breaks into the 129s with a 129.93. Still about 4/10 back from our leader, but still was able to improve on his lap time. I believe everyone else is not able to complete their laps.
All right, so that will wrap up LMP1 qualifying. Wow, catch your breath. So far, we've brought you 1 hour of action. We have 6 more to come, and in the form of some of the most exciting endurance racing you'll ever see in all of iRacing. I want to welcome the first team to help you bring that action. Bill Supzan is going to be leading the team for the next 3 hours with the help of Stefan Schlacker covering the GT Pro and GT Am classes. And Taylor Burris, you've got a head start on things. He's going to stay in the booth here and cover the LMP1 and LMP2 classes. As cars are beginning to grid, Soup, this is going to be a good one.
Thank you, Nick. Wonderful job of covering qualifying. I was riveted to it. It was nice to add that to our broadcast. Hello, everyone. Let's go ahead and run down your starting order now for the Monza 6 hours here in the DGFX event. Simotech Esports is your pole sitter. That's the J team. They're going to be ahead of Kinetic Racing. The second row is going to be GT Temple Racing. And they're going to have SRT Team USA going to be after them. In spots 5th and 6th, that's going to be Bad Cactus Racing and Element Sim Sports Fire. And then the Wyvern Racing team is going to be in 7th. German Sim Racing is going to be our 8th and final team in LMP1. Let's go ahead and introduce Stefan Schlacker now, and he's going to we'll have him talk about the LMP. Well, let's give it to Taylor Burris. Taylor is going to be your group to cover. Why don't you talk about the LMP2s?
Of course. Well, the LMP2 currently right now is going to be the V Apex Racing Group Red, sitting that 136.1 in qualifying just a few moments ago, with the Team Hoysenfeld team with 111 with a 136.1 in the second position. Fitzstein Motorsports Fighting CRC will start in third in class, followed by the German Sim Racing LMP2 team in the fourth position. NAB Racing will round out your top 5 in the LMP2, followed by Nomad Sim Racing. The Road Bastards Alpha team will start 15th overall by the CCR in 16th. The World of Sim Racing team will start in 17th, followed by the PCDC Motorsports Green team in 18th position. The V Apex Racing Group Purple will start in 19th, followed by Black Sheep Motorsports 187, rounding out your top 20, followed by the Team Vikings Fenris team in 21st. And then, of course, the Lux Sim 24 Motiva podcast team did not set a time. We'll start 57th. Stefan, you got quite a list, so let's go ahead and get to you with the GT class.
Yeah, that's quite a list once again, as always, but GT always one great pack racing. Team Vikings Ragnarok is your leader, pole sitter for GTE Pro. Geodesic Racing Black right behind them. Nomad Sim Racing GT, your GTEM leader here in this grid. Lux Sim 24 Motiv Podcast 4th, German Sim Racing GTE DGFX 5th, 6th Alliance Racing Team Bushfreak Racing Green 7th, Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew 8th, Virtual Motorsport 9th, Graphite Racing 10th, Usagi Racing 11th, Black Sheep Motorsports number 222 12th, Team Hoisingveld 248 is 13th, Kinetic Racing 14th, Black Sheep Motorsports 15th, PCDC Motorsports Yellow 16th, Fitzeye Motorsports Fighting CRC 17th, 18th Speedworks Racing Luxim Motiv, that's the number 289, 19th 388 Luxim 24 Motiv Rookies, that's 20th V Apex Racing Group Orange, that's 21st Pineapple Racing 327, 22nd AVA Veratic 394, 23rd Fisher Motorsports Racing 24th, Pineapple Racing 360, 25th, Talk Freak Racing Blanchimont 26th, and we're not even done yet. Fach Autotech Sim Racing 996, 27th, Bad Cactus Racing 28th, Team Vikings Midgard 29th, Black Sheep Motorsports 323, 30th, PCDC Motorsports Red 31st, Samba Racing, VRG Engineering, Road Bastards Omega, Bad Cactus Racing Saguaro 396, and Die Glücksbärchen rounding out your GTE field.
We got it, and we are going racing right now. That was an impressive job there, Stefan. Let's go up front, where it is indeed Semotech Esports leading the way, driven by Julian Rubilo. Taylor, let's go ahead and jump down to the LMP2s. They should be getting to the start-finish line right now.
Yes, indeed. Alexander right now gets a great jump down the front straightaway right now. Christian Hewitt, though, is trying to close him, but he's got a little bit of a battle between Michael Ladoga as well as the Oliver Chemiston as they go side by side, too wide through the first set of chicanes as they make their way down towards Jet La Rocha. Stefan, let's go over towards you for the GTE start.
Well, Kim Salvesen is already pulling off into the first chicane here, having a great start, not leaving any doubt to his lead so far. Right behind him, that's Spencer McCarthy in that Ferrari already, and so far so clean for the GTE start.
And you can tell that the night is dark and full of terrors as the drivers are using their headlines big time, because this has got to be one of the darker, one of the most unlit tracks you'll ever race on here in iRacing.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see out here on the track indeed there, Soup. I mean, I'm looking at some of the... All you can see is what's just in front of you, just about. Forget anything to look to the side, peripheral vision, or anything like that. But right now, the battle for the lead is heating up a little bit in LMP2 between Christian Hewitt along with Alexander as they make their way towards the run towards the Parabolica, utilizing a little bit of slipstream to close that gap just a little bit more. But right now, it still has an amazing gap over the top other few positions of third and fourth.
Very clean racing so far. These drivers are all veterans. They know that this is a long 6-hour event. Nothing needs to happen right now. Just getting used to it. We're going to have driver swaps. We're going to have commentator swaps. We're here for the full 6 hours. Usually I say green flag to victory donuts. We can do more than that. We're going to go qualifying to victory lane today. We're going to see lap traffic very soon as the intervals now between the LMP1s and the back half of the GT3s. Oh my goodness, they are coming quick.
Christian Hewitt closing in a little bit more as they make their way to De La Rocha. Alexander is having a little bit of difficulty as they had to go through a little bit of lap traffic of one of the GTE cars just now coming out of pit road, I guess, after a little bit of a penalty late start to the race. They make their way through the first Lesmo. Just so difficult to see out there on that track. I mean, Bill, I don't know what to tell. I mean, this is something completely new to all of us watching this race here. Just an hour before the sun starts to rise. I mean, you can't see anything without these headlights.
It is really dark indeed. Stefan, your group seems to be very close, but single file back there in the GTEs, in the pros.
Yeah, that's pretty much the story so far. We've got a little bit of a battle there between Team Bushwink Racing Green and Alliance Racing down in, that's 26th overall. I think that's 7th in the GTE class in general. So, yeah, we have a bit of a single file racing so far. We had that pass between Kim Salvesen and Spencer McCarthy through Curva Grande, just a pretty much draft pass that you have here at Monza. But apart from that, nothing really happening. No wrecks, no mishaps, no nothing, not even an off track.
A nice mix of manufacturers up front, though, in your group there, as you got the Ferrari, the Ford, and then the Porsche all involved next to each other. Working now on lap number 2. Lap traffic should be an issue here pretty darn quick as our leaders are coming up on the back of the slower GT class. They'll be there soon.
I'm looking at the LMP1 leaders right now. It looks like Julian Ribolo made a little bit of a mistake coming out of Ascari. This brings Mark Torres closer in onto the back bumper of that Audi. Through the Parabolica they go, but it looks like Julian was able to recover nicely and start pulling away just a little bit. But let's see, they're now completing lap 4, about 2 to 3 more laps before we see these LMP1s dicing their way through the GTE field.
Yes, indeed.
Go ahead, Steph.
Sorry, I just want to pick up on that. I was calculating the lap times earlier a little bit, and what I was coming about is that the LMP1s will be there about lap 5 to 4, So we're quite on track for that right now. In the LMP2s, they should be somewhere around lap 10 or lap 9, somewhere around there, to head on into this GTE field. And right about then, when the LMP2s come around to lap the GTEs for the first time, that's when we see the LMP1s to come in for their second round of lapping. So this will be very interesting when we get to that LMP2 lap.
And of course,
Stefan, I believe you're... Oops, sorry.
no, go ahead, Seth.
Steph, I believe you're a little bit 2 laps late on that, because right now Julian Ribolo and Mark Torres are going through the back half of this GT field. Right now, they've already passed several cars before they got to the Ascari chicanes. I think Julian's doing quite well, but Mark's having a little bit of trouble through certain parts of the track.
Yeah, there was large gaps between the classes, and I think that's what made this lap traffic happen faster than you might have expected. My goodness, what a great job of Rubelo getting through that lap traffic. He's leaving the Kinetic Racing team behind. Simotalk doesn't have a win so far this season, so they're sitting about 5th on the points. It'll be a good opportunity to then move up in the standings.
Yes, indeed, it would be a very good race for them here today if they're able to pull out the win. They've been trying to close in little bit by little bit this season, but sometimes had that bad, unfortunate race for them late in the going for them. But it looks like so far they're starting off in the right direction. Yes, we have looks like the Wyvern Racing team. As we go back to the replay right quick, it's going to be a little difficult to see, of course, with the lighting not the greatest.
He is in darkness when I'm looking at him. Boy, it is too dark to find.
I'll see what I can do about finding what's going on with that.
Yeah, next time we come to Monza, we should get our own lights here so we can see something.
Yeah, it's really dark out there. Fans, don't worry, the sun is coming.
Yeah, he's still parked out on track. I'm trying to see where on track he is.
That's out of Lesmo 2 there. So he might have had some coming together or just spotted in there.
Let's go to LMP2. Now, this is Alex Saunders, and he's about to be overtaken by Christian Hewitt
as he goes off
in Racing Court. Yep.
That's something that... Go ahead.
Alex Saunders, a driver we know that has been on GSRC several times racing in the Lionheart, the Retro Series, where he was very back there. Caution is out. Yeah, it's for that car. It's for the Wyvern car that could not find its way back to a track exit. If you're unfamiliar with the rules, there are full course cautions here. We have live stewards. And if there's a spin and you can drive your car to an exit lane, though, that's fine. But if you're upside down or you're parked, they're going to throw the caution. And everybody's plans and schemes are all go for naught.
Well, I tell you something who is very happy about that caution right now, and it is Kim Salvesen, your P2 in GTE class, because Team Vikings Ragnarok, after losing that lead on pretty much the second turn of this race, they have started to just fall back immensely from the Geodesic Racing black car. So they're really happy about that because it's gonna bunch them together and they now can think of an alternate strategy to their current strategy, as they just are not able to keep up with the Geodesic Racing black pace.
Yeah, that Geodesic team has been quite strong this season, having some good runs and then also having some towards the middle of the pack. But of course, with that Ferrari, that's going to be quite the car to keep an eye on here today at Monza.
So the field will tighten up. They'll do some shuffling around. Boys, you think we're going to see any stops? 10 minutes in, will somebody, 5 hours and 50 minutes of racing to go. I don't know if it's really worth coming in.
We may see some drivers maybe come in to repair damage if there is any damage, as the pace car is now finally leaving pit exit. If we listen to our race control drivers or team at the moment, doing a great job keeping everyone up to date and notified. But except if anyone has any damage, I don't see anybody coming down pit road at this very moment.
Well, with this caution underway, it's a good opportunity enough to talk about the race details and what really we have in store for you and how this is going to work. There you see it there. We are on round 4 of 6. There are no drop races in this series. You got 3 classes. You got the P1s there. That's the Porsche and the Audis. Of course, the P2 is the HPDs. And then the GTEs, not to be confused with the GT3s or the GTDs or the GT is good with lemon. It's the Ferrari 488s, the Ford GT, and then the Porsche 911s out there. Setups, well, they're open, of course. They get to tinker around. You want a setup that works best for you and your co-driver. Race distance, 6 hours. And then, of course, you can see how the rest of that is going to play out. There you have it. Round number 4 of 6. Right now, the leaders in each class, it's Simultac. That's the J team, driven by Julian Rubilo. Julian out there doing really well today. Vapex Racing Group, the red team. Alex Saunders leading in the LMP2s. And then we got Geodesic Racing, the black team. Spencer McCarthy leading down there in the GT, the Pro class. And then if I look for a number, I'm going to assume that it is LuxSim 24. Leading down there, that's Mark Fletcher behind the wheel. Nope, I'm wrong on that one. I missed by one. It's the Nomad Sim Racing. It's the 315 car. There we go. Jason Dilworth behind the wheel.
Yeah, watching him in qualifying a little bit earlier today, he actually was quite impressive for the longest time, even going up against some of the GTE Pro drivers. It took him at least several minutes before they could dethrone that number 315 Porsche from the pole position in the GTE class. So Jason Dilworth, that Porsche has definitely got some speed in him tonight, or this morning, I should say.
There are lots of ways to distinguish the classes. One of the simplest ways is just by the car number. If it's single or double digit, it's an LMP1 car. If it's in the 100s, it's an LMP2. And then the GT class is divided up between the pros and the AMs. The pros are in the 200s and the AMs are in the 300s. Now, yellow flags are a little longer than you might be used to here, as sometimes there is some housekeeping to take care of.
They'll keep an eye, see about trying to bunch the field back up as far as making sure of certain cars in the right position. They kind of like to try to keep it to where at least they have the leader overall, or at least one of the class leaders behind the pace car before they go back green, as well as making sure if there's anyone that needs to be checked on as far as recovery for getting on a wave around if need be, or making sure they try to keep them, all our classes on the same lap. Of course, this is early on in the race, so I don't know if anyone will be needing a lap back at the moment.
So if Taylor, you're saying if you're ahead of your class leader but behind the overall leader, you'll get the wave around. Is that, do I have that thinking correct on that?
Yes.
The lights remain on. So what that means is for those drivers in the GTE class who are being lapped, it's really not going to affect them, as we're all still behind the class leader. They will not get the wave around.
Yes, we're looking at probably later in the race when those GTE drivers are maybe 1 to 2 laps down from their class leader before we would see a wave around happen for those drivers.
One of the Achilles heel of team racing is always car counts, because it takes obviously it takes an extra set of drivers. You need twice as many drivers to make a series successful. Boy, not a problem here in this series, as car counts are very healthy and equally distributed, with just a few up there in the top class, and then the class that Stefan's covering down there. Well, the car's a little cheaper. My goodness, the class is a little bigger.
One could say a little bigger, or some would say incredibly much, too much bigger. Especially those in the LMP1 and LMP2. Those like to not have the, as they're called, rolling road.
Now, boys, do all the cars have headlights? Does every one of these cars that are involved here, or some guys driving in the dark?
No, all headlights are going to be ablaze on their cars.
Okay.
So the only time you might see them off is if they're flashing their headlights, whether it be approaching a slower car or if there's a situation on track to where they need to let drivers know, hey, something's not right. Please either try to pass me or there's trouble up ahead. So we could see some issues like that where the only time you will see those lights flashing or off for a brief moment.
I remember covering one event. I don't remember the car that was involved, but we had a day-night transition and there were no headlights on one of the cars. Didn't seem quite fair.
That probably was the Sebring 300 of the Camel GT series.
I think that's right. I think that's right indeed.
Probably those Audi GTOs. 'Cause I believe the Nissan does have the headlights on them.
Thank you very much. That's exactly the car class it was. And at least everybody in the same class didn't have headlights, so it was kind of fair that way. A few wave arounds happening now. Mark Fletcher got the wave around. He's going by.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of all the GTE Pro drivers at least are going to be waved around. Looking on into the drivers chat amongst the DGFX chat, that's what is going to be happening. The LMP leader will let the GTE Pro drivers at least by. The GTE AM drivers will probably not get a wave around, possibly.
I'll tell you, boys, I'm a talent challenged driver, and this is one of the times where I have crashed more often in these endurance events. Nothing more pressure than a guy who's off the pace than trying to get around under yellow flag to get caught up to the back of the field.
Especially under conditions such as these, where it's so dark. I mean, look at that. Before these cars started coming down this straightaway, you could barely see anything. I mean, look, right in front. No lighting at all except for those small purple lights on the front stretch, and then of course the headlights ablazed on all the cars going down. That's the only time you'll see the track light up before the sunrise comes up, which will probably be in about another 40 to 45 more minutes.
I was fortunate enough to be on the round 1 broadcast team, and I got to do that one, and that one was a bit of a yellow fest early on before we turned it over to the second team and the guys who had the last 3 hours. So they had a humdinger of a race. So hopefully that's not going to happen right now. We get some racing, some good hard green flag racing under our belt as the sun rises here in Italy. Looks like they're going to go around one more time. So let's take this opportunity for us to pour another cup of coffee. We'll be back here on GSRC on the iRacing Esports Network before we go green. cyberspace, stream into your place via the iRacing Esports Network. You're watching the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the DGFX 6 hours of Monza, round 4 of 6 on the 2019 schedule. Well, believe it or not, pit lane has just opened. We have a few takers. There was a lot of housework to do, so that's what was going on while we were on break. They had to get all the cars in line first, get everybody sorted around, do a couple wave rounds, and now people are coming in. Doesn't look like any of the LMP1s came in for a stop, if I'm looking at this right. We do have some takers back there, though, in the GT class. Can't imagine, boys, with 5 hours and 25 minutes of racing to go that they're calculating if they can get to the end from here, but who knows? Maybe they do.
Just got a hold of some replay footage from some drivers. Apparently there was a major incident when the drivers were catching up to the pace car. Several LMP2 cars got stacked up into each other. So that is going to be a major... I don't know which drivers it was because, of course, the lighting's a little bit difficult to see. It looked like maybe one of the German sim racing team's LMP2 cars had some bit of damage.
You know, you talk about it is difficult to see, but honestly, the cars get off track into the darkness and up against the wall. It is just pitch black. We're going to be going green this time by, is the words from the race stewards.
That is...
Your leader in LMP1, Simotech, Julian Rubilo out in front there. Apex Racing Group, the red team, Alex Saunders leading that group down in the GTs. Geodesic Racing, the black team, with Spencer McCarthy. And again, we got to go down about, where's the pro driver? Boy, it's way down there. Could it be Nomad? Looks like Nomad all the way down. Jason Dilworth racing in the 315 car. Field leader working through Ascari right now. Then one of the straightaways heading down into Parabolica. Parabolica, a corner that I have tried, I would say probably a half dozen different racing lines through. Still can't figure out the right one.
Alright, so sorry, Soup, I have to jump in here real quick because as I kind of expected, we had the 201 of Team Vikings Ragnarok. They pitted, so Kim Salvesen, that was your P1 in GTE Pro. He pitted, he's now on an alternate strategy to your leader of Geodesic Racing Black, so that will be interesting.
Got it. Wonder what my dad used to call the early peel, late reveal. He peels off early, and what's revealed later is, hey, where'd that guy come from? All right, the pace car, talk about peeling. They've peeled in. And now we have the peel of the engines as we're going under green again. Julian Rubilo leading the Stampede down into Redifilio. Unlike the first lap, there is no gap now between the classes. Everybody working single file through that first chicane. So far, so good.
Take a look at the LMP2 battle right now. Christian Hewitt closing right back onto the back of Alexander. He has to now slice his way through some GT traffic as they make their way to Curva Grande down towards the De La Rocha chicanes. He now goes on the outside of one of the 4 GTs right now as Alex Saunders goes side by side with Christian Nosing of the Pineapple Racing before they head down into De La Rocha. He has the AVA Vervatic Porsche right in front of him right now. About 2 cars separate them between the 2 leaders in LMP2. Behind them, Oliver Kesmet as they make his way through the first Lesmo, getting held up by one of the 4 GTs, closing in, but this traffic is going to cause a little bit of issues right now as Christian gets right back to the back bumper of Alex Saunders. Is he going to maybe think about going to the inside? No, he's going to follow right behind Alex as they make their way down toward Ascari. Clears that group of LMP GT cars right now. Note, as now Christian finally clears that Ferrari.
That was Don Parks that he had to get around and kind of give him a shallow entrance in there as Christian could not get him clear. Lost a lot of ground to Saunders. Before the pit stop, Taylor, this was the best battle here for the lead of LMP2s.
Yes, indeed. It was a really tight battle between these two drivers, and it's not over yet. Christian gets right back to Alex Saunders' bumper again. Out of the parabolica, they go down the front straightaway. Gets right down to that white line. You can actually go over that white line also if need be. There is no out of bounds as far as that is concerned. He looks to the
Here
inside.
It comes. Oh,
we go.
not going to do it.
He decided to think twice of that.
Took a peek at it. They're coming up on the back of Jason Dilworth now in the 315. That is the leader in the AM class.
Let's see what he's able to do. That could be a possibility of a pick for Christian, but it looks like Dilworth was able to move away. Go to De La Rocha they go. Dilworth, though, able to get right back to the bumper of that LMP2 car, but then is just pulled away, of course, as they make their way towards the first Lesmo. I'll tell you what, this is a really good battle between these two right now. This is your points leader, as well as another one of the drivers inside the top 5 in the points. This is second place tied. This for second at least, Alex Saunders is. As Christian Kiewit now closes back to the back bumper.
If you look off the tail there, you can see the sky just beginning to lighten up a bit as we're getting just a hint of an Italian sunrise. Best battle on the track right now. LMP2.
The rest of the LMP2 field, that is really the best battle going on. As we see some of the LMP1 cars also working their way through, passing some of those cars after the caution incident.
As we look at this one, Rubilo for Simultalk has not been able to pull away from the kinetic driver of Mark Torres like he did early on. Torres doing a real good job of sticking with him, only about 0.6 of a second back. And honestly, even the driver in third, Kyle Burney, racing back there for Bad Cactus, still in the mix.
These three have been going at it right now. You see Mark Torres, though, trying to catch up, making their run towards Ascari as they try to catch up to Ribolo. 6/10 back, now about 9/10 back from Mark Torres as he is now going down the back straightaway towards the Parabolica. As we see going on back now, going out to the camera. See all those lights ablaze of the LMP1 cars. Kyle Burney closing in just a little bit as well. He's 0.5 back from Mark Torres, half a second back and closing. Out of that, completing another lap with just under half an hour completed already in today's race.
Yeah, when we started, Steph was talking about how long it was going to take to get to lap traffic. This is probably more what he was talking about. As we got under green, everybody was bunched up. It's still a long way for these LMP1s before they're going to be seeing anybody to have to knife through. Steph, we're looking at in that GT Pro division there, P2 battle going on.
Yeah, I've kept my eye on these guys. They're a bit up and down the difference there because of the traffic they have to slice through. Not only the P2s that come in, but also they have to slice through the GTE traffic that obviously wasn't allowed to light themselves back. But Chris Fuller, they're defending against Mark Fletcher now that they have cleared that LMP2 traffic between them. They are really struggling against your leader that is still Chiresic Racing Black. They're just keeping to have the better luck in the traffic. They just keep to have the pace against these two better set 3 guys, because German Sim Racing GTE, they're not too far behind. They're in 4th, and then you already have Team Bushwick Racing Green right behind them too. So it's more like a 4-car battle with a GTE amp in between.
And how are we looking at manufacturers down there? We have A little bit of a mix going on up front in the GTs.
Now that Salvesen dropped out, we only have 3 Ferraris and 2 Porsches in the top 5.
Of course, as an American, I always pull for the Fords. I think they should get bonus points just for looking so pretty.
Agree with you on that one. And of course, the LMP2 battle still going to be between Christian Kiewit and Alex Saunders. Kiewit been trying to peek his nose out a couple of times to see if he can look to the inside or the outside, as we see Marcel Egbers right behind in the German Sim Racing LMP1 car working his way past these two. This could come into a play as well, seeing if Christian Kiewit can get right behind and close in a little bit to Alex Saunders as they make their way out of Curva Grande down towards De La Rocha. Ooh, as we see Marcel go a little bit offline, that causes Alex Saunders to check up. This gives Christian Kiewit the chance to go to the inside, maybe into the Lesmos. He thinks twice of it, though. Decides to just follow suit. As we see Alex go off, we've been seeing that a couple times, going offline a little bit into the gravels. Not too far off, though, as they go out of the second Lesmo down towards the run towards Ascari. Really closing up between these. This is the best battle as far as for lead position in any of the classes right now. And Christian just working that back bumper of Alex Saunders as best he can. Was able to get a great run through Ascari compared to the last few laps where Alex Saunders just shot at it like a cannon. Lighting the slipstream as best they can. He's going to close in a little bit, set up for the Parabolica. Ooh, he gets a little bit loose by the looks of it. Has to check up just a little bit. That gives Alex a little bit of breathing room, maybe by a car length now as they come out of the Parabolica and down the front straightaway again.
And you have, of course, teams on 2 different agendas. Team Hoisingveld back there in the 111. Well, they're sitting at the top of the points. And then you got, here comes the pass. Nope, not going to have it done. The Apex Racing Group, the red team, well, they're really not even in the points battle much. So they can race with a little more reckless abandon out there.
Yeah, they've been doing quite well this race. I mean, of course, we've seen the GT team of the V Apex Group do well as they won at Daytona by one of the closest finish I've ever seen in a sim race as far as in sports car racing. And then, of course, their sister car up here in the LMP2 currently leading right now here at Monza. Christian Kiewit trying to find a way, trying to do well to keep the points lead to their advantage right now, but also still trying to maybe get by Saunders to get that lead back up towards the front. It was amazing. In qualifying today, they set a dominant speed run by over about 0.3 of a second until the V Apex Racing Group came through and set Harko. As we see Fabian Jungbluth right now coming through, coming out of pit road. Must have been an early pit stop or some technicality issues that they needed to fix, and joining back on the track in the thick of all of that GT traffic. So they're going to have a little bit of work to do to get back up through the field. At least one lap down by the looks of it.
You know, I want to correct my statement there. You have V Apex, the 101 team. They are actually sitting second in points. They are both on the same agenda. They are racing for the championship with Hoisingveld. In fact, their gap is only 11 points. They sit second, tied for second. Pit stop time as we have some drivers coming in. Bad Cactus making a stop.
This is a little bit early by the looks of it, as we see that number 95 Kyle Burney coming in to complete his stop. Team is still waiting to be released at the moment. No driver change this early at the moment. P2 and Stefan, looks like GT's battle.
Yeah, they're still going at it. Mark Fletcher has a bit of a better speed than Chris Fuller here at the time. The 2 Porsches fighting here as the LMP1 of Niels Hundehegge comes past them, and Mark Fletcher deciding maybe the draft and some fuel saving is better than P2 at the moment.
Fletcher just following along about 3 car lengths back behind Fuller. Fuller, of course, racing for Torque Freak Racing. Corkscrew! That team should do really good if this series moves to Laguna Seca.
Moving through, there is no major battles going on currently in the LMP1. Kinetic has dropped back to about 3.5 seconds from the Simitok Esport Jade of Julian Ribelow right now, so that battle is not going to be heating up anytime soon unless a mistake happens. Still, right now, Saunders started pulling away just a little bit from his rival of Christian Hewitt as they're making their way now out of De La Rocha. Looks like Hewitt got held up by one of the Ferraris. Looks like a Marcel Bosman of the Virtual Motorsports. As they're getting through the first Lesmo down towards the second Lesmo.
Just to follow up a little bit more on that P2 battle back there in the GT class. Stefan, I think you're right. I was watching, and Mark Fletcher had a run on Chris Fuller. He could have had it if he wanted. He's just laying back there. I think, indeed, some fuel saving going on right now.
Yeah, it really does seem like another battle we have here right now on your screen. That's between Julian Bell and Neil Middleton for P6 here in GTE, as the Ferrari of Julian Bell goes to the inside here in turn 1 and out-brakes his Porsche rival to take position 6 here quite easily on the brakes from Neil Middleton.
So Graphite Racing moves up a spot. Lux Sim 24 drops down 1 spot with Neil Middleton. Give us an opportunity to look at our AM leader, racing for Nomad, Jason Dilworth.
Yeah, Nomad really doing quite well. The only thing that kind of separated from the GTE overall lead was getting lapped by your overall leader in the LMP1s, because they were there. They were 4th in GTE overall, only not being allowed to relap themselves because of the rule that they have for GTE and is separate from GTE Pro.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate incident indeed. They were very quick. Meanwhile, up in front, the Julian Rubelo is just kind of driving away. Once he got into traffic, that was his friend. He has now opened up 3.3 seconds on Mark Torres for Kinetic Racing in the 83 machine.
Yeah, but something's quite going on right now with that bad Cactus Racing. They are still on pit road, and it's been multiple laps for them right now, and dropping way to the back of the field right now. Currently 2 laps down in the 47th position, so there must have been some major issue to prevent them from continuing on here.
It does seem like that they have some sort of damage or black flag or something like that, because they're riding already 5.5 minutes in pit lane. So something really must have happened there that they need to repair something, as Carl Burning has now disconnected from the server. So that means that Bad Cactus Racing is out of the contention for this race.
Yeah, they were racing up in 3rd and actually within shouting distance of the leaders, but their day, or I guess morning, is going to end early.
Battle for P2 heating up a little bit as we still see Team 111 of Team Hoysenfeld battling with Christian Hewitt, but he's got a little bit of company right now as Oliver Kemsat of the German sim racing team is closing in, as looks like one of the Torque Freak Racing Blanchimont Porsches was not a little bit too happy with what's going on between that. Oliver closing in now to the back of Christian Hewitt as they make the run towards Ascari. A lot of lap traffic in front of them right now. Those are some of the Porsches of the Stefan Overgaard of Kinetic Racing right in front of Christian Hewitt as they make the run down towards the Parabolica. Oliver been closing it little bit by little bit, about a second faster than Christian Hewitt. Just losing a little bit of time through that lap traffic. It's a big, major factor for these LMP2 drivers, of course, since they are not the fastest class anymore. Having to deal with LMP1 traffic as well, but the GT cars doing their best to stay out of the way of these drivers to let them race amongst themselves.
That was Philip Morton doing a good job of letting the drivers go by. Did not affect their pace at all. Uh-oh, now they got some work ahead of them here.
Yes, indeed. Curva Grand's got a lot of traffic right in front of them. It looks like Saunders is having a little bit of issues right now, getting held up by one of the Porsches. That looks like to be from the Alliance Racing. That's Brian Bennett, that was able to get by him before they got to the De La Rocha chicanes. Now it looks like Mikey Grims is holding up both Christian Hewitt and Oliver as they're making their way to the first Lesmo.
Oh!
Ooh, got contact.
I have to, sorry there, I had to shout there, but Spencer McCarthy just got tapped by a GTE AM driver of Anders Christiansen, and that put him right into the grasp of Chris Fuller, the Talk Freak Racing corkscrew that is P2 in GTE. A very big moment for Spencer McCarthy there through Lesmo.
Ooh, Christian Hewitt's off in Ascari. Just over broke the car. So he's now going, this is a replay right now as they're making the run towards Ascari. And just by looking, he just missed his braking point. Cuts through the gravel and looks like no major damage. When we go on board, a car hits the curb and just sends him through the gravel trap. Still able to get back onto the racing line, of course, but looks like he has lost a bunch of time and at least a position to the 169 German Sim Racing team.
Well, they were pestering him, they were bothering him, and he finally made the mistake, so he loses one spot. No cars between them, though that interval just about 2 seconds, a little over 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's Nicholas Heim in that Nomad Sim Racing prototype, the 102. He's working his way back, closing in on to the Team Hoisenfeld team. They're now, as we see, the GT Pro League is heating up.
Yeah, Chris Fuller, he had the run already into the first turn, but decided to stay back. I have to say, before this happened between Spencer McCarthy and the AVA Sim Racing car, I actually wanted to step in at one point because Chris Fuller, he was catching Spencer McCarthy at quite an alarming rate, about half a second lap. So Spencer either had some very bad traffic every single lap, or he started to go on to a different strategy, maybe driving to a fuel number or something like that. But Chris Fuller, he suddenly has the pace on Spencer to take that first place away. If he does that, we will continue to look at it, because Chris Fuller really has the advantage now with staying in the draft and saving more fuel than he could on his own.
We're looking at Chris Fuller there. Up front in the PT, in the LMP1s, it's still Julian Rubelo leading. Not able to go anywhere on Mark Torres, though. Torres doing a good job to stick with him right now. Rubelo's got himself a little traffic to deal with. There's Mikey Grims. He goes around. We saw that issue that when the LMP2s were going through there. Grem negotiates that okay.
Yeah, about a little over 1 second lead between the two right now. Of course, with the help of lap traffic, that's going to cause that battle to tighten up just a little bit. It looks like also Alex Saunders having to go through quite a bit of lap traffic as well. He's actually just passed our battle for the GTE Pro lead, which is heating up even more between Fuller and Spencer McCarthy.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to get an idea if it's pace or traffic that is the issue. I really think in the LMP1s, I got a hunch that Rubelo and Torres are pretty equally matched as far as pace goes. I've seen Torres be able to stick with him even when there is no traffic. Alex Saunders, though, in the LMP2s, that's a different story. His lead 3.2 seconds, and he seems to be really comfortable. And when he gets clear track in front of him, he's able to pick him up and put him down.
Yeah, Christian Q was able to keep up with him, but after going through dealing with lap traffic, plus as well as dealing with that off that he had, that caused him to lose a lot of time. Christian now about 6 seconds back from Alex Saunders, of course, in the third position, as well as the German sim racing team of Oliver. As the GTM battle is heating up.
We're looking there at Anders Christensen racing in the 24th position. This is an AM battle. Be about P6 in the AM class there.
And that is, by the way, exactly that IVRA car that was bitten away there at Lesmo 2 of our GTE leader that got this GTE Pro battle for the lead really heated up. But IVRA obviously having their own race to deal with, and sometimes situations like that can sadly occur. But good thing is nothing happened. Everyone is still racing, and Mika Barnett, he is really looking at that IVRA car to take that P6 away from them.
And you can still see that the skies are pretty... Oh, that's an interesting racing line there. Barnett
a bit
keeps it
wide.
going.
Just a bit wide, but that kind of gave him a little bit of an advantage there. Out of Ascari now going side by side into Parabolica. Having the inside here is not always favorable because it is a little bit banked and you have the better run on the outside. Let's see if Verratti can do something on the outside here. Excuse me, Vervatic, not Verratti, as LMP2 passes them and the Ford blinks out there, but they're still side by side. The Ford now coming a little bit with its top speed. Can he brake later? No, he can't. Oh, didn't he touch? That was very close there between the two GTE drivers. And Vervatic, AVA Vervatic, stays in front for the time being.
That's a little bit closer racing than they might have liked this early on. Battle continues.
Oh!
My goodness.
Very aggressive defending and attacking there from both drivers, touching wheels, locking wheels there nearly, with a little bit of net code sadly as we go into replay there of that accident. There you were able to catch a glimpse of that wheel locking between the two. And this has now allowed Mika Barnett to pass Anders Christiansen for P6 in class. But behind them, that is already Don Parks. And he is P8 of the GTE category here. So he is the next car in line to try to take away that position from Anders Christiansen.
Go ahead and check in on Spencer McCarthy. Oh, no, sorry, we're looking. There he is.
Yes,
he is under attack.
He is under attack. It seems like that since this happened between the two GTE cars in front of him, that he is quite comfortably able to stay behind Spencer, save the fuel, stay with him. And yeah, let's see what this can do for him and the strategy of Torque Freak Racing Boxpool, because if you really know how to fuel save, you can save quite a lot here at Monza because of these long straights and hard braking zones.
Boy, Fuller really good under braking as he dives the car in deep. McCarthy out in front for Geodesic Racing. That's the black team. Torque Freak Racing is Chris Fuller's team.
One guy we're not allowed to count out of this battle for P1 is the car behind them. Mark Fletcher, LuxSim24 Moat podcast. He is staying that 1 second to 1.5 seconds behind them, staying with them. So Mark Fletcher, he is on pace with your two leaders up in front. So I would really not count him out, but also right now not count him in because he's not able to close in that battle up in front.
And of course, you never know with endurance racing. Mark Fletcher has two teammates, David Patterson and Stefan Kempson. Don't know if those are the faster of the drivers. Usually you like to see your lead driver be one of your quicker drivers, but we'll see. It takes a team to win here in the DGFX Endurance Series. Look at that sky just above that wing, starting to lighten up. I think I hear the roosters crowing. In America, they say cock-a-doodle-doo. In Italy, they say kitchi kitchi. It's too bad. If roosters would all speak one language, they could all get along better, and the rooster world would be a more peaceful place.
Yeah, gotta watch out when those rooster wars break out.
You really do.
But Mark Fletcher, he is now himself under attack here for P3 by Patrick Preußer. That's the fourth car in line here. There we have him. That Ferrari trying to make a 1-3 Ferrari here at Monza early in this race. Saying early, we are already nearly a full hour into this race.
Pit stop time, as we're still just about 1 hour into this, a little earlier than 1 hour. There is Mark Torres pitting from second position.
Yes, indeed. Mark Torres now coming down to pit road. This has been 30 laps he's been running right now. Doing a great job holding on to that P2 position. Going to drop back a little bit as he's going to make his pit stop, but this could be a good fuel strategy to determine maybe leapfrogging the competition before it's all said and done. Still on pit road. He just now completed his stop and is going to be rejoining the track. Let's see if he's going to have any major issues as far as having much lap traffic he's going to be dealing with. As looks like he's got a pretty clear track right now, and the Ferraris are closing in on him, but that will soon change momentarily. Down towards the first chicanes, the Redophilia chicanes, as that Ferrari is closing in, but no pressure at all because that Porsche will now take off through the Curva Grande to catch up to the rest of the field. And this is where it gets exciting for these LMP1 cars, weaving through these traffics of LMP2 and GT cars, making the run down towards Della Rocha. Goes to the right now, follows suit right now. Doesn't want to put too much issues to cause a serious incident coming out of Della Rocha. Now goes to the inside of one of the Ferraris of Patrick Preußer. And looks at it as well as Mark Fletcher is right in front of these two as well. So that was a battle for P4 in the GTE Pros.
So Torres stays out for Kinetic. Torres is a really fast driver, but that team is not talent strapped at all, as they got Matthias Magnussen and Gabriel Roos ready to come in as well. Up, here we go, as we have Fabian Youngbluth coming in making a stop. Bringing in the 17 car for GT Temple Racing.
That is his second stop already. Very interesting strategy there from Fabian.
First P2 stop has been completed right now. Oliver Kempsat now coming in. Now Julian Ocean will now be coming into the car. So a driver swap will be happening in the LP2 pit stop right now for the 169 German Sim Racing team. Going to be dropping at least one, maybe two positions before he rejoins the track. Julian Ocean will get behind the wheel of the car, get ready as we see a couple of other LMP1 cars joining also on pit road. That was Marius Valakakis in the SR Team USA LMP1 car. He is on his pit stop going to complete. Several other LMP2s and LMP1 cars decided not to come down pit road at this moment. Look towards the battle for P8 in the LMP2 class. This is between Jens Hartvig and Nathaniel Scram. This is the Team Challenge and the Team Vikings team. These two have been battling right now. Nathaniel, as we go on board, going by one of the Bad Cactus Racing 4 GTs. This is down towards Della Rocha. make sure not to go over those curbings too much, otherwise that'll cause a major upset towards the car. Jens doing his best to keep Nathaniel behind them as they go through the first Lesmo down the short chute towards the second one. Not able to make any ground at the moment, maybe with a little bit of help of lap traffic could Nathaniel close in the gap, but they're about some 50 seconds back from Alex Saunders, who's currently the leader in that class. Actually, no, it looks like Saunders may have pitted already.
Nope.
Okay, we just lost him. A little bit of issues on our timing and scoring right now. He's got about a 2-second lead over Christian Hewitt as he's now coming out of see here. Looks like he just came out of the De La Rocha, now going through the first and second Lesmos as we see one of the LMP1 cars closing in.
Yeah, still waiting for our 2 leaders to pit. Well, more than 2 leaders up in the LMP2s. And also, we're waiting for Rubelo to come in and make his stop for Simotalk. See how that plays out.
I have to quickly jump in here. Chris Fuller just tried to make a move on Spencer McCarthy for the GTE Pro lead, not succeeding into turn 1 here as the switchback was better for Spencer McCarthy than for Chris Fuller, but Chris Fuller, he's now really going for bad lead, trying to take it away because he feels that he is much faster than Spencer McCarthy.
Boy, he dives it in really deep. And you know, it's also with pit stop time coming up too, it might be a case where now we've saved our fuel. Let's see if we can put in a little bit of gap here. We don't need to save much more. Boy, he is all over the back of McCarthy.
Really great run there for Chris Fuller. We might see something happening into Ascari. Chris Fuller now flashing the lights there on Spencer McCarthy to let him know that, mate, I'm faster, let me by, as he dives to the inside, trying to force a mistake out of Spencer McCarthy there, but nothing happening there for Geodesic Racing Black Driver as of right now.
McCarthy really good through Ascari. They head down to Parabolica. Neither one of these cars have pitted yet, but these GT cars usually can run a little bit longer. Let's see if he wants to make a run out of Parabolica down into Redifilio. That is Jens Hartwig going by. Here comes the pass, I think, if he wants it. No, another car took it in there. That is Nathaniel Scram getting in the mix. And I think traffic is going to slow down the plans of Fuller's.
Christian Hewitt now coming out of pit road, and as we see the 77 Element Sim Racing have some major issues. That's Niels Hoonhedge of the Sim Experience Element Racing team as we get a replay of that. What happened there? Looks like he goes down into Ascari. Or no, that's actually De La Rocha. Hits the curbing way too late on the brakes, and it looks like he collects, I believe, the 315 of Jason Dilworth. As we go on board, Jason Dilworth right now, minding his own business. Notice that he sees that LMP1 car closing in. And the next thing you know, we see Hoonhedge hit the brakes too late, and boom. And that is our GTE AM leader, so that is not something that Dilworth needed to happen here today. A little bit of damage on the nose there, Stefan.
Yeah, but he still has about a third of the backstretch here, distance to your second place GTEM driver of Usagi Racing, Markus Niskanen, behind the wheel for them as of right now, and he goes directly into pit, so maybe he has some damage that he wants to have fixed sooner rather than later.
Now, during all that action, do I have this right? It looks like Simotech, the esports, and LMP1 came in and made their stop. And I think that Rubelu has been jumped. I think Mark Torres is our new overall leader.
Yes, indeed. We have a new leader up towards the front of the field right now. It is going to be Mark Torres and that number 83 Kinetic Racing Porsche. He finally was able to leapfrog his rival in today's race, the Semitalk Esport Jade Audi, as they are now.
Let me get you some numbers on the stop time. Torres was only in for 28 seconds, and Rubelo was in there for 40. That's a difference of 12 seconds. That's getting close to maybe a speeding penalty issue. I can't imagine what would be the difference on that.
I don't either. What would in the world were they able to do as far as to gain that much time? Because looking at the time charts right now, we're looking at just under 10 seconds from the second place position. So as we see Alex Saunders now coming in, our LMP2 leader, along with several others in the LMP2 class. As we look and see who else joined him on pit road. It looks like, sees here, Andreas Kitana from the World of Sim Racing, Ronald Groth from the Roadmasters Alpha, and Andreas, another driver from the Apex Racing Group Purple. So several drivers coming down as well in the LMP2 class. Several others are still going to continue on. I know Nathaniel has already made his pit stop in the TCR team. Alex Saunders gets back out in front, but it looks like he will lose that lead. I believe 1 or 2 cars by the looks of it. Yep, NAB Racing right now is your current leader. The 108 LMP2 car, currently driven by Marco Direx. He has about a 4.5 second lead over Alex Saunders right now. But looking at it, yes, he has already made his pit stop.
But it was a long time ago. He's been out there for 33 laps, so he's due to come in here pretty soon.
Yeah, he must have made that pit stop under caution from when we had that early caution. So he will probably come in either this time by or the next lap. Right now, that
NAB Racing team doing the math, saying, "My gosh, if we can just plan this where the race ends on this little window, we can steal this one."
Yeah, that could be a possibility to keep in mind.
5 hours away. Good luck. With a 4-second lead, I got a hunch over 5 hours that Alexander's going to run you down. Nevertheless, you're out in front now. Get a little screen time.
Tell you what, Julian, though, has been closing that gap onto Mark Torres. It was at a 9-second gap. Now it's down to 7.4 seconds. So I think Julian is a little bit of a tear. He feels like he's the fastest car. Of course, he proved it in qualifying, but I think he wants to keep that number 1 position for himself for the remainder 4 hours and 50 minutes left on the clock. So let's see what he's able to do and close back up to the number 83 Porsche.
Looking at stop times for those LMP1s, somewhere about 26 to 28 seconds seems to be where you want to be. If you get into the 40s, you're either doing something extra or...
Chris Fuller once again into turn 1. He now takes the lead of your GTE Pro class, or does he? It's now drag race between the Ferrari 488 and the Porsche 911 RSR. Talk Freak Racing on the inside now here through Curva Grande, as Spencer McCarthy has to settle for P2 for the moment. Will he try to do something here into the second chicane? We shall find out. No, he has to stick back, and Chris Fuller now your leader of the GTE Pro class.
Been a long time coming as Fuller finally gets it done before he has to come in and make that stop.
I wasn't sure there if he's gonna stick back and save some more fuel like he did in the last 3 attempts there, but not this time around. He goes for the pass and perfectly executes it, and he's already starting to pull away from your P2 of Spencer McCarthy.
Right behind them is a nice little battle. This is car number 169, and the car is 102. This is a battle for position. Julian Ogian back there. This would be about 6th, I guess, in class.
Yeah, you're just about right. This is between Julian Ogian as well as Nicholas Hamm, the Nomad Sim Racing HPD, along with the German Sim Racing LMP2 car, as they are now coming out of the Parabolica down the front straightaway. Looks like a little bit of slipstream for Nicholas as he gets ready to go down. Looks like as well, though, Julian's taking a little bit of a defensive line, going to hold that inside, but Nicholas dives to the outside right now and late on. This is between the 169 LMP2 and the 1:02 LMP as Nicholas was able to make the pass.
There it is.
Beautiful pass. So we get a replay of that.
And it continues, not giving up. We're not going to go to the replay yet. Look at this. As the German sim racing car fights back, he gets pinned, though, behind Jason Dilworth. Boy, Jason seems to find the action.
That is
Now we'll get the replay. Yeah, what's a teammate? You're right.
As we see right now, Julian just tries to go to the inside, trying to be defensive, but Nicholas like, I am not going to wait. I'm going to take the outside line and make the pass. That gives him the inside line for the second half of the Retophilia, and now he's able to make a beautiful pass down towards Curva Grande, and then, of course, where he was able to hold on through De La Rocha. And he's not done yet. Looks like the Road Bastards Alpha team of Ronald Gross closes in on this battle. And it's going to close in. He's currently holding on to the 8th position. No pressure at him from behind. He's got a 47-second lead over 9th place of Jake Farquhar. And the battle is heating up between these two. Down to the Parabolica they go. Ronald Gross closes in a little bit. Gets held up, but looks like Julian from the GTE car of the Ford. And it looks like Ronald's going to look to the inside. Side by side they're going to go. Let's follow this still. Down the front straight they go. Ronald Gross is able to get the position, but looks like Julian's going to try to maybe peek to the inside to set up for Retophilia. Not able to make the pass. Follows in suit. And still was able to hold on. Beautiful pass by Ronald Gross.
As the P2 of the GTE Pro is pitting, that's GSRC Racing Black Spencer McCarthy. He is in pits. We saw earlier a short glimpse of Lux24 Motorhead podcast, the German sim racing, pitting as well. That's P3 and 4 when they pitted. So this will be very interesting. Spencer McCarthy, he did slide a tiny little bit over his pit stall, only about a couple of inches or so, as he is still staying there. Now he goes off again, giving it a clutch kick there to drive off. As you're having here the lead, GTE lead as on your screens right now. I'm keeping here a little bit of an eye there between LuxSim24 Motorhead podcast, who might steal P2 of your GTE Pro away here, as they're side by side now going into turn 1. That's Mark Fletcher, LuxSim24. That's number 288 versus your former P2 Spencer McCarthy of GSRC Racing Black. So a little bit confusing there as where we are on the field there. But we have found him now, Spencer McCarthy, still defending here against Mark Fletcher. And Mark Fletcher was, before the stop, about 5 or so seconds behind Spencer McCarthy. So he really had a great stop and outlap compared to Spencer McCarthy. As, by the way, Chris Fuller, your leader in the GTE class, he is now also in pits. So this will be interesting where he comes out compared to the two cars battling on track on your screen.
They do not need to be battling right now. They need to be hot lapping to see if they can jump Fuller.
Go right in front of those two. You see Christian Hewitt of Team Hoysenfeld with Nathaniel Scarum of the TCR team. Those two are battling it out for the 3rd position in class. Here we go. Christian Hewitt's going to maybe look for the Parabolica they go through right now. Not able to close the gill. It goes up a little bit over that green AstroTurf and sets up for the run down the front straightaway they go. This is the time for the slipstream to come into play. I don't think he's going to be close enough to make any passes as they go through the Retophilia. A little bit of lap traffic, 3 wide. To go through there. As now, Christian Hewitt closes in late on the brakes. Has to worry about that Porsche on the outside. That was Sjorn Vanderheel. As they go through there, Christian Hewitt still trying to close the back end two of Nathaniel Scarum through the Curva Grande, heading up for De La Rocha.
And stepping that car right behind him is indeed Chris Fuller, who looks like he did get out in front of McCarthy.
Yeah, he did get out. Not only that, but he also pulled a bit of a gap there to your P2 of Spencer McCarthy. That's now about 3 or so seconds between them. but the real benefiter of this pit stop cycle was Mark Fletcher, closing in on your P2 of the GTE class, and yeah, he's now under attack mode there against Spencer McCarthy to see if he can stay with him and maybe even do something.
I want to quickly take you to car 108, the P2 LMP2 leader. This is Marco Derricks. He's been out in front for quite a while. The gap is now about 8.5 seconds over Alex Saunders. And the only reason I bring this up, because he needs to make a pit stop here pretty soon. He's been out there for a long time. The amount of time that he was in the lead has been significant. I mean, as far as minutes goes, probably 7, 8, 9 minutes here. If things fall right 5 hours from now, he may be able to steal one.
He may. I mean, just looking at it, he's still out there, even as he's going to be the last pitter in class. And I'm just impressed with what they're able to do. If, like you said, Soup, if they're able to pull this off later on after another 4.5 hours of racing, this could be like, I would say this would be one of the wins of the season, one of the best strategy calls of the season here today.
Why I think this is impressive, I made the kind of snide remark that Saunders was going to be able to run him down. Well, he hasn't been able to run him down. So this is somebody to keep an eye on. He's off sequence right now, but when you check back in with Joe Peak and his crew 4.5 hours from now, watch out for these guys. Then to follow up one more, if we talk about what's going on in our overall leader, I can't figure this one out. In fact, is there an issue for Rubelo? Because he's really in trouble now. No, I'm sorry. Oh, my timing and scoring showed him dropping. All right, woo. Scared me there. Well. All right, all is well. Yeah, when last time I looked, the interval was about 10 seconds. Now he's moved it down. The Simotech Esport team, the Jade team, car number 2, closing the gap.
Yes, indeed. He is definitely closing the gap, but Mark Torres is having a little bit of issues right now. A lot of lap traffic as he goes 3 wide with a GTE and an LMP2 car. This is now making their way towards the Parabolica. Mark Torres got several GTE cars washing up. Now he's not going to dive to the inside, getting by those, and now the LMP2 car that was in front of him. Just look at the speed difference. LMP2 car, which is a sophisticated, fast machinery, used to be one of the faster cars on the iRacing surface before its older, newer cousin came along, the LMP1, and pretty much just stole the show for everyone here on the iRacing service. It's one of the more popular cars to drive here, and just as we see one of our leaders coming in.
There he is. Now there is the NAB racing car coming in. Marco Derricks, the driver. So he's going to surrender the lead, and order is restored to that class.
For now.
He was out there in front for a long time. Yeah, longer than I thought.
Yeah, TCR is also another team that came in late or pitted early and still is holding on. They will be holding on to P2 now, right behind the V Apex Racing Group Red of Saunders. But looks like Christian Hewitt is still trying to close in on that gap now. They just came out of Ascari down the back straightaway towards the Parabolica. They're now making the run towards. And looking at the lap times between the two, Nathaniel's over a second faster compared to Christian Hewitt. Of course, lap traffic could have been a factor for these two, but still, a second difference? That's quite something fantastic to see. As we see now, just as I spoke, Nathaniel Scarum now comes into pit.
Yeah, it was time. You talked about a second difference. Well, that's just about the interval between Torres and Rubelo, as Rubelo is flying.
Yeah, Torres has a lot of lap traffic around him. This is going to cause Rubelo to close that gap very quickly right now. As we see, he is right there on the back bumper, coming now out of Redofilo towards the Curva Grande. Gets hard onto the power now. That hybrid-powered engine working all it can to catch back up to the leader of Mark Torres as they make the run down to De La Rocha. Just hearing those cars, just how they are. It's so quiet, but yet you sense all the power that's going into those wheels. Heading down towards the first Lesmo now. Just amazing speed. Looking at the times between those two, Julian Robilo was almost a little over a second faster, actually 1.2 seconds by the looks of it, faster than Mark Torres. And he is closing in as they make their way towards Ascari.
Taylor, looking at that pit stop times, it was about 12 seconds, which is in that 15-second range where a speeding penalty might have been the reason. Is there any other reason you could think of, or maybe Nick or Stephanie might want to join in as well, that might have accounted for that difference in pit stop time? Tires or something that Rubilo could have taken?
It could have been tires. It could have been when he was getting on towards the pit limiter on pit road. He could have maybe spitted a little bit too much speed going in, and that could have cost him that penalty. But other than that, I don't see any penalty issued out for him at the moment as far as with that stealing. But he was able to make it up quite well, as you can see.
Yeah, Torres is he's got some work to do now as he works his way around Bass Winkel. Now coming up on the back of Fabian Youngblood. This is going to be a pass in class here.
This is going to be a little bit interesting now. We got Fabian Youngblood, who is trying to stay on the lead lap. That GT Temple Racing is not going to just lay over quite easily for Mark Torres or Julian, but Julian now getting on the power, closing in quite a bit through the Lesmos now as they make the run towards Ascari. This could be the pass for lead here pretty soon. Late onto the brakes, we see Julian get on as they go through Ascari. This nice smooth curve rhythm chicane. Mark Torres now trying to get to the back bumper of Youngblood to get up to him and make the pass quickly as possible in order to try and stay ahead of Julian. Oh man, look at the traffic right in front of them right now. Flashing the headlights, Fabian is, and there goes Mark Torres. Just look at that. Woo. Oh my goodness gracious, but that causes an issues. Here we go. Here's the pass for the lead, side by side. Julian is now going to make the pass by the right now. Oh my goodness, Rubilo. What a pass down the front straightaway. Nice pass. If we can get a replay of that.
Rubilo was faster and Torres had issues, and boy, he was a sitting duck on that one. We're right on board with Torres.
We go on board all of that traffic. Looks like he was able to maybe squeeze by, but here comes Julian Rubilo, just powered down, and there goes the Audi. See you later, Mark.
When we talk about order being restored, well, now Julian has that lead back. He's not done, though. He's still got some work to do as he works his way through some more lap traffic, but now we'll see what kind of pace he has as Torres gets pinned behind Brunette. Andre gets out of the way. And as for Fabian Youngblood, well, he was hoping for rivers in China and ribbons around old oak trees. Anything yellow, he's going to fall that lap down. We haven't talked to Stefan in a while. Stefan, class settling down a little bit down there in GTEs?
It started to get interesting a little bit between Team Vikings Ragnarok and Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC for the GTE lead, but both of them put it, and they quite literally came out at the same time. They were coming out so much at the same time that they were within each other. So yeah, great feature obviously from iRacing that there is no collision if two cars exit the pit lane at the same time. But Kim Salvesen, Team Vikings Ragnarok, quick talk about them, because they were our leader, then got overtaken by Geodesic, pitted on our first caution of the day, and now they're kind of fighting to get back because they lost so much ground to first and second that they're now about half a lap behind your leader of Torque Freak Racing Cox.
I think Torque's just making a stop right now, if I'm looking at this right.
That is Blanchiment, that's the sister car of your GTE leader.
There's a pass on screen.
That was Kim Salvesen on... Was that on Philip Morton? I think that was just a lapping there. Yes, it was just a lapping there. Kim Salvesen.
Looking there if that was either a pass for position or a pass for a lap car. All right, Stefan, let's follow up a bit there. Torque Freak Racing, they have two teams, sir. So I guess the leader, though, the one that's running up front is the Corkscrew team, right? But then they have the alternate team that was up there for a little while, right?
Yes, Blanchimont, they pit. I think they also pitted under the caution, if I remember correctly. So they were running really late. Also saved quite a lot of fuel because they were able to run about 2 laps longer than Team Vikings, Ragnarok, and Fitzy. So yeah, Blanchimont, if they can continue to save that much fuel, they might be in contention for maybe even safe enough to only have like half a stop at the end or something like that. So kind of have to keep an eye on them. But Corkscrew, they're doing everything right because they are first, they're doing their stuff, and GSRC Racing Black are suddenly in 5th, I just realized. So something happened with them that I have missed. I will continue to look and see if I can find them. As we are looking here at, that is P...
Yeah, this is Marcus Niskanen. You want to take a shot at that one? That's probably more in your region of the world.
Yeah, that's Marcus Niskanen versus Senne Stoffmehl there in 18th and 19th respectively.
God bless you, Stefan. God bless you, man.
That is one of the bad... sorry, no, that's Pineapple Racing, one of the two there.
That's
That
Udenberg
was...
off.
Team Vikings Midgard was off there. That's a sister car of Ragnarok. So also Team Vikings here having 2 cars here. Oleg Christian Uneberg was there off in the gravel. That is GTEM driver there in 49th overall.
Yeah, they're having a rough day of it. Well, I guess all things considered, they started 50th, so they're up a position. All right, it's hard for me to get one of these races without me getting on my soapbox, but could you guys, you team owners, could you take a note out of the Torque Freak Racing team when you name your team? First of all, they're named Torque Freak Racing. That's cool enough. But then they distinguish their 2 teams by Blanchimont and Corkscrew. Be a little original when you do it. Black, red, come on. I love it. Simotech Esport up there. They're Jade team. I like Jade. They're not called green. They went with Jade. That's beautiful. Rubelo out in front. After he got around Torres, he's beginning to open it up now. Almost 3 seconds. Early days, as we're only an hour and a half into this 6-hour event, 1/4 of the way through, and many a driver change coming.
Yes, indeed. This is going to be quite the driver change. We're going to have a new cast of characters here momentarily after the next pit stop.
Well, since things are settling down a bit, why don't we take a minute to run through the field? We'll do the top 3 in each class. I'll go ahead and take the LMP1s here. And indeed, it is Julian Rubelo out in front, racing for Simotech Esports. They qualified on the pole. They're racing up in front. The team that was outside him on the front row, that's Kinetic Racing. The number 83 car. You'll see Kinetic in lots of endurance racing all around the iRacing platform. Mark Torres had a taste of the lead for a little while, had to surrender that one in 2nd place right now. And then Element Sim Racing, the Fire team. I like that name, Fire. Way to go. They're in 3rd. Niels Hunderhedge down there in that one, racing in the 77. They've got about 2.5 seconds behind the guys that are chasing them. How about the LMP2s?
Right now, it is still Alex Saunders right now in that V Apex Racing Group red team. doing an excellent job right now, holding on to the P1 after starting on pole position. Behind them is their main rival and challenger, Christian Hewitt, in the Team Hoysenfeld 111 car. About a 1.8 second gap to the lead. Been holding strong after a little bit of pit stop strategy, able to get back into second. And rounding out your top three is the World of Sim Racing team, Andreas Quinta, currently leading in the third position after starting in ninth position, but still has a long way to go, about 16 seconds back from the leader. So excellent job by the 151 team, working their way up through the field. So, Stefan, let's take a look at GTE.
In GTE Pro, we still have Top Freak Racing Corkscrew number 282. Leading your field, that is Chris Fuller there on behind the wheel. Just a few seconds behind them, we have Mark Fletcher of Luxim24 Mod Podcast in the 288 there in that Porsche. So we have two Porsches leading in Ferrari land right now. And then equally spread third place, that's Patrick Preußer of German Sim Racing GTE DGFX with quite a quiet race so far. We only ever had them, I think, twice or so on our screens because of their quiet race. But nevertheless, he is gaining position after position in GTE Pro. Going over to GTE M, we have Usagi Racing Markus Niskanen in the number 333 there, leading that class there right now. Lap down on the GTE Pro, so they're holding about their gap to the GTE Pros from that first caution when they got separated. In second place, we have Pineapple Racing, number 327. Sene Stoffelmehl in that car right now. And behind them, we have the sister car of them, also once again just a few seconds behind them. Pineapple Racing, number 360. Christian Nössing right now in that board. So overall, we can say that in the GTE cars we have quite a diverse variety of cars leading the respective classes. But overall, if we look into the top 5 of each class, we have Ferrari quite a lot in there.
Looking at that AM battle there. That's the 388 machine. That's your leader. Nope.
No, that is not our leader.
No.
We're here in 28th overall. Quite a bit down. Yeah, 11th in class, as Amchat just told me, our director here. Luxim24 Motive Rookies, that is. Against... Oh wait, I'm on the wrong car there. My bad.
There we go. The 399. When I said the leader, I was thinking that was the leader of the AMs. What it is indeed not the leader of the AM. They're way down the list. Now we're looking at Burnett making a stop. When it comes to attrition, it has not been too bad here today, but we have lost a couple big names in the LMP1s. Wyvern is out. They qualified 7th. And Bad Cactus, that's the big one that had that early trouble. Qualified 5th and was a threat to get some good points. Not going to be that type of day for them.
Yes, we see right now Hoonhedge is trying his best to hold back, but it looks like Marius Valkos in the Speedworks car will hold on to that third position. Closing in as a little bit of lap traffic right in front of them now as they make the run towards Parabolica. Now we got a little bit of lap traffic because that's going to prevent them as they go by Casper de Court right now. Hoonhedge doing all that he can to try to get by Maurice.
This is a battle for 4th in class. And 4th overall, if you want to think of it that way. Look at that sky! Most of the fans are on their second cup of coffee now as daylight comes to Italy. They work their way through the chicane. It's a good battle. Let's go ahead. We have an opportunity to stay on this one.
Yep, right now Hoonhedge is trying to close in, but right now has a little bit of a gap right now between him and Maurice, as they go through De La Rocha, had a little bit of LMP2 traffic in front of them. Fabian Jungblöf had a long way to catch up to these guys. He is 24 seconds back. The Marquis Velacos was able to pull away about a 2-second lead, but as they're now going by the GTE AM points leader, Anders Christensen in the IVRA Porsche, down the straight towards the Ascari chicanes. Quick work of the LMP2 as well as the GTE drivers. It looks like he left Hoonhedge in the dust.
Woo-hoo!
Dropped it to
He
2.6.
sure has. It was a battle, but only for a little while. That SR Team USA has pulled away. Marius Valiokis racing out of Illinois. Not have guessed that if I had to, didn't have the information in front of me.
Looking at the leaders for LMP2, it dropped to about a 2.5-second gap right now. Saunders still leading on. Now it's at 2.7. Saunders ran a 137.6 his last lap, as we see Christian Hewitt now a 137.8. And they're going now through the first of the Lesmos, now making their way to the second Lesmo. Saunders making quick work of the Pineapple Racing, as well as Mark Fletcher to make the run towards Ascari. And now dives to the inside of Unberg, as well as Fuller in front of him. So he's going to try to pull away even a little bit more from his rival, Christian Hewitt, who's just been really pushing that car all race long, currently holding on to P2. Quick work of the GTE, Pro, and AM drivers. And I got to tell you, Sib, I mean, these two have been the class of the field all morning long. And even though it's still early on, we'll have to see what happens when we do a quick little change of characters later on.
Exactly. Now, I don't want to downplay Taylor Bookout, who is Saunders' teammate. I just don't know Taylor. I don't know what his talent level is. But I know Alex Saunders, and he is top shelf. And we'll see how that plays out. Gotta like a name, Taylor Bookout. That is it's a good name.
That is a good name.
Hope he's a librarian. So we talked about Saunders. You may want to wonder, well, what about Torres? Who does he have? Well, we talked about that. He's got, Christian Quitt, who's been chasing him. Well, he's got Ronnie Fantini, again, a driver that I'm not familiar with. So it changes as we go along, but 6 hours, we may see these guys, Taylor, maybe see them all back here to do the anchor leg.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched Ronnie Fantini in past races this season. He is one of those quick drivers.
Okay.
As it looks like we might have a change in driver for the number 83. Mark Torres had decided to come down pit road and decided to give it over to his teammate, his partner in crime, Matthias Magnussen.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, the quick Scandinavian driver, he is going to definitely make quick work of the field to catch back up to Julien Ribelow, who is just got a fast teammate as well, the French driver of Antoine Cousin, and of course David Soranzo as well. So that team, Simataka Esport J, has definitely got a fast lineup as well, but this is going to get real interesting now.
Torres is awfully quick, but I don't think they lose a lot when they go to Magnussen. This is fun. This is the beauty of team racing. You got to have depth.
As we head over to P6 here in GTE Pro, that is between Kim Salvesen and Neil Middleton. The two cars are still fighting since they came out of the pit stall. One thing, quick update about GSRC Racing Black. I found their mishap what brought them down to P4 now. They had a bit of a miscommunication with a lap GTE AM car at the Parabolica, got them spun out, lost a few positions and time, but yeah, they're starting to crawl back up again. now in 4th position, being faster, a tiny little bit faster than the 3 cars ahead of them. So I'm pretty sure they will recover from that and be there at the end of the race.
4 hours and 20 minutes still of race to go. Plenty of time to make that up, and they were quick early on.
But both of these cars here down in P6 and 7, they're also looking very fast. Neil Middleton and Kim Salvesen. Kim Salvesen being, I think I got this correct, yes, he is the first Ford in a line, so he is right now your leader of the Ford Armada. So, yeah, Soup, you are quite a fan of those Fords, so a bit disappointing right now for the Ford fans.
Well, we were talking about it when we were off mic here a little earlier. Maybe the straights quite aren't long enough here for those Fords to really get the oomph, the benefit of their horsepower.
It does seem like Ford is never all that good on turns, especially when they're switchbacks. That's what really is hurting the Ford at times. So obviously with the chicanes that you have here at Monza, this could be quite a big drawback for them. But Kim Salvesen, he is now trying to look to the outside here on Neil, but Kim is sticking back. He wants to save some more fuel apparently.
Yeah, so often these battles aren't really battles. They're just two guys just racing, trying to get through their stint without having an issue. Now we'll look at this battle here. This is between the car number 281. That's again one of those Torque Freak racing machines. They're trying to run down the Black Sheep Motorsports car, the 221.
Yes, John Habig there defending against Ram Reniers. Blanchimont, I think they're running quite an alternative strategy to pretty much everyone else with their fuel saving. And obviously pitting at the first and only caution so far. Let's hope that stays like this, as I have just cursed it.
Yeah.
But Bram, he is really looking at trying to take this P10 away from John.
Well, that's another one of those teams that had the lead there for a little while, a share of it.
Oh goodness, look at the line of traffic that Alex Saunders has. They're now going through Della Rocha. This is going to bring Christian Hewitt into the battle even more. Looks like Saunders is checked up to the first Lesmo. This brings Hewitt right up to the back bumper. Oh, Saunders has nowhere to go at the moment. I mean, 2 cars lined up go to the second Lesmo. And then here comes the LMP1 of Matthias Magnussen. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a little bit heated going down to Ascari. Hewitt gets right to the back bumper, uses the slipstream. Going to maybe back off a little bit. Yes, he is to go through Ascari. But no promises, no bars hold back when they go down this straightaway towards the run for Parabolica. Mark Torres closing back up. He's going to get by these 2, make short work of these 2 LMP2 drivers now as they come up on some GTE drivers as well. Down to the Parabolica. It looks like that Hewitt could not close the gap and capitalize on this. As we see Mark Torres go to the inside of Hewitt as well as Fabian Jungbluf. And there they go again as Saunders holds on to the lead yet again for another lap here at Monza.
Meanwhile, you have Magnussen, who's finally going to be able to get around both of those. Remember, Magnussen's on a mission. He's racing really, well, we're going to call second in class right now, even though well, I guess that car actually is second running right now.
Hewitt had a little bit of a hairy moment. Several GTE cars were all around him through the Retofilia chicanes. And now has a little bit of breathing room right now as they set up for Della Rocha, but poor Alex Saunders, after clearing that lap traffic, is now going to be back at it again as he has more GTE traffic, and it looks like maybe an LMP2 lap car. That would be the Fitzstee Motorsport, Michael Idoka. And here he goes now coming out of the second Lesmo. He's going to get by Ian Petraeus of the PCDC Motorsports red Ferrari. Seems fitting to be here at Monza with a red Ferrari. Of course, can't go wrong there.
It does indeed. Yes, it does.
We have a
And
medal for
now,
PT2.
now Saunders, once he clears out, now he starts to open it up a bit.
Yeah, Saunders is pulling away now. Third was not faster that last time by. Ran a 39.79 compared to Kiewit's 39.46. Let's see what it is now as they go through the Parabolica again. Down towards the pit straight they go. Saunders still holding on, been leading the entirety of the race for the most part, except for that small splash and dash that we had with the Nomad team.
And we had a little bit of a change for P2 in GTE that is sadly already a bit away, a bit in the past here, because Luxim 24 Mod, they had a little bit of a coming together with a GTE AM car in Parabolica once again. GTE AM car overcooked their braking point a little bit, sliding to the outside. Mark Fletcher trying to go to the outside to avoid the car spinning ahead. And that gave P2 to German Sim Racing, who is now trying to catch up to Talk Freak Racing, who are just a tiny little bit slower at times than the German Sim Racing car. So we might see some development between the two. There, as I'm speaking, Chris Fuller actually put in a 2/10 faster lap than Patrick Preußer. So at the moment, they're trading lap times back and forth. One thing I also have to update you guys on, that is Team Vikings Ragnarok versus Luxim 24 P6 in the GTE class. Team Vikings last lap around, they were able to overtake Luxim 24 on traffic. As you can see, some traffic is streaming past them right now in the of LMP. Oh! That was very close for Luxim 24. They're nearly losing the lead out of the first chicane, but able to keep up. And I think they just dropped the position with that to Fitzstein Motorsports.
Take a look at the replay now as we ride on board with Neil Middleton. Got a good view. Nice save. And as we come back live, I'd like to go ahead and take you to our P1 LMP1 leader, and I'd like to introduce you to Antoine Cousins, who has now stepped in racing the Simotech Esports Jade car.
Yeah, the Frenchman seems to be very fast, keeping it still in the lead by 17.3 seconds over Matthias Magnussen. Doing a great job. I just love that design. A kind of a bit of a retro throwback to when the LMP1 Audis were currently racing back in the 2010s and early 2000s or late 2000s. Just a really sleek design with that paint scheme. Really good job of what they're able to do with the cars, of how they can even resemble some of your favorite liveries, but of course also add a little bit of their own flavor.
So the first hour and 45 minutes, it was Rubalu versus Torres. Well, that's switched up now. So now it's Cousins versus Magnussen, as those two teams have both swapped drivers. So we'll go, Stefan, you have some news there down in the GTs?
Yes, that is for P7 here between Luxim 24 Fitstar and the Apex Racing Group Orange, as they're nearly 3 wide. They're through the first chicane here as LMP1 goes past them, and there was some touching there between the V Apex and the Black Sheep lap car there of GTE M class. But Luxim is now back into 7th place, and Fitz now has to defend here 8th position from Mikey Brems.
Looking at that battle.
Very
Working
close.
4 hours and 12 minutes left of racing to go. Go ahead, Steph.
Yeah, very close here between these guys because of the mistake that happened for Luxim 24 that we saw earlier on the broadcast. So, and this obviously gave quite a big of a gap there to King Salves in the ahead of them. So he is all smiley right now behind that steering wheel.
Oh, let's go ahead and look at the AM lead here. And it is over. I think we have ourselves a new AM leader.
As the replay is coming up now. Let's see what happened. I missed it myself there for P1. On board there with the Pineapple 327. Board a perfect draft up there on the inside of the Ferrari and gets past already before the braking point. I think that was a little bit of a lift there from Usagi Racing to let the Pineapple Racing car past.
So he's got about another 6 seconds back to the other Pineapple team that's chasing back in third in that AM class. Going to jump you around a little bit. Don't mean to do it too much. We'll go to the leaders in the LMP2s.
Yeah,
we talked about this. Yeah, he's. Go ahead.
It looks like Alexander got passed for the lead on the front straightaway going down the front pit straight. That was the previous lap. This was going down towards the Retophilia chicanes. And it was this past lap. It was on lap 61, going down the front straightaway. Surprising pass from Pini looking through. It looks like just Alexander just ran out of steam a little bit with Christian Hewitt, as we see right there. Into the braking zone they go. Give the position to Christian Hewitt, your new leader in LMP2.
We're going to ride on board with the car making the pass.
Let's look to side a little bit, and there he goes. To the lead he goes. Oh,
yeah, I don't
pass. I mean, I'm just
do not
scratching
think
my
that.
head.
Yeah, I do not think that sets so well with Saunders because he's right behind him.
Christian Hewitt looks like he's on pit road. Yes, he is.
You know, I've seen this more times than not. That they make a pass and then it's time for the pit stop.
Well, usually on your pit lap, you definitely want to make sure you get the most out of that car before the change. And this is going to be a driver change. Ronnie Fantini is going to get behind the wheel. Fantini is going to be very fast in this LMP2 car. Given a matter of time, we'll definitely see a battle again between these two.
It's got to be a little bit of psychology there, too. I'm going to turn the car over to you. And not only am I going to turn it over, I'm going to turn it over to you when I'm in the lead. So Fantini got to be happy about that. Meanwhile, Saunders stays out. He re-inherits the lead back. As we're working on closing in, just about 8 minutes to go to wrap up the second hour.
Can't believe we're nearly 2 laps into this race. Time flies when you have fun, and having fun is the perfect word here for battle between German Sim Racing GTE and the Lux Sim 24 for P2 in your GTE category. Lux Sim is closing in more and more on German Sim Racing, who have quite significantly dropped off their pace that they showed earlier in the stint, especially in the middle part, when they got that P2 from starting P5 in this stint. So yeah, German Sim Racing, what interesting development there. Maybe used up their tires a bit too much to get up to P2.
You gotta love the day-to-night transition that iRacing has put into the platform. I'll tell you right now, it's not that far off. I'm in California right now. The time of this race and the actual time outside my window was pretty darn close, maybe an hour off. It was very fascinating to see my window get light and iRacing lighten up as well. A little creepy, to be honest with you. Looking at this battle for 9th. B for P8. Philip Gordon out there racing. Okay, now how do I pronounce this? Is Fitzky? Is that how team is pronounced?
It's pronounced Fitzy. I'm having a little bit of troubles there pronouncing that, but I will get there. All
right.
But yeah, that's Fitzy Motorsport there against V-Apex Racing, Group Orange. And V-Apex actually overtook Fitzy there on this lap as they're ranked in iRacing behind. So, Philip Morton dropping their position. Maybe trying to come back there. Let's see what will happen between the two.
Made the pass this lap. Taylor Burris is going to step away. He's had a long day. He did the first hour of qualifying, then did the first 2 hours with us. Taylor, thank you very much. He steps up, sliding right into the seat next to him is the fan belt, Johan Vanderbilt. Johan, welcome. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much. The booth is still warm, the seat is warm, and I've been hearing there's some great action going on here.
Oh my goodness, I am so now self-aware of my pronunciation of these Europeans' names with Stefan Slocker and Johan Vanderbilt. Uh-oh!
Mickey Graham's nearly losing his Ferrari completely there. That was really close there over those curbs. Philip Morton just somehow able to avoid that car in front of him as we go on board there with Mickey Graham. So look at that wheel action he has to put in there to keep that car out of the wall. Very lucky there for both cars. Mickey Graham's only losing that one position against Philip Morton, and Philip Morton still able to continue after narrowly avoiding that V-Apex Racing Group car.
As we go ahead, we keep an eye there on Grems, who's got it straightened out. Stefan, once Pineapple got around Usagi, it was Katie barred the door. They're leaving now.
Yes, they are leaving. Thank you and goodbye is what they said, and never looked back onto the past of battling with Usagi Racing there. Already quite a few seconds up on Usagi Racing, and yeah, they're keeping the pace up. They're keeping the gap up, and it's all going and growing every lap, ticking by. Pineapple Racing really doing a great job here in GTEM.
Looking at this AM battle. This is P7 overall between the 334 machine.
We have here Benjamin Fischer of Fischer Motorsports and Sjert van der Heide in PCDC Motorsports, a yellow Porsche. That is a triple Porsche fight there between three. In behind, that is Wade Hayes in Kinetic Racing number 283. It is not a battle. Actually, that's not even a battle. It's not even part of the battle. I'm very sorry. That's a GT Pro car in the two. LMP2 traffic goes past. That's Marco Derricks of NAB Racing, passing Benjamin Fischer through Lesmo 1. Holding him up too much. As there's a GTE car spun, it's Andre Brunette of Luxim Motiv Rookies in 51st there overall. Really not the greatest racing so far.
Yeah, the car number 388 just lost it on his own, didn't hit anything. All the drivers behind him able to get around. Really no big names involved in that. And there's your spin.
Here it comes, and here it goes. Bit too much curb there, bit too much power, and around she goes.
Okay, Johan, I want to talk about the interval for the LMP1s now. They've had a driver change. They brought in Antoine Cousins, who came in and replaced Rubilo, who was running off early. And then you have the Kinetic Racing driver. We have, of course, Matthias Magnussen, a well-established driver who came in and replaced Torres. That interval right now with the two new drivers, just about 7.5 seconds. We'll see plenty of time for these guys to either open that up or shrink it down. It'll be fun to watch, see how that works out.
Yeah, absolutely. But looking at the lap times the last few times, it seems like Antoine Cousin is just really setting in this car very, very nicely. As Magnussen, you can see her being held up by one of the Ferraris a little bit in the scary chicane. Antoine Cousin even lapped P3 just a few moments ago. That's the Element Sim Racing Fire number 77 of Matthias Hoffmann. So that car is now also one lap down. So it's really a battle between those two cars that you were talking about, Bill. That Simitok eSport car and the Kinetic Racing 83. And it seems like the last few laps, the Kinetic just doesn't have the pace that the Simitok one has. But like you said, there's a lot of racing still to go, and you never know what might happen. Maybe Matthias get a little bit quicker going forward in his stint.
Does look like that class is going to come down to a two-car race, though, between the Simultalk guys and the Kinetic Racing team. Down in LMP2s there, it is Alex Saunders. He's been doing Ironman work, racing from the very beginning now, starting his third hour.
Yeah, he's still in the lead there, but the last few laps he did 138, basically pretty consistently. But behind him, Marco Derricks in the NAB Racing 108. He's very feisty at the moment. Last time around at 137, the gap between these two cars, as you can see on screen, only 7 seconds. So Marco slowly but steady closing the gap to the Apex Racing Group car in front of him. The Apex, sorry, and if he can keep it up like this, he will be on his tail in probably 10-15 laps or so.
Now, we saw the NAB Racing team. They did the long stint the first time, and they were able to stay out in the lead for a while. This time, though, I'm not sure if that's actually going to happen. I'm looking at my timing and scoring. Looks like they're going to need to come in here pretty soon. Did the V Apex team, did they just make a stop my timing and scoring says they just came in about 4 laps ago. I guess that is correct, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So that actually might explain why Alex isn't as quick as Marco behind him. The heavy fueled car, just a little bit slower with that. Also, the traffic that he's currently in is not helping as he's approaching the parabolica here. Just wait a little bit until he can go back on the throttle.
As P8 for GTE continues to be close and getting closer and closer. That is between Philip Morton and Mickey Grems here, the two Ferrari drivers of Fitzty Motorsports and the Apex Racing Group Orange. Mickey Grems there with a little bit of a mistake through Parabolica, splitting them up ever so slightly, but Mickey Grems, he is quite a bit faster speed-wise than the Fitzty Motorsports car there, as I still can't pronounce that name correctly.
I have no sympathy for you.
But yeah, Bert, sorry?
We have been blessed with some good, I'm going to knock on this piece of imitation wood right here. Some good green flag racing, just one yellow flag so far early on. And attrition really, really small. Just a handful of drivers who are out. One, two, three, four, five. I'm counting 6 drivers, 6 teams that have called it a morning. It's pit stop time for the GT drivers.
So it does seem Alexander Lilla is now in the car for German Sim Racing GTE DGFX. Ahead of them, that's LuxSim24 Moed podcast Stephen Hampson in the car there still after taking, or no, sorry, he just took over Mark Fletcher in that car, so probably Mark Fletcher.
Oh, sorry, I see a big crash. Usagi Racing, Marcus Niskanen just made a small mistake and he got turned around in the big Curva Grande there. Oh, sorry, no, he didn't get turned around. He actually wanted to give someone a little bit of space. So he took the outside line as we go basically viewing that incident now, and you can see that he tries to stay on the outside, but while doing that, he slightly touches the grass, spins himself around.
That actually is way more than just letting someone by. He completely missed the first turn of the chicane here, having to go over the exit and then trying to serve his slowdown penalty. He caught the grass there and spun himself around.
And then right behind him that was Andreas Olsen doing his David Hasselhoff imitation, going out into the beach to avoid that contact. My goodness, that was some great driving from Olsen.
Yeah, incredible reflexes from him. That could have been very, very different there.
But it does not bring out the yellow flag as the car was able to continue to get going.
One thing that we can say is pretty much always the same. Is Fitzy fighting against V Apex as that is very close with that LMP2 car there into Blanchimont, and Mickey Krams, he is now once again back onto the back of Philip Morton's car here as Mickey Krams splits up this battle and drives in a pit lane.
Waiting for this pit stop sequence to finish up, and then maybe we can give you a rundown here of what's going on. I think the GT cars come in. Go ahead, Johan.
Yeah, the P3 battle in the LMP1 class is actually heating up quite hard at the moment. You can see Martin Heyman at the moment for GT Tempo Racing. He's currently sitting in P4, but with the speed he's showing at the moment, I would place a bet on it that it's not going to stay very long, because the Element Sim Racing Fire car in front of him of Matthias Hoffman is a little bit slower. The gap was around 4 seconds a few laps ago. Martin really is putting the hammer down, really closing that gap quickly. Going through the Ascari game, Martin is losing a little bit of time behind that BMW that they just overtook. Going towards the Parabolica, he is in the draft, he gets a little bit quicker, but as I was saying, so Martin Heyman, he is really putting the hammer down, he's closing it and almost taking away that P3 position.
Hammond, who's coming in, filling in for Fabian Youngblood, spelling him. Go ahead, Stefan.
That's that position. Martin Heyman on the outside there. On the start-finish lane, more straight line speed, and he gets that position. So that's P3 overall, and in an LMP1 class, GT Tempo Racing.
Johan, what's interesting there is the GT Temple Racing car, they've made one extra stop, and I think that was early on. Right now, those guys are both on a similar stint. So that's a position that is for real.
Yeah, that must feel good. Must feel good to get that position back, especially from Martin Heyman, taking over, as you said, from Fabian Youngblood. But it seems like that GT Tempo car has some serious speed at the moment. That car is doing 134s last time around. It's not quick enough to really close down the gap to Simatok or Kinetic Racing that's in front of them. It is quick enough to overtake an Element Sim Racing car and stay ahead of them.
So we look at that. If we jump down to LMP2s real quick, the question in this battle is, what happens when Alex Saunders gets out of the car? He's been doing it the whole time. What will his teammate bring to the mix? He's got quite a collection to choose from. There is Taylor Bookout. Well, I guess Taylor's the only driver he has. So we'll see what Taylor can do when he gets in. It's been working on his third hour for Saunders.
It's a heavy duty for Alex there. In the meantime, P3 in the LMP2 class, NAB Racing, that's compensating for a pit stop. I think that Marco Derricks actually came out. Yeah, Marco Derricks is giving over the steering wheel for the first time today. And he's giving it to Alwin Kloosterman, who gets behind the wheel and actually comes out of the pits now in his NAB Racing car.
So do they actually come out still in their third spot? I guess they did. No, they did not. No.
P6 or 7 overall. Yeah.
As your GTE P1 Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, they just pitted. Chris Fowler stepping out of the car, making room for Tim Clayson, as also Jurassic Racing Black has pulled in Brandon Cronin now behind the wheel there, as Tim Clayson is now waiting for the last drops of fuel to get into his car so he can pull off his stall, which should happen any moment now. Or not, as I have my calculations a bit wrong there for pit stop times. Lots of fuel getting into these cars as now he pulls away there. And I think he was handing over the lead now to Team Bushwink Racing Green. Yes, indeed, as they're making their way through Lesmo 2 right now.
So Chris Fuller, after having a great first stint, goes for just over 2 hours, steps away, and gives it to Tim Clijsters.
Yes, Chris Fuller in those first 2 stints, he did really great racing from him. Great awareness of what he needs to do, when he needs to do it. Putting Torque Freak Racing quite a lot into lead this race so far.
So now our new leader, Johan, what do you got?
We just, I think, saw a pass. It's at least very close here. 4P3 in the LMP2 class. There's Tony Baird in the Nomad Sim Racing car in front. Behind him, Nathaniel Schramm in the TCR. Looking at it, you can almost visually see the gap just getting slightly bigger. And it seems like Tony Baird just has a little bit more speed than Nathaniel behind him. Nathaniel, of course, have not made a pit stop yet so far. He's been behind the steering wheel basically all race long. As Tony almost did a dummy. I was almost thinking like he went into the pits. Tony took over the steering wheel of Niklas Hjelm a few laps ago. Very close there. As Nathaniel Schramm, as you can see, actually comes in the pits for the Team Challenge Racing.
Those drivers about 20 plus seconds behind the front 2 of the Apex and Hoisingveld. You can see the graphic to the left of your screen there, listing all the drivers in that class. Car number 201, your current leader, that would be the Viking, Team Viking.
As we are... as we're looking here at Pineapple Racing 327 here, your GTEM leader. They're leading over Team Hoisingveld number 248 and PCDC Motorsports Halo. So also our GTEM cars are in their pit cycle, as Usagi Racing already pitted. Can't find them right now. There they are in the pits. So they just pitted the number 333 there from a P2. They are looking to make up places once again, or rather time after losing a little bit earlier on with their spin.
I just want to give a quick update in the battle for the lead in the LMP2 category between V Apex Racing Group Red and Team Hoisingveld, because those cars are getting closer and closer. Currently behind the wheel for V Apex is Alexander still. Behind him in Hoisingveld is Ronnie Fantini, and especially Ronnie Fantini is really putting the hammer down, because you can see that gap, especially if you compare it with those last lap times, just being demolished. Over a second per lap, Ronnie is quicker at the moment. With only 3 more seconds between the two, it seems like it will just be a few laps before we'll see a battle for the lead there in the LMP2 category.
Saunders has been racing the entire stint. And he's going to be out there for a while longer, as he's only got 10 laps on this cycle, so it'll be a while before we see him come in. Fantini back in second with about 20 seconds over the driver we were watching there, the Nomad Racing driver, Tony Baird out there. We just saw the pass made for P10 in the GTE. And it's not over yet. Now that's Clark Archer in the 233 machine. being chased down there by Edward Lack. That the Apex Racing Group, the orange team there, the car number 233, up a good 14 spots. Having a good run. The Left Sim 24 team also doing well, up 11 spots. Edward Black behind the wheel there. Edward taking over for Neil Middleton, who we've watched race a lot earlier. And a Clark Archer out there, sitting in the V Apex Racing Group, the orange car. Working for Mikey Grams, who did the early stint. How about for 18th position here, Stefan? This is Robert Schuneman in that 248 machine. That's a Heusenfeld entry. They're down a couple spots. They've had a rough day. Clement right behind him trying to run him down, had a bit of an off. He's going to have to make up some ground now. It's a battle for 36th overall. 18th in the class. Both those drivers are pro drivers. We got ourselves an AM battle that we can look at. That's a 334 machine. P8 in class. Benjamin Fisher. See, the sky has totally lit up now. Working to the inside. Is he going to make that work? Big dive, but he backs out. Took a stab at it. They continue to look at it. Look at the shadows are long now. You can see the sun lighting up the track.
In the meantime, in the LMP2 category, the battle for the lead is really heating up because both cars are nose to tail at the moment. V-Apex and Team Heusenfeld. The free in that class, Nomad Sim Racing, had a little spin around 1 lap ago. We don't have to go to that. They didn't suffer any damage, but they lost a little bit of time. These drivers do not care about it at all. They come across a little bit of traffic here. The second chicane of the track, Ronnie has to wait before he can try and take a move on Alex Sanders. Trying to get behind the first lap traffic in the last small corners, and this hurts, as you can see immediately, Ronnie Fantini tremendously, as he cannot go as early on the throttle as Alex Sanders in front of him. But now it seems like they have a little stretch of empty road ahead of them. Can Ronnie Fantini close up in the Ascari chicane?
Yeah, this will tell us a lot, whether this is the gap was closed because of traffic or it's pace now, as Saunders has clear track ahead of him. I got a hunch it's pace. Because Fantini looks really good.
Yeah, and the gap
Saunders
was
is going nowhere.
Yeah, the gap was like 6-7 seconds a few laps ago, and Fantini has completely run that down. And like you could see, it was half a lap. He only needs to close that 1 second gap down once again. Now out of the Parabolica, this will be a very long straight with a lot of draft. Even though if you have a few cars in front of you, Ronnie Fantini gets by him. They're gonna make a free ride with the BMW on the outside. Another slower class on the inside. Oh, sorry, Porsches. There's Ronnie Fantini all the way on the inside. He gets by Alex Sanders, and that's for the lead in the LMP2 category. Team Heusenfeld.
There you go. New leader in the class. It took him a while to run him down. Alex Sanders has been out in front the whole way. But Ronnie Fantini for Team Hoisingfeld steps in and has now got that team out in front. Drop back right on the battle behind him, though. This is fun. This is Clement and Roberto Schunemann. This is a battle for 34th overall. About 18th in class. We checked in on this earlier. Not sure if they're actually racing or if Roberto's back there just saving fuel. That's Terry Taylor back behind him, looking to go around. Taylor in the 114, racing about 8th in his class for the LMP2s. Does a good job of going around. And Johan, once we're looking at this battle now. We're looking to P3 in the car number 301 in the AM class.
Yeah, that is Ole Christian Uneberg versus Elvis Bonello in the Fach Autotech Sim racing car there. Yeah, they're really looking quite fighty out there. Oh, I'm sorry, that is a lapped car there, the Fuck Auto Team Sim Racing. So that is a sorry on my part there, as Ole Christian Uneberg goes into pit lane to break up this battle between the pineapple car. As we jump up you on the ranks there, that's the Lux Sim Motav podcast car against a Geodesic right now side by side. There, Steve Kempson on the outside, having to give up the position against Brandon Cronin.
Nice move on that one.
Great move on the brakes there as we go into replay to show you that pass one more time from the onboard of Steve Kempson now. As we jump over to the camera installed in Brandon Cronin's car. Here he goes around the outside in Curva Grande and then just breaks past him, being able to brake later and stealing that 4th position away from Stephen Kempson.
Now that Cronin car, that's the Geodesic Racing. That's the black team that we saw Spencer McCarthy race. He was really quick, just had that early problems that put him farther down. Keep an eye on that Geodesic machine there as they start to work their way up through the field.
Yes, pit stop corrected there, now 3rd, as the Blanchimont car, Talk Freak Racing Blanchimont, there 9 pits, so everything will get cycled out in your top cars of the GTE Pro. But it does seem like that Lux Sim 24 does not really want to give up on this position, as they're still very close on that Geodesic car, as Brett Turman, he is thinking twice of passing these two, as we have a caution flag.
I see Julian Bell, one of the drivers, turning around in Ascari. That actually might be it. That is the car number 292. You got a little
Quite some damage.
Yeah, you got a little bump. Let's see, there was by Kim Koch in the Ava Vervatic machine. On the exit of Ascari chicane. That actually might be the case that we have a yellow now.
Very interesting there. Julian Bell losing it himself on its own, and then Kim Koch nowhere to go, running into the back there of Julian Bell and turning him around, bringing out the 2nd caution of this race.
The thing is we see this crash now with Julian Bell in the first Lesmo corner. We had another incident in the Ascari chicane where he also was tapped around, all on the same lap. So horrible lap for Julian Bell in Graphite Racing there.
That explains the damage he had before that contact. So yeah, double bad luck for Julian Bell there.
Now, what's interesting, in the LMP1s about 2 laps ago, my timing and scoring, it looks like Taurus got back in the car, and they're able to stay on the lead lap. So I'm not sure if Kinetic Racing is actually going to want to come in. They may inherit the lead here just on the pit stops.
Looking at the amount of time that Antoine Coursing has been out there this stint, I would say that this is right at the moment that they were planning to come in for the pit stop. So I think Antoine will come in for their pit stop, and actually maybe, probably he will stay behind the wheel. But yeah, it seemed like Mark Torres just went in a little bit before the safety car came out. He stayed on the lead lap, as you mentioned, Bill.
So now you have the decision is it's a 3-lap difference between the two. Well, who knows? It might be even 4 or 5 laps by the time they open pit lane. Will Torres, is it more important to him to have the lead? Will he sacrifice 5 laps of fuel, or will he come in and take fuel as well, get everyone on the same schedule? We'll find out. Looking through here, and as I see that I don't see anybody else who's going to benefit from a pit stop right before the yellow came out. Since it's going to be a while till they open pit lane, they got to do a little housekeeping, get all the cars in line first. Let's take a break. We'll come back in a minute before they go green. you want a place to go if you want to watch some sim racing, how about the iRacing Esports Network? This is the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the DGFX round number 4, 6 hours at Monza. You're looking at our overall point leader there. That is our overall leader in the race. That's the Simultech machine driven by Antoine Cosine. He has been fast since he's been out there. The question is, what's going to happen now in pit lane as they've opened it up? That lead car has been out there for 27 laps. The car in second, the Kinetic Racing machine that currently has Mark Torres back in it, they've been out there for 5 laps. We'll see who's going to come in. We think the leader's going to come in. So the question is whether Kinetic will come in from second. There's only 2 cars on the lead lap. We are 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. 2 hours and 30 minutes into the 6-hour event. Working our second yellow. Pit lane is open for all cars this time by, and you see we got some takers. One of those being the leader. And Johan, I guess Torres stays out. Kinetic Racing, have they been around pit lane? Yeah, they sure have, huh?
Torres they're making their way around the Parabolica. Okay. Yeah, and this must be torture for Mark Torres, sitting in that car, sitting in a giant lane of cars, seeing that the leader is making his pit stop, and he just has to cruise around slowly, hoping it goes quick enough for him to make the overtake, because he is not making a pit stop. Meanwhile, Antoine Cousin is actually still standing still. Did he get him though? Did he get him? Yeah, he did get him. That's Kinetic. That's a point leader as well. Now also being the race leader, the 83 leading this event, overtaking Simultech Esports.
So then it'll be interesting to see what kind of housekeeping is done, what cars get waved around, how much gap Kinetic will have now, just from cushions between cars between them.
The viewers that saw the Simultech Esport car come in the pits probably also saw the Team Huizinfeld and the V Apex Racing Group Red, the P1 and P2 in the LMP2 class coming for their pit stop. Those places did not change, however. It's still Ronnie Fantini P1 in that category and V Apex in P2 in that category. But Alex Sanders is finally enjoying his well-deserved break after 2.5 hours of racing. He gave the steering wheel to Taylor Bookout, who is now behind the wheel in the V Apex Racing machine.
And then Stefan down in the GT class. You didn't think many people would stop, and I guess you were right on that one, huh?
Yes, apart for some lappers that were some laps down, nobody of the first few cars in both GTE classes did take to pits. The only notable car that did take the pit stop was Usagi Racing, the number 333, as they're still in pit, so they are probably getting some repairs done on their car as they still sit in pit lane.
So now with just under 3.5 hours of racing to go, I think it's legitimate now that you can start to calculate, as the way the yellows have come, and there's only been 2, that you can start thinking that maybe we're going to go green from here. And maybe you start counting backwards, figuring out where you can do driver swaps, how this is going to play out. I think you're at the point where you might be able to make a legitimate estimate of your strategy. That being said, I imagine all the crew chiefs of these guys saying, "Soup, we planned we know what we're doing from qualifying." So I apologize if you guys can think that far ahead.
The really interesting part now of this restart will be, as you can see on your screen, it's just a line of GTE cars there, GTE AM and Pro mixed in together. We have GTE AM, Stoffel Mail, he is right now leading the field around behind the pace car. Right behind him, that's Tim Clayson in the Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew. That's your GTE Pro leader. So GTE M, then GTE Pro. Then we go back to GTE M, and that's once again GTE Pro. 2 cars there, and it's just completely mixed in with each other. Between each other. So even the GTE cars, they're not together fighting. There's always at least one car between the 2 cars of one class.
Yeah, the question will be how many cars will get the wave around. I think they wave around anybody who's ahead of their class leader, if I have my understandings correct on this. So I think we have a little bit more to work. Well, maybe they do that before the pit stop. Yeah.
Yeah. They do it before the pit stops, and then if the leader pits after the pit stops, if they are in front of the leader. But because we have both the GTE M and the GTE Pro leader at the very start of this snake, nobody gets whiffed around in GTE M or Pro.
And a really interesting thing that happened because of that is the number 17, the GT Temple racing car, because that is one of the cars that got a wave around. Now, why is that interesting? Because with that wave around, that number 17 car, that's P3 overall, is now once again on the lead lap. He's just slowly making his way to the back of the field, the back of the youth safety car train, but he's on the same lap as the Kinetic Racing 83 and the Simitok Esport number 2. So we can focus now not on the 2-lap battle or 2-car battle for the overall lead, but a 3-car battle.
And Johan, what that means, we talked about it early between the guys in the LMP1 when Mark Torres decides to stay out. Yes, he gets the lead, and the Simotech car is in second, but because of the wave arounds and how it played out, he's got a huge cushion of lap cars between him. By 5, 6, 7, almost 8, 9, maybe 9 cars between him and the guy he's racing with.
Yeah, that would be very nice for Mark Torres. Especially like you said, like he has that buffer. He didn't lose that much by not making a pit stop because he made a pit stop 2 or 3 laps before the safety car came out. So it would have helped him a little bit, but probably the crew chiefs are way better at calculating that on the fly than I am, and it's probably a way better idea to stay outside. But yeah, it would be interesting to see how quickly, for example, Antoine Cousin in that Semitok Esport car can fight his way through the fields towards the Kinetic Racing, if he's able at all, and see what will happen in that gap between those 2 cars.
The price that Kinetic paid in staying out is they sacrificed 5 laps of fuel, so they'll need to make a pit stop 5 laps earlier than the Simotech or the Simto. Let's try this again. Simitok Esports, the Jade team, has to do. All right, well, we're going to go back to Green Flag Racing here. So they head down into Parabolica. So who is actually going to be leading the Stampede down in there? It's going to be the GTM leader, yeah.
The only 2 cars that are actually a battle also in this line is Brandon Cronin versus Steven Kempson. That's for P3 in GTE Pro. 5 cars down this line.
Stefan, I think you were making this point earlier, and it really didn't dawn on me the significance of it, but the breaking up of the AM class and the Pro class, making them different, putting the AM leader up in front. All right, it's time to go racing again. And it is the Pineapple Racing, the number 327, leading the Stampede cars down into Redifilio. This is going to be fascinating because they're going to be coming, and they're going to be coming quick.
It's just the... Oh, who was that? And 2 wheels there. That was, let's see, that is a GTM car. That was Dale Tucker of Black Sheep Motorsports 323 being on 2 wheels there out of the first chicane.
If we can get a replay of Ronnie Fantini in the Team Huizenveld car, he's second overall. He just nosed into the back of another car really hard going through Redifilio the first time. I guess the car is okay. We'll take a look at this one. This is a punt. Coming up right here, and then he takes it off into the grass. It's going to be happening in just a minute. Get it right here coming up, unless we miss it. Should be here in a second. Maybe just missed it. The car hit him hard, and he ended up off into the sand. So I don't know if there's any... Oh, it's got to be right here. Well, trust me. Trust me. Trust me when I say it happened. It was Fantini, and it was on the restart. He got into the back of Joshua Breiling.
Oh,
you know what it was?
Did,
It was not at the green flag. It was coming out of Parabolica when they went to green. That's why we missed it. Now we're back live. So Fantini now, we'll keep an eye on that. The car took a big hit.
One thing that did happen with Fantini, probably because of the contact soup, is that he immediately lost the position to V-Apex Racing Red Trap. Ooh, big spin! Big crash on the start with several cars flipping, including P2. I was following Tyler Buchar. We have a car, Brett Thurman is rolling back. Several cars flipped. Hans-Gunnar Hansen of Team Factors Ragnarok is on 2 wheels on the Armco barrier.
The 29 of Thurman. We'll get a look at this one for sure.
Alright, this one is quite easy to decipher, though what happened there? It's Hans-Gunnar Hansen, Team Vikings Ragnarok car 201. He tried to overtake Team Bushfink Racing Green, did not know of the LMP1 leader coming past. No, sorry, that's not the LMP1 leader, that's Brett Thurman there. Drives out right in front of the SRT Team USA LMP1 car and starts all of this mess as several cars start flipping all over the place.
Maybe an interesting look is on board Alexi Olane in the Black Sheep Motorsports 187 because everything happened to his left. He probably had a great view of that incident.
Look
As you
at that.
described, Stefan, wow, that's a few $1 million shunt there. Yeah, the 187 car, he probably saw everything happen from his left view window. He actually went a little bit to the right where he saw everything happening.
Right on board with Lane right now.
And he was one of the lucky drivers that actually stayed all the way on the right, so he was completely safe from when everything went nuts there.
Wow. Well, that's kind of the nature of the beast when you bunch them all up and you shuffle the classes around. And that's Stefan called it perfectly. That's exactly what happened. There was a car trying to make a pass on a slower car, didn't check his window, pulled over, and they were all bunched up. And then it was an octopus putting on socks. You couldn't tell what was going on.
Yes, and the real problem here not only happened with the LMP1 cars, but we lost in that wreck P5, 6, 7 of your GTE Pro cars. That's Team Bushfink Racing Green, as said, with Team Vikings Ragnarok and Fitzy Motorsports fighting CRC. They are all done for today.
So now they are doing some wave around, sending some people around. Looks like the car behind the pace car is going to be our LMP1 leader, Mark Torrett.
Just a quick update about the LMP fields who were involved in the incident. I cannot see a lot of the cars in the pits at the moment getting repairs, except the number 11. That's the German sim racing LMP1 DGFX. Behind the wheel of that one was Marcel Egbers at the moment that the crash happened. He's still sitting in the pits.
Trying to take a look at Ronnie Fantini's nose. Boy, can't really tell. The car 111, I guess it looks okay. Oh, wait a minute, it might be missing part of the nose there. I can't tell on the paint scheme. We're going to try and look at this. It was when we went green out of Parabolica, Fantini. We're going to try to see if we can pick it up. The only reason I want to stress it is that this team was in the hunt for the win, and this could come back to haunt them. Would be on the green flag lap, and Fantini really got into the back of a car. There's Ronnie's car, the Quakes-built machine.
And no matter what happened,
The wrong restart there. We're going to fight it for it. Here we go. Plenty of time here as there's absolutely nothing going on right now. Now, this is when we went to green last time. The Hoysenville team, this is team number 111, and they are very competitive, racing second in their class. Now the green comes out. He gets under throttle. It should happen right here. And there it is. And that's a good hit. But he might have been lucky enough to just center punched him.
Well, let me tell you this. He is incredibly lucky that this happened. Why? Because of this restart, he got passed by Taylor Bookout in the V-Apex Racing Group Red car. And what happened with Taylor 1 lap later? He was involved in that massive shunt. So, if but some maybes, but yeah, otherwise maybe it would have been Ronnie Fantini on his side in that incident. But still, now he can continue.
It's the old story of the prince that gets a horse, and everyone in the village says, "Oh, isn't he lucky he got a horse?" And then he falls off and breaks his leg, and says, "Everyone, oh, isn't he unlucky he broke his leg?" And then he ends up not being able to go to war, and they, "Oh, isn't he lucky that he didn't have to go to war?" So you never really know how things will play out for you.
You have a famous soccer player from the Netherlands. His name is Johan Cruyff, and he always said every advantage has its disadvantage. It's kind of like that. You can get a horse, but you can also fall from it.
Yeah. So that was a short-lived green flag run. About 15 more minutes here till we get to the halfway point, and then we'll turn it over to Joe Peak and his crew. Johan, you're part of that crew, aren't you? You're going to stick around and do a little bit of long sit. Are you part of with Joe? Going to sit in with us?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be sitting here with for the last 3 hours as well, keeping the seats warm, making sure the coffee is filled, and just enjoying this action. Even though it's an endurance race, and even though we're already going for 2 hours when I dropped in the booth, we've seen passes for the lead. Really exciting racing, so cannot wait to see what the final 3 hours will bring.
No spoiler alerts. I haven't looked at the GSRC calendar there. Were you on the Lotus 49 race today?
I was, yeah.
Right.
I had a double stint at Suzuka, a great race in the 49. Also an amazing race in the batteries not included championship, which was also in Suzuka. So, well, for sure, after this race is over, be sure to check those out, because those were crackers, to be sure.
Lots of good sim racing, whatever your flavor. We've got it for you here on the Global Sim Racing channel and on the iRacing Esports Network. So how this will play out, I don't think, unless they picked up damage, Stefan, I imagine there's probably not going to be any more pit stops down there in the GT class.
I'm not even sure that the pits are still open, so people are still getting waved by. I'm also not even sure if they are going to open the pit lanes for scheduled stops because of the cautions being so close together.
Quickie yellow, maybe.
A lot of cars being close together in the LMP2 category. If you can take a look at that, let's see who they are. That is, for example, the V-Apex Racing Group Red and NAB Racing are nose to tail at the moment. Just in front of them, Nomad Sim Racing, Team Hoysenveld very close together as well. So that was promising for the restart, but all the way up front of the field, the first two cars are the Kinetic Racing 83 and Simatok Esports. They are the first and second car behind the safety car, so that will be something to keep an eye out once the race goes green once again.
So our leaders now in the LMP2 is the World of Sim Racing team. Am I looking at this correct?
Yeah, look, absolutely correct, because Ruben Escriba, I think, didn't make a pit stop during, not this one, but the previous one.
Yeah.
So he's probably running on fumes, so to speak, but he is in the lead at the moment. I do think that he has to come in quickly to make a pit stop, but this actually might help him. Because, of course, Ronnie Fantini behind him and Bart Dalman, who's currently sitting P3 in the LMP2 category in the Nomad Sim Racing HPD car, have made that pit stop already. This might actually bring the World of Sim Racing team a little bit forward up the field after they make the pit stop soon.
Yeah.
If I have my numbers correct, Ruben should be somewhere around the 2/3 mark of his stint. He's already right now in his 25th lap of this stint, so he really doesn't have all that much longer to go.
Does have a little bit of a cushion, though, before he gets to the next Ronnie Fantini back there in the Team Huizenveld machine. About 2 or 3 cars between him and Fantini. How about this? We didn't talk about in the car 101. We talked about this is the V Apex Racing Group, the red team that have been out in front for most of the race. And of course, that was Alex Saunders behind the wheel. Well, they have made their driver's change, and here is Taylor Bookout. And now look where they sit, well back in the order.
That's of course because of that big front straight shunt that we saw a few laps ago. Taylor Bookout completely couldn't avoid Hans-Gunnar Hansen when he came back across the field. I'm actually pretty surprised that they're still going, that they don't have that much damage, that they're still sitting in the pits. They're still on the same lap as the leader in their class.
Okay, so as a fan, my jaw is now dropped. I did not realize that was. So the car that had been dominating, Alex Saunders, has the V Apex Racing Group. That red machine was involved in that incident, and all of Alex's hard work goes for naught.
Welcome to endurance racing.
Yeah,
that's how it goes.
Johan, was Bookout actually, as far as you remember, was he in the? He must have made the switch then, huh? As far as you know.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was already in. It was actually one of his first laps in the car that this happened, which must not do wonders for his confidence, I imagine, if it's one of the first laps that you do out there, and you actually get involved in a wreck, even though if it's not your mistake. That's never a great way to start one of your stints.
So they work around now as the group of cars heads down into Parabolica. Take a look at the pace car, and I see the lights are still flashing, so we'll go around one more time. Pit lane is not open. They are going to open the pit lane, though. So it looks like they're going to let him make a stop as we have a long yellow flag here. Interesting enough, what this has allowed is for the GT Temple Racing, the LMP1 car, to get back on the lead lap. Sitting now in third.
Yeah, there's a whole cackle of cars between them and Simitok Esports, though. But like you say, Bill, they are back on the lead lap, and that's going to be music in the ears of Martin Heyman, of Fabian Youngblood, of all those drivers in that car.
Yeah,
because they really have. Well, you've seen what happened with Bookout a few laps ago. You never know what's gonna happen. They really have a chance for a very good result here today, Monza.
and then down there in the GT class, really order has been restored here. Torque Freak Racing out in front, German Sim Racing in second, and Geodesic Racing Black Team in third. German Sim Racing Team has a new driver sitting in with them. I believe that's Alexander Lilla. Double check that to make sure if he's just getting out there right now. I believe it is. Yep. So, with about 7 minutes to go before we get to the halfway mark, hopefully we'll get back under green. I always like to turn it over to the new team under green flag racing. Sets a good starting point for that last half of the race. Kind of feel like if you borrow somebody's car, give it back to him with a full tank of gas. That's what I want to do for Joe Peak and the gang. Give him a nice green flag run when we get this thing going. You know what? Let's do this instead. Let's go ahead and bring in Joe Peak. We can get him in here, then we can take a little break, and Joe can go ahead and start us on the second part of the race. Joe, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks for having me in, Bill. I got to see a little bit of that first hour with it being under darkness, but I'm glad to see that the sun has come out and it's nice and bright. And I'm with you guys. I'm hoping for some nice green flag racing.
3 yellow flags so far. We had one early, then we had one late, and then we had the big pile up here at the very recently that changed the orders around. The big loser of that one was the team up front that was Alex Saunders was driving, that had that team in great shape. We'll see what they can do, but I'm going to turn it over to you. When we come back, we're going to take a break right now. When we come back, it's going to be Joe Peak of the gang taking you for the last half of the race. You're watching the Global Sim Racing Channel on the iRacing Esports Network. Back in a few.
Welcome back here to Monza. We are, of course, the second team ready to take you all the way to the checkered flag. I'm Joe Peak, your host here today, with Johan Vandeveld next to me and Nick Schmeg as well. I'm Jed Yaman sticking with us for all 7 hours of coverage, and Dougie Beard, of course, in charge of the cameras. The pace car lights are, in fact, out right now, so we are getting ready to go green. Bill likes us to take it back going green, and I think this is close enough for me. You can see our current leader, Mark Torres, and Kinetic Racing number 83 leading the pack after this latest caution. 3 of them so far today. Let's hope that we can keep, that's a good number to me, just about once an hour. It's not interrupting things too badly. So as we come up to Parabolica, we've now got the roof pace car ready to release them to go racing once again. Sun already been up for a while now. It is currently 9:42 in the morning here, Virtual Standard Time. Pit lane coming up as the roof pace car peels in. Mark Torres able to take control. Green flag waves, and he is off now for the second half of round 4 in the DGFX series, but he's already very quickly being overtaken potentially as Antoine Cousin looks to the inside but backs out of it by the time they get to the braking down into the Rettifilio chicane. And now is when a huge field accordions together with 4 classes having to work their way through this tight little chicane. We've already got a big incident happening as one car is over on its lid, and I think that's Alexander Lilla.
That's P2 in the GTE category. That's number 251.
Yeah, that's German Sim Racing's GTE.
Well, we came back to green for about a fifth of a lap. Let's take a look at that as the yellow is already back out. Where did this exactly start?
It started with one of the, I think, LMP1 cars. It would have been Jens Hartwig. Not necessarily that he did a lot wrong, but he braked in the middle of the chicane in such a way that Jacob Lehman in the Roadmaster's car behind him couldn't avoid him. He got spun around and he got spun into the sim racing car, who got flipped around as a result.
We're going to watch from on board Geodesic Black's team. See from their perspective.
Yeah, they had to slam on the brakes through there, but I think they got out of that cleanly.
This has always got to be scary on restarts around here. Yeah, they got a front row view of that car going up and over. Thankfully, cool heads prevailed, at least with them, and waited for the road to clear, and then they went on through. So they're collecting the drivers up once again behind the pace car. And we'll get going hopefully pretty shortly, since they'd already had time to sort everybody out behind in that last caution.
I just want to put emphasis that Alexander Lila was a complete innocent bystander in that crash. He basically took a line to avoid both cars that were standing still in the chicane. But because those 2 cars together, one of them got a little bump into him, and that was all she wrote. And well, the sky became the ground, so to speak.
I almost wonder if they... Go ahead.
The LMP2 that got into him, that was Jacob Lehman from Roadbastards Alpha, and just kind of... He also kind of got nowhere to go. He got everyone checking up through there, got sideways, and the only car in front of him was a car that was eventually upside down.
I almost wonder if they come back here, if they should do the version without that Rettifilio chicane, just to alleviate some of the first lap problems you tend to get there. We'll see what they think of that idea. I have a feeling with the tradition of having the Grand Prix course, they probably wouldn't do that if they came back here. We'll see. We are now officially past that halfway mark, and we are under caution for the 4th time. If you're just joining us, welcome, of course, to round 4 here in DGFX. Glad to have you with us. Of course, we have Johan covering the LMP1 and LMP2 classes. Nick is going to be guiding us through the GTE Pro and the GTE AM. Now, from what I have been able to, like I said, follow at least a little bit of this race, but I've been out covering other broadcasts, so I haven't seen everything. And I have to say that from what it sounds like, it hasn't been too bad out there today.
No, it has been actually quite green so far. Bill mentioned it before. We had a lot of green flag racing, but now we have like some cautions back to back. Basically, I would almost say destroy each other's prepared pit stop strategy, because you can always keep in mind that there's going to be one safety car. You can basically adjust a little bit to that. 2 in a row, but 3 in a row. Not a lot of people will probably, not a lot of crew chiefs will keep that in mind while preparing that pit strategy. So I think that a lot of crew chiefs at the moment are getting the calculators and thinking on the fly a new strategy for the team in this final stint of the race.
Yeah, that is certainly true, that it can be so hard, especially on the road side. And that's one thing that I always found fascinating when listening to talk of IndyCar and things like that. They talk about the percentages. It's almost like playing a poker game where you tend to bank on what the math says is the wisest move rather than trying to predict the future. And We'll see if anybody out there is utilizing those sorts of strategies. Now, Johan, you noticed something about the 151 car. What's going on there?
Well, it's a 151 car World of Sim Racing Team. That's currently the leader in the LMP2 class. We were talking about it before we had the final of the last restart, but that is one of the cars that will probably come in the pits very quickly. We calculated that they had done around 20 laps of real racing on their fuel tank. 30 laps is around the time that you make a pit stop. And of those 10 remaining laps, they had 5 laps under caution. So you can calculate around 7-8 laps to go on that tank of fuel. But now there's another caution. So how long will Ruben stay out once the green flag drops now? Something like 3-4 laps. I really expect this 151 car to visit the pit crew very soon once we get back to full speed.
Now, the good news is, because they had sorted everything out the previous caution, only one car I see got a wave round. That's Dale Talk and Black Sheep number 323. He's actually just about caught up to the field. So with the lights going off on the pace car, I expect us to hear from the stewards soon that we should be going green this time by. We'll see. They're only in Curva Grande, so they've got quite a ways to make that decision still.
And that 151 car that Johan was talking about, that World of Sim Racing Team, they're actually making their DGFX LMP2 debut today. I'm sure they'd love to start off their season, their part-time season, with a good result, currently leading that class.
Certainly would help. See them working their way towards Della Rosia now. This presents a new challenge, as they did have some changing weather at the last round for the first time at Barber, but this is the first one that has gone from complete darkness to complete light during the race. And Nick, I have to imagine that makes it incredibly difficult to know how to set up the car, because there's only so much you can do in pit lane once the race has started.
Yeah, that was exactly the topic of our discussion earlier today in qualifying. Qualifying was run, just to throw another wrench in there, at about 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Virtual Standard Time in this track as well. So they went from going into the night in practice and qualifying into racing in pitch dark this virtual morning. And now they are dealing with almost 10 a.m. here in virtual Italy. And right now it is partly cloudy. It's been partly cloudy ever since practice and qualifying. So, little patches of cloud cover really making the setups all the more challenging.
It's still very cool on track, 78 degrees out there on the surface of the racetrack. So should be pretty grippy conditions, but that can still mess with how the car is handling. And thankfully, very low wind factor out there today at only 6 miles per hour. These high downforce cars, Johan, don't usually behave well with high winds.
No, they don't like them, and yeah, it's good to see that the wind isn't that strong. The drivers will like that, but they will keep an eye on the fluctuating wind, see if the wind speed suddenly increases. The crew chief for sure will be keeping an eye on that to inform the drivers once that happens.
All right, lights are still off. I assume we are going green this time by, as the LMP1s now work their way around Parabolica. Last time we made it to the first chicane before we got our first yellow here on our coverage. Let's see if we can go a little bit farther than that. Roof pace car now peels into the pits. Torres has control once again in his number 83 machine. He's got control. Green flag is out as he accelerates past the line. And once again, a very good run by Antoine behind him in the Simitok Esport Jade car. But for the second time in a row, he backs out of it by the time they hit this first chicane. Is this going to be a cleaner run through this tight little right-left?
It goes well with all the LMP1 and LMP2 cars so far. Let's see if the GT is behind it. They're starting to go single file, and this is what we've seen several times. The Italian traffic jam here in the first chicane. Seems like everything is going well so far. Also an exit.
Yeah, clean so far back here in the GTs. They were dealing with a little bit of LMP2 traffic. They were going 3 wide at times on that front straightaway, but they got it all sorted out by the time they hit that chicane, made it all through there cleanly.
That's a much better start. That's what we like to see out there, as the driver is already working their way around the two Lesmos. We've got, we had a little bit of contact farther back in the field. Martin Hamann, third in the LMP1s, just got a nice little bump. I think that was from Oliver Kimisat from German Sim Racing. But he only had a small off coming out of the second Lesmo. He continues on. That's not good for either driver's aerodynamics.
Absolutely not at all. Now, if you can go all the way up front the field in that lead battle, Mark Torres, well, they were nose to tail last time they came out of the Parabolica, and almost a little look we saw there from Antoine Cousin. Look at it this time, it's almost 0.8 of a second. Antoine cannot follow the kinetic racing in front of him the first time around. As there's a little bit of traffic now in front of him. That's Jacob Lehmann. That's one of the cars that was involved in that last incident. They brought out the full course yellow.
He's back out on track and running. He's still 8th in his class. He should easily be able to hold out of the way of most of these drivers, being an LMP2. And in fact, the leader gets by, but Antoine is not able to get through. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say LMP2 leads. That one's heating up as well with Nomad Sim Racing. That's Bart Delman putting pressure on the World of Sim Racing team of Ruben Escobar. Now, of course, we know that Ruben probably will come. Ooh, she is getting a little bit unlucky with Dennis Harrison there in the virtual motorsport car. A little bit of less traffic means that Bart has to slow down quite a bit. And we both know that Ruben will probably come in very quickly to make his pit stop. But it seemed like the Nomad car behind him had a little bit of pace and almost could take a look for that lead overall. Behind him, it's Alvin Kloosterman being put under pressure by Oliver Kamerset. That's for P3 in the LMP2 category. That actually looks like there might be a move there in the Ascari chicane. Oliver takes a look at the inside, brakes later, and gets that position. So that's P3 in the LMP2 for German Sim Racing LMP2 GFX.
Kamerset tries to work that car back up to the front for them. Not sure exactly why they went farther down. We'll have to check the notes on that, but looks like since qualifying, they have not been able to retain the lead for all of this race. So, as we wait for the number 151 to come in, I wonder if that's the reason we saw the 102 decide to wait patiently behind that traffic. Just maybe his crew chief was in his ear and said, you don't need to fight these guys. They're going to go backwards very soon.
Also, we saw the GT Temple Racing car, the number 17, getting a little tap last time around with Martin Hammond behind the wheel. Well, Martin took that opportunity to immediately come into the pits, take some repairs, put some new tires on, the new fuel on the car, and also give the steering wheel to Jacob Toft. So after Fabian Newbrook and Martin Hammond, we see a third driver in the GT Temple Racing car.
Here we got a nice little battle happening in the GTE Pros. This is Cronin trying to catch Eccles, but they're separated by the lap car of Stoffmeal and Pineapple Racing number 327. Stoffmeal in the Ford in the middle that you see there.
Yes, that's the battle for second. And Eccles, it actually took him a while to get around Stoffmeal. He was putting up quite a fight. He was one lap down. Brendan Cronin was right up to the rear wing there of the Drew Eccles, the Black Sheep Motorsports 221 Ford. And this lap car here of Senna Stoffmeal definitely going to put a little bit of a wrench in that plan for Brendan Cronin, but he was making some serious headway trying to close in on that number 2's position.
Well, it is instead a serious headache for poor Tyler Bookout. You can see he's in that LMP2 car. Had to really wait since he knew this was a battle. And now he's able to get by at least 2 of them, split them by the time they hit the Ascari chicane. And then he's going to have to slow down yet again. The high downforce of the LMP2s just not giving him a fun day as he tries to work his way up the order. Now he gets through. He currently sits 7th in his class, and he has a whole 10 seconds back from Terry Taylor ahead of him.
Now I'm curious how far Taylor can get forward, because of course he was involved in a very heavy shunt, the third safety car that was brought out. He was leading the race, or at least fighting for the lead in the LMP2 class until that moment. Let's see, now he has some free air in front of him, how quick he can go with a slightly damaged car, and if he can actually close down the gap to the top 4, that's quite close in the LMP2 class.
Sean Macbeth for Speedworks has brought the car in. Now, is this one scheduled so soon after a yellow for him to come into green?
He was battling very hard there with Gianni Quintilier, the Torque Freak Racing Blanchimont team, but no contact or damage or incident that I saw there. I'm wondering if Macbeth, I mean, I can't imagine it's a driver change. Flores has run 66 laps. Macbeth's run 29. So possibly it's got to be a scheduled stop, I think. Really no reason that I saw he'd be coming in there.
On screen, we see now the battle heating up in the LMP2 class. For P2 overall there, it's Bart Dillman. He was trying to get the position from Ruben Escobar a few laps ago. But now he has to look in his rearview mirror because Oliver Camperset is coming. Takes a little look on the inside of Parabolic. I cannot make it stick. Bart has to defend there, stays in front. But here on the exit, you have such a long rundown towards the first chicane. Basically the top three of this class under a blanket there within a second of each other. And Oliver Camperset seems to be the quickest. He's 100% in the draft of Bart Delman. Bart doesn't defend the inside. He just stays on the racing line. Maybe try to swing it around the outside of the chicane. Oliver brakes a little bit later, and before the apex, he has that position. So it's a German sim racing car to P2 in the LMP2 category. But look how far ahead Ruben Escribia is. That's not a lot of distance. He's looking to grab the lead in that class.
Oh, and he doesn't even have to do that. This is effectively the lead, since we know that Ruben should be coming into pit very soon. So Oliver, hopefully he was aware of that. Regardless, the result is that he should be in command of this race quite well. He took that from Daleman easily. Meanwhile, we got a battle for third. This is in the GTM. Oh, excuse me. This is looks like between lapped cars, maybe potentially here. Meanwhile,
sorry.
397. Go ahead.
I just see the pass being made by Oliver Camperset. He did it in the Ascari chicane. I thought he would maybe wait a little bit longer, but he already did it there. And Ruben Escobar is going to lose 2 positions in the span of less than a kilometer because Bart Dillman on the exit of the Ascari chicane was a lot quicker. Ruben cannot defend, and Bart immediately gets back that P2 position that he lost last lap around.
It's all slipping away, unfortunately, for the 151. So as they come to complete another lap, we're already about 15 minutes into this second half of the race. The reason we were looking at that number 397, it's the first time that car has been as high as second place as far as we're aware. So great job to them in that AM class to work their way forward.
Yeah, that's still a big gap for Pete Thicket driving that car right now, that 397. Bad Cactus Racing Ocotillo car. He's also been racing with Micah Barnett, who has about 2/3 of the laps of this race under his belt. They are all trying to chase down Pineapple Racing's 327 still. We were talking about him earlier. Senestov Meal leading the GT-AMs right now.
Here you see that Pineapple Racing car as currently has about 3 seconds over Callum Wright, behind him in the 315. So looking relatively handy for the moment. Holding him back as we jump up to second place here in the GTE Pro. This is Brendan Cronin trying his best to try and chase down Tim Claessens, but he's got about 5.5 seconds to do it. If anything, he's more looking backwards because Drew Eccles is less than a second back and hounding him.
Eccles has been closing that gap steadily. It's just it's been kept getting interrupted by some LMP2 traffic that they were dealing with. But now, clear track for Eccles to try to make something work here. But it seems like he's been overdriving the last couple of corners. He's not going to want to do that too much more because that geodesic racing black car of Brendan Cronin looking very fast right now.
You're going to get a little bit of company in the form of Jacob Tofts, one of the LMP1 cars, currently third in his class. Lets them continue on pretty calmly as he gets by before the Ascari chicane. Seems like the draft doesn't look too powerful out here, Nick, in these GTE cars. Just enough maybe to keep them close, but not make the passes a slam dunk. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think so. I think the straightaways are just long enough for them to get up maybe side by side or tucked in under the quarter panel, but not quite all the way around unless you have a little more help. It seems to be what I've been watching so far because you saw there the same thing. Drew Eccles got really close to being able to pull up right next to Brendan Cronin. Wasn't able to, and now he's not quite in his line of slipstream here as they head down to the chicane, but still might make it side by side.
Yeah, Cronin very much going defensive. Behind them, that is our leader in the GTM, actually, who was just overtaken by Antoine Cousin. Second place in the LMP1s. So we've got a battle for second here, just ahead, actually a lap ahead, we should say, of that GTM lead. I think we had a change for positions in LMP2 while we were covering that battle. Johan, what happened down there?
Yeah, Team Huizinga got back the P4 position overall, overtaking NAP Racing there. But that P4 position quickly became a P3 position because what we predicted happened, which was that the World of Sim Racing team came in from the pit stop. Ruben Escobar parked his car with his pit crew and also stepped out, handing the wheel over to Andres Quintana, who comes out for the second time today.
Currently running 8th in that class, and if I'm seeing correctly, is actually not too far behind the next one up, which is Road Bastards Alpha. Jacob Lehman currently in that car. So they do have a carrot in front of them, even though they have employed a slightly different strategy than most of the other cars they were racing with moments ago. There we jump up to the battle for the lead here in the LMP2s. This is Bart Daleman. Starting to lose a little bit of track of Oliver Kimisset. They've been split by a lapped LMP2 for the moment.
Yeah, Alexei is right in the middle of them, and that's really hurting either of them. Looking at the qualifying times, I would say that Bart Daleman should have the speed to go by Alexei there. They were ahead in qualifying, but he cannot make it stick. And like you say, because he is behind that Black Sheep Motorsports car, he's just losing a lot of time to the German sim racing car that's currently leading out of P2 class.
Good news is you don't really have to worry about the third place driver, Team Huizinga, the number 111 machine, because Fantini a whole 7 seconds back. Daleman probably just running his race on his own for now as we ride on board with him just behind the lapped car of Lane. So looking through the field right now, your leaders in each of the classes. Up in the LMP1s, it's still Mark Torres, who's led since the green has come back out. And the LMP2s, Oliver Kimisset, having recently taken it over in the number 169 car. And then in the GT Pros, Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew has Tim Claessens leading the way. Sen Stuffmeal, and Pineapple number 327, as I completely botch Johann's language for him. Right now, that car that he is behind is one of our GTE Pros. So that is, well, obviously not for position, but also not lapping someone within his own class. This is Pete Thickett, though, back in the 397. 9th overall. Second in the GTE AM class.
In that car, he's following their Torque Freak Racing Blanchemont's Gianni Quintelier, who is racing P4 right now, has a big gap over the Samba Racing team. It's Nacho Yarnos in that car further back, as he's just now coming on the front stretch. So that will round out the top 5 of the GT Pros.
This battle that we see on screen is actually for position, we should point out. The 9th place of Pete Thickett with with Benjamin Fisher behind him. This is for second place, as it looks like Fisher going to be able to get past Thickett around the outside into De La Roja, making it look easy.
Yeah, that'll move Benjamin Fisher up there, racing Manuel Mayer, who started that car, I believe, for Fisher Motorsports. So Fisher's been doing the most of the work so far in this race. I'm sure they'll go back and forth, though, but that'll move him up to second. But still, it is quite a large gap up to Pineapple Racing's 327. Senna Stoffmeal been so dominant in these recent laps.
You might want to go to P7 in the LMP2s, because we talked about Quintana catching up, easy for me to say, to Lehman. And as they're split by a little bit of traffic momentarily, they got more up ahead. He is really starting to put the pressure on as he tries to recover from this scheduled stop that's just slightly out of order from everybody else.
Yeah, and I'm really curious where Quintana will end up in the rest, because he has the pace to actually do something really interesting, especially if you keep in mind the different pet strategy that he's on compared to the 169, the 102, the 111. He's the only car kind of in the LMP2 category that's really trying something different. But for that to work, he has to get by this machine in front of him, that road boss's car of Jacob Lehman. There's a quick car getting by them on the right. That's Marcel Egbers in the German sim racing. He's de-lapping himself. He's a little bit farther down the field, but Jacob Lehman is now completely being drafted. Andres Quintana making it free wide with Julian Belder on the outside. Andres Quintana keep taking a look in the inside, under braking free wide. He puts his nose in, cannot put it side by side to overtake him. A little bit squirrely under throttle there. He gets another chance in the next chicane on the outside. Now once again there's an LMP1 car. This time it's the SRT team getting by. Andres Quintana not as close as he was last time. He has to keep it single file here as they go towards the Lesmo corners.
Way off the apex for that first part of the chicane in De La Roja for Lehman, but he doesn't lose the position. Just ahead of them, they've got two GTE cars. They're going to hold to the left, let them through. Both really in a hurry to make this work. Awful timing there for the driver of Andres Quintana. Unfortunately, Callum Wright trying to run his own line, and they had to go side by side through the second Lesmo. You can see the gap that has now opened up between the two cars.
And Andres Quintana once again quickly closed down that gap towards the car in front. His quickest lap time this race so far is a 1:36, but after some slight banks, I don't think that the World of Sim Racing team car is as quick as it was in the early stages of this race. Jacob Lehman in front of them. It seems though that they are quite quickly closing down the gap once again. He's again in the draft, coming out of the Parabolica chicane, going towards the Variante de Rettivillo. He's maybe a little bit too far to try another move this time out.
Doesn't look like it's going to work, but we do have a bit of a battle happening. P7 and GTE AM. So we take a look at these two down here. This is Peter Parnell and Callum Wright. We were watching them split just a moment ago. Got a lot closer, and then this traffic just playing havoc with everybody today. Right on board with Callum that Ford ahead is Parnell.
As you saw Bart Daleman, the LMP2 driver, get by there safely. Parnell holding that position right now. Callum Wright, the Nomad Sim Racing driver in the 315 car, is still chasing Parnell. This is a battle for P7 in GTM. Parnell only putting in a couple of the laps so far, as you see Ronnie Fantini, another LMP2 driver from the 111 Huiskenveld team, as more prototypes go by in the form of LMP1s now.
Of course, the Nomad Sim Racing car had a little bit of trouble early on, just as the sun was coming up, and that set them backwards, which is why they're so far down in GTEM now. If you stepped away and are rejoining us.
Oh, sorry, let's go to Andres. Oh, let's go to Andres Quintana. Oh, what a beautiful overtaking maneuver that was on Jacob Lehman. Can he make it stick? Because he goes very wide through the Parabolica chicane. No, Jacob Lehman gets us back there on the exit of the corner. Andres Quintana gets back into the gearbox of that car, though. He will have to draft all the way going towards the Variante Rettivillo. But it's a little bit more speed I think he needs. Taking a little look on the inside there, but he dives back to the racing line. What a move he made on Andres Quintana going towards the Parabolica while Jacob Lehman was completely being checked up. You can see here Jacob getting checked up by some traffic. Andres Quintana immediately profiting from that by making it free wide. This is some Hakkinen Schumacher stuff, and he almost made his stick, just slightly overshot himself, and that allowed Jacob Lehman to get that position back.
Oof. I'd say that Quintana has the bit between his teeth. He's making some brave moves. We saw him have a go into the first chicane. That didn't work. Now tried to use traffic to his advantage. That hasn't worked. Something's eventually got to stick for him. hopefully he will be able to manage to get by soon for his sake. I'm sure Lehman would disagree with that. Now, up at the front, surprisingly, we thought that Antoine didn't really have a chance to try and catch up with Torres. And of course, just as he was catching up, he's now blocked in literally. Look at this. The road is packed with traffic, not able to get through. I'm guessing this is some sort of battle happening between... Oh, and Fontini gets tipped. Second place, LMP1 tries to work his way around, manages to avoid him. Fantini keeps going. Almost makes more contact with Harry Kellen. Ooh, that was tense moments.
That's the second time that Fantini has contact with someone.
I would assume these two GTE cars probably battling for position, because it was so strange that they were just holding the road like that.
Fantini coming into the pits to repair his car.
Oh. Yeah, not only did he get a good hit in the side, I think he went over top of those sausage curbs, which is not good.
Yeah, especially in those LMP2 cars, that really destroys all the aerodynamic flows you have on that car. He has to come in. It was, of course, the P3 overall in the LMP2 category. It's one of the leaders in that class that now has to come in.
And that one little incident took the gap of 1 second between Cousin and Torres to up to 6 seconds now. He's got more work yet to do. Got to be frustrating, but thankfully it is an endurance race. Still 2.5 hours left to go as we take a look at our overall leader there in the Kinetic Racing number 83.
We don't have to go there, but if you were wondering about that battle that was happening in the GTMs before all of that broke out, Colin Wright did eventually get around Peter Parnell there for P7 and GTM. That 315 car, we were talking briefly about them earlier. They were leading in that GTM category, dominating really. Then the sun came up and just kind of ran into some trouble with traffic. But they were very, very fast in qualifying this morning with Jason Dilworth driving that up inside the top 5 overall in GT. So they were up there with some GT Pro speed.
Also got... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Also getting a position is Andres Quintana. This time around he got by Jacob Lehman in that LMP2 fight. Now this is of course very important for the World of Sim Racing Team car, because they were almost being lapped by the leader in the LMP2 class, Oliver Kemesat. Let's see if they can actually basically drive a little bit quicker than the German sim racing machine. Do another throw at having the lead once the rest of that field that's on a different strategy comes in for that new pit stop.
Yeah, the bad news for them, though, is we saw that Kemesat was able to dispose of him relatively quickly. So I'm not sure if, well, it is a different driver, though, we should say. So Quintana might have a little bit more speed than his teammate and could yet still pull away. Some of it does come down to traffic management as well. We've got a very mixed up field right now, as we've had not quite a half hour of green flag racing here in our second half of coverage of the 6 hours of Monza. This is our second place driver, Brennan Cronin, still trying to fend off Drew Eccles. This is in GTE Pro.
Drew Eccles has been adamant about getting that position. Just right now, just trying to get up alongside of him. But this right here, this is exactly his problem. He's got, every time he can get up to the back of Brendan Cronin, he's got LMP1 or LMP2 traffic to deal with. There he had both when he had a couple of different cars. And it looks like Tim Clayson's, our GT Pro leader, is in the pits.
I'm going to guess that this is a scheduled stop. This wouldn't, I'm not seeing any damage on the car, so I believe they are in when they expected. The GTE car is able to go roughly about a little more than an hour typically at most tracks. Might be a little bit less here at Monza, with this being a very thirsty one. So we continue to watch Drew Eccles with Cronin ahead of him and Quintelier just behind, rounding out our top 3 for the podium in GTE Pro.
Brendan Cronin with that Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew team pitting. That is going to shift the lead over to him temporarily. I'm guessing with the 282 had to make pit stops there. Oh, Eccles has gone off.
Yeah, Eccles
Got it.
dealing with some traffic. It's Alexi Lane who comes by, and it looks like, well, the marbles have built up by this point in the race.
Yeah. Just that outside line through there, and really not ideal. Sometimes the prototypes can get through there, get a little more traction through there, but the GT cars really struggle with all that weight out on that outside line there, that outside groove where all the marbles have built up, like you said. The inside gets rubbered in, the outside does not, and you have something like that. But Drew Eccles got it gathered back up. He's back on track. He hasn't lost any positions, but he did lose a lot of ground because now Brendan Cronin has a big lead in GT Pro.
And our overall leader has entered the pits. Mark Torres takes the number 83 in and finds his stall. Let's see if they swap drivers out or if he's going to stick in the car. Drew Eccles also comes in after that off. That's not good news.
Might also be a scheduled pit stop. He might have just trying to cut his losses there on that lap. Already lost a lot of time. Might as well have come into the pits. Might have been his ideology of thinking there.
Torres out. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say, as Mark Torres gets racing again, let's see with the number 17, the GT Temple racing car in P3 in the LMP1 classes, quite far away. He's currently driving the Variante Ascari. Jacob Tufts behind the wheel of the number 17 machine, so that's a good half minute, I would say, between those two cars. So Mark Torres quite comfortably still in the P2 of the LMP1 class and overall. Now in the meantime, the number 2, oh, that's Antoine Cousin, who had a heavy crash.
And that brings out a caution.
That's the overall leader.
Now, how in the world did this happen? Oh, this was all on his own. There was no traffic anywhere through Ascari. A little bit into the gravel on the exit. Just a bad bounce. Ooh. That was a monster hit. And
that's day over as well, because boy, that car has gotten a real knock after that. He's sitting in the pits, but as you can see on board here, this car gets destroyed very violently.
Wow, so no wonder they threw the caution for that one so quickly. Car on its lid. No way that's going to be able to get out without a tow. And that means the drivers are now lining up behind the pace car. We, I believe, are going to be taking a short break here with this. Before we do, real quick, the Kinetic Racing team now re-inherits the lead for LMP1s with Mark Torres in the car. German Sim Racing LMP2 has Oliver Kimmset leading the LMP2 class. Geodesic Racing Black has Brendan Cronin leading the way in the GTE Pro. GTE AM being led by Fisher Motorsports with Benjamin Fisher. We'll be back after a moment. Welcome back to beautiful Monza. It's 10:30 in the morning here, virtual standard time, and you see our overall leader on the screen. That is Mark Torres driving the Kinetic Racing 83 for the LMP1 class. They have been racing very well out there today, leading many of the laps as they come around. We think we might be able to get one to go this time by. They're still waving a few cars by, so maybe I've called that too soon. We see a few of them rushing by the pace car. The reason for this caution, unfortunately, one of our contenders for the lead had an incident that left them on their lid. It was Cousin who found himself taking the Ascari chicane a little too hot and wound up bouncing over the gravel and then into the barrier. They have indeed extended the caution, so we've got at least 2 more laps out here before we go back to green flag racing. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, though, Nick. You got to see them in qualifying. You got an initial look at things, and then you step away, and now you come back and see how things are now. I mean, what strikes you the most between what you saw in qualifying and what's happened in the race thus far?
Oh, it's totally different, and I was so surprised by that. I was really expecting a lot more teams to be able to carry their qualifying speed right straight through, up through the race, at least the halfway mark. But no, a lot of people really got stumped by that race, by the race starting before sunrise. I knew that would be a factor. I didn't know it would be that much of a factor, and a lot of teams with qualifying setups that did really well not able to perform in the race, and vice versa.
Just about to the 2 hours to go mark in this 6-hour event. You can see still quite a few cars working their way past now, so we're probably going to be waiting a little while. We're not seeing much in the way of pit stops here since it's just about halfway through a regular stint for most of these cars. Actually, maybe slightly beyond that, I should say. But with it being within a little less than 45 minutes from the last caution, Johan, I'm guessing we're not probably going to see many cars coming in on this one.
Nah, that really depends on the strategy they're currently on. If we go green until the end of the race, I think there's 2 more regular pit stops and a splash and dash, something like that. But it depends on how much fuel you have left. So it's really making decisions on the go now. We were talking about it before, just with Bill at the 3-hour mark, or just before that this is probably the point in the race where you can actually think about realistically, how many more cautions will there be? And if there's so many cautions, what is the most optimal strategy? Because now, with almost 4 hours of the race already done, this is the time of the race where most of the cards have been played out, and you can really make a good decision for yourself how to approach this final 2 hours.
This is our 5th caution of the day for those counting. And the car that did cause it was the Scimitar Esport Jade car. Unfortunately, they are still in the pits getting a lot of repairs because of the intense damage they suffered. Not even sure that they are going to come back out. They will, though, probably only lose 1 position, if that even, because it's Marcel Egbers, the only LMP1 car still going, that will be able to overtake them. Other than that, we've had 2 more DNFs in that LMP1 class. Kyle Burney with Bad Cactus Racing Choya and Wyvern Racing have both found themselves, unfortunately, out of the game today. Understand that they've still got even more drivers to try and wave by here. See what happens when they cross the line, if they are going to extend the caution one more time or if they are going to let it go. I see some LMP1 or LMP2s and a GTE coming through there. Boy, that's the one bad thing about having long periods of green and then suddenly getting a caution, is it seems like the cautions take a whole lot longer for the stewards to sort out. Now, not their fault, it's just very complicated, unfortunately, and they're trying to make sure that they follow the rules to the letter.
One of the cars making a pit stop at the moment is the number 77. That's a P3 overall in the LMP1 class, the Element Sim Racing Fire car. Matthias Hoffman is behind the wheel. He took over that wheel around the second stint of Niels Hoendeheke. Let's see if they actually will put a new drive in this car. Why am I saying this? Because this car is actually one of the cars that profited a lot from the retirement of the Simatok Esports car, because they got back on the lead lap. And especially with the fact that they just made a pit stop, although they have to wait a little bit at the pit exit, they are back on the lead lap, and this will help them quite a bit to try and get back on the Kinetic and GT Tempo cars, who I don't think have made a pit stop yet this safety car period.
I'll tell you who didn't benefit from this caution was a couple of these GT drivers who were actually in the pits when that caution came out. So we have like Drew Eccles in the 221 Black Sheep Motorsports car, who was actually second. He now finds himself in that team back in sixth, and at the tail end of that line on the lead lap with the other GT Pro cars, but not anywhere near the track position that he had before. So the lead goes back to Gianni Quintelier for Torque Freak Racing Blanchimont, with Geodesic Racing Black going to be second now instead of first.
This is one thing I do love about the cautions, is that it does keep the strategists on their toes and certainly makes you work hard for the win. It is not just simply about raw speed. As we take a look at Cronin there, beautiful liveried car, I must say. Really like the paint schemes that Geodesic tends to come out with there, but they are certainly in the thick of the pack now as the rest of them work their way through to find the tail of the crocodile, as Martin Brundle likes to call it. Still got a few cars actually working their way towards that, some as far back as Curva Grande. That would be Robert Jan de Jong in Pineapple 327, which I believe does change hands for the GTAM lead. I think Dario Galink now up at the front of that. Yes, it looks to be the case. PCDC Yellow currently up at the front of that class, and actually all the way up to 8th within all of the GTE cars. This is a mighty fine effort by them.
Absolutely. And Joe, you mentioned that paint scheme on that Geodesic Racing Black car currently being driven by Brendan Cronin. We had someone in the comments during qualifying say that that was a brand new paint scheme they were debuting for today, for just to add some good luck for them. They're coming off of a top 5 at Barber, trying to keep that momentum going into Monza. It's working so far.
I'd say so. And what better place to premiere a new paint than a Ferrari in Italy? So I'm sure all the 488s are working their hardest to try and do everybody proud here at a home track. They've announced that the pits are open this time. Let's see if we have any takers for non-emergency service. And indeed, Egbers is in, Carlson is in, Toft is in. In fact, whoa, just about everybody coming in.
Literally that, except the Kinetic Racing car on front. There's Mark Torres. He goes, he continues straight. The next car that chooses to stay out, well, that is the number 114 of Terry Taylor in the TCR. So that means that TCR, if I'm correct, goes to the lead of the LMP2 category.
And this is understandable because the 83 pitted right before the caution, did they not? I've seen them on a 5-lap stint so far. So they kind of lucked out from that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see Terry Taylor leading the LMP2 class now. And then drivers will return to the track after the stops. Looks like Ugbluth in the car for Temple Racing. Now, they just recently had to have a bit of an emergency stop, I believe, as their internet connection was not doing so handy. At least they could take care of that during a caution than having to do that over green.
This is also going to change the lead in, I believe, both of the GT classes. GT Pro lead is going to switch back to Tim Clayson's from Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. And I'm not sure if we had... I think the only GT AM cars that stayed out were ones trying to get a lap back, maybe. So that lead may not have changed.
I'm seeing PCDC Red now.
Red, yeah, Joshua Beeling right
now,
I believe.
Before.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It looks like
Yellow's back in
Joshua
14th
Beiling
now.
was able to, Joshua Beiling was able to pass him there when PCDC Motorsports Yellow, when that car went to the pits. But yeah, the Motorsports Red car now out in front of GTM coming all the way from 52nd overall to 28th overall right now in this race.
They've extended the caution as they let the drivers catch up to the back of the train now that we've got pit stops done. We're going to take a quick break here while they let them do that. We'll come back with the green. Hopefully, we go green all the way to the end. We'll see what it holds here at Monza on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Welcome back to beautiful Italy here in Monza. We are just entering the final 2 hours of the 6 hours of Monza. The number 83 leads in your LMP1 class. The number 114 leads in LMP2 with the number 282 leading in GTE Pro. So as the roof pace car comes around Parabolica once more, Torres is going to have control of the field in the Kinetic LMP1. Waits for the green flag to wave as he keeps them at pace. Now he accelerates away. Green flag is out here at Monza. Let's hope we can get another long green flag run like we had just before. We come down to Rettifilio. This has always been the danger spot here on the restarts. Drivers all accordion together once again. And the classes, even worse than the start, are all mixed up. So far, the front of the field working their way through cleanly. Double file all the way back, though. Look at the back of the field. One car off into the grass, two cars off into the grass, but otherwise, I'd say that was a good attempt.
Oh, that's a hard crash, though, of Andre Brunet, the 388. He completed... Wow, it almost looked like a hardware failure because he completely ran straight through that little chicane that you have to do if you miss the first chicane. And he plowed himself into the side of which was the unlucky driver, Hannes Pitkanen from Usagi Racing.
I almost think it was a miscommunication because they both took the runoff there. One was trying to follow his way through the chicane, the other was not.
Yeah, that was really interesting.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what happened. One was trying to follow the arrows there through that you can go through to kind of avoid more of a slowdown penalty, and the other one was just trying to fly through there. It looked like, I think, well, I don't think he was trying to fly through that. I think it just didn't quite get it slowed down in time.
Well, the importance of following instructions discovered by both parties very, very quickly. As we are already done with that first lap back under green, Torres already streaking away by a large margin ahead of GT Temple with Fabian Jungbluth in the car. That due mostly to the number of other class cars between them on the restart, as it looks like the number 17 still having to work his way through a number of them before he gets clear.
A lot closer is it though in the LMP2 category between TCR and Team Heusenfeld 111. Those two drivers are around 2-3 seconds separated from each other at the moment. Less than 2 seconds to be honest. But these drivers were not in these positions before the pit stop start. Of the old top 5, 4 of the drivers came in for a pit stop. So drivers that were currently sitting in P3, P6 and P7 gained a lot of places. And those are TCR, Team Heusenfeld, and the World of Sim Racing team who's currently third in class.
Now we have a battle for the lead in the GT Pros as well. Sean Macbeth has just about caught Tim Claessens. They just got interrupted by an LMP2 driver. It's Oliver Chemisat there, but Sean Macbeth right up next to Tim Claessens for a couple of turns through there. Lost him briefly, but I think he's going to gain back all that momentum here as he gets a run on him. And this is, again, for the battle, the lead in GT Pro.
And they cannot get a break. Here comes another LMP2 through. That's Peter Filmeyer. Oh, and he just about pushes Claessens off the track with Sean Macbeth not able to take advantage of it yet still. Good job by Tim Claessens for dealing with that, because certainly unexpected happenings.
Look who that is right behind him in that dark blue and black car. That's Drew Eccles, Black Sheep Motorsports. That is also for position, as he's running P3 right now.
Eccles has been there or thereabouts since we picked up coverage here in the second half as we ride on board, giving chase. It's now a three-way fight for the lead with Sean Macbeth having a good run up the outside, down into the first chicane. And just as he's about to try it, the yellow flag comes out. Let's see if we can figure out who caused this. Potentially the 110. Billy Fletcher, Luxem Sport. I'm checking myself.
He went in the pits normally. Oh, I see a car. That's Dennis Garrison of Virtual Motorsports. He's standing still on the sideline. Let me just give a quick update because Team Heusenfeld did get past TCR before the yellow flag was waved. So there's a new leader in the LMP2 category.
Looks like this happened a long time ago. Oh, this was a big mess. It all started, so there was a car backwards in Della Rosia. I'm figuring out who that is. Callum Wright? Is that? No, that's not Callum Wright. That is Pete Thickett. Pete Thickett got turned. He tried to pull around, and in that, he made a bit of a smoke screen, caused a bunch of cars to try and scatter, and that just caused a whole chain reaction with, I think that's Dario Galink? No, Dario just got through. Looks like Ryan Wallace and Dennis Garrison came together in a big way, and then from there it was a traffic jam. Stefan Overgaard also got caught up in the Kinetic Racing 283. So unfortunately, we won't be able to bring the replays up, but boy, that was a bit messy there. We had a couple laps of green flag racing, at least, take us into the 2-hour to-go mark, thankfully. As was mentioned, the number 111 Kiewit back up to the top of the LMP2s now, but there's nobody between them. And I'm guessing that Taylor in the TCR car probably not going to be waiting around and trying anything cute with pit strategy here with the leader in sight. Plus, they've got third place right behind them, Andres Quintana back in the car for World Sim Racing Team.
I mean, there's a whole cackle of LMP2 cars there because Roadmaster's Jacob Lehman is right behind Quintana. And the V Apex Racing Group car of Taylor Buchout is in P5. They're all nose to tail. And then there's 2 LMP1 cars, and then there's the German sim racing car of Oliver Kamerset. So a lot of the LMP2 cars are actually very close together. Tony Bart in the Nomad sim racing car isn't that far away either. And it's a little while before you see Albin Kloosterman in the NAB racing one. Like I said, several of the lead cars in the LMP2 class very close together.
Taylor and I were talking about the LMP2s in qualifying, how we just expected them to really be really competitive up front. The 111 Christian Kiewit really dominated most of qualifying until the last second when all of a sudden that V Apex Racing Group Red, right now it's being driven by Taylor Buchout. It was being driven by Alex Saunders in qualifying, but 4 1,000ths of a second was the difference in qualifying to put those drivers on the front row, and just goes to show you that the LMP2 is really competitive, all of them really fast today.
And those 2 drivers that you mentioned, both the 111 and the 101, they've been very quick in the race as well until they had contact with other cars, which sent them down the order. They had to really recover, and just by staying clean after that happened, taking good pit stop strategy, having good race pace as well, they've fought their way forward. And they're currently sitting in P1 and P5, very close to podium positions.
All right, let's see. They've opened the pit lane this time by, so who's a taker, who's not? We just had so many cars come in. I'd be shocked if we had very many, if at all. Probably most. Oh, and look at this, all the LMP2s.
All the LMP2s that didn't make a pit stop last time. P2, P3, P4. They all come in to visit the pit crew.
Number of the GTEs. These cars, I'm not surprised that we're getting a few in. We had a number of them with damage from that last incident.
That does include our GTAM leader, who was Joshua Beiling in the PCDC Motorsports Red. They kind of flip-flopped on the last caution and took the lead when the other cars went to the pits, so probably their time for a scheduled stop. Everyone on a little bit of a different strategy, a little bit of a different schedule in the GTAMs right now. But that's going to flip the lead right back to Pineapple Racing's 327 in GTAM.
Robert Jan de Jong, of course, in the car right now for the number 327. Once again, impressed with the GTAM performances so far. Sitting 8th within all of the GT cars is that Pineapple Racing machine, which is no mean feat considering we have we have 36 of them that started this race, and really we've only got a few of them DNF'd so far. Not a majority amount. Probably still 30-plus cars still in that GT class out here. So not only in the top third of the field, but solidly into the top third, despite being categorized as an AM.
And if that 327 looks or sounds familiar, but you don't recognize Robert Yandiong, Yandiong actually just took the seat of that car that was being driven by Senna Stoffmeal, who really dominated the first bit of this race. He drove 103 laps for that team, and now under the last caution we had, not this one, the last one, Robert Yandiong took over the reins of that 327 machine.
So working their way around the two Lesmos is the field. The front of them now on their way down towards the Ascari. A little bit of cloud cover here, I'm noticing. We haven't checked on that in a while, actually, and it has gone up a fair amount out on the track, but not enough, I think, that it should cause too many hassles in terms of the setups that the cars have. It's 83 degrees on the track right now. Still about 79 degrees air temperature. That's only gone up about 3 degrees. So beautiful winter day as it is in the middle of January, at least in virtual time. Well, it is here in real time too, in Italy.
Yeah, a little watery sun getting to the cloud cover there, but of course all those trees on the side of the road won't help either. They even when the sun is this low, it's 11, but you can still see quite a few shadows on track once they go past the trees. Those create shadows, which mean that the track there won't heat up as much as you would expect with a full warm sun on top of it.
It looks like the lights are out on the pace car. I think we're getting ready to go green once again. And just got the confirmation from the stewards. They are going green this time by. So as the roof pace car peels in one more time, Mark Torres has control of the field, gets them all stacked up, and accelerates away under green. This time, though, he does not have Cousin behind him as we've seen in times past. In fact, it is a car lapped down within his class. It's Marcel Egbers for German Sim Racing giving chase. They're splitting the second place car. That's Fabian Jungluth as they hit the Rettifilio chicane for the first time. Bit of 3 wide back there for a moment. Looks like drivers are getting it sorted out, though.
Ooh, little bumping. Robert Jan de Jong got a little bump from Ole Christian Hoenenberg. Both can continue, though. No spins.
No spins, just a couple little puffs of smoke from contact back here in the further back areas of GT Pro and GTM. But yeah, other than that, maybe a couple of 0Xs through there, but all relatively clean there through the first chicane and the first couple of turns.
I think these guys are getting a handle on that one. So as they work their way around, Torres already heading up towards Ascari. And interesting to note that Jungluth's not been able to overtake Egbers yet. He is really losing track of the number 83 and quickly. What about that battle for the lead in the LMP2s? We saw how close that was before. Hewitt, still your leader. Bookout doesn't have anybody between them at the moment. The 111 and the 101, though, separated by nearly 2 seconds.
Yeah, it was Talia Bookhouse who got a little bit stuck behind some cars in that restart, and that didn't help him. So he had to give Christian Kiewit a 2-second lead. Let's see now, once they're full speed, no cars between them, if Taylor Bookhouse can close that gap to Christian Kiewit. It's a battle between the 101 and 111, like you talked about, Nick, earlier. It has been raging in qualifying and still continues here in the race.
They come down to the Rettifilio one more time. Thankfully, they seem to be clear most of the traffic by this point. They do have Carlson between them. He is, for the SR team, in the LMP1 class. So he's not really racing them, although he does split them even more. Not exactly what Bookout wanted.
Looks like we're going side by side for the lead in GT Pro. It's a couple of Porsches. Sean Macbeth took advantage of a little mistake by Tim Claessens as he hit the curbing, and now they are side by side. It looks like Macbeth gonna just ducked back in underneath. Clasons couldn't make it stick there on the outside, but he's definitely caught him. And then in tow is Drew Eccles in that Black Sheep Motorsports Ford, also trying to close in that gap.
Looking forward to these three having round two. Remember, just before that last caution, a pass was attempted by Macbeth. Just was not quite successful because the caution came out right before he would have been by him. Now, as we ride on board with Sean, heading down towards Ascari, you can see him reel him in with the draft. Going to be close enough to have a go here. Ooh, and 281 has had a problem. This was in... he's on the side of the track. That's Quintelier. So this started in front of them when they went 3 wide. Ben Gregory in one of the LMP1s tried to go on the side of Unenberg and de Jong.
Yeah, just nowhere to go there for him, basically. Real bad situation, real bad spot on the track to have that happen.
De Jong nearly came back on track in front of more cars, too.
And Quintilier actually didn't do anything wrong. He slowed down to avoid a crash in front of him, and he got completely bundled by Jonathan Dance in the Luxem 24 car. That sent Quintilier around. Man, he lost a lot of time because of that.
I'm going to watch it from onboard since the trees have acted like a natural sensor here in the park today. Let's see the carnage from this perspective. Yeah, got a little hairy very quickly. Now, mercifully, he spun to the inside. Other cars out into the line of fire, basically, with cars just streaming up since it's right after a restart. No caution, though. Everybody got it going once again.
This battle for GT Pro really heating up now. Sean Macbeth got right to the outside, and both him and Clasons were up on the curbing going through the chicane, but now it is right behind them. Drew Eccles has really closed that gap, and we are right back to a 3-way battle for this lead.
Popcorn is out, soda is out. Drew Eccles is ready to watch the show and take advantage lest anything go down between the likes of the Speedworks car and the Torque Freak Corkscrew car. Oh, really hot into the Ascari chicane. Clasons absolutely chucks it in, and the gap increases between himself and Macbeth, who is now under threat from Eccles. He stays defensive down towards the Parabolica, makes the Black Sheep car go the long way around as they're now side by side. It's a game of chicken, and Eccles is deeper on the brakes, but can he be better on the gas? Just behind them, they've got Ben Gregory coming through and the prototype car. He leaves them be, but Macbeth with a successful defense as they hit the front stretch again.
And while all this is happening, Anders Christensen trying to fend off Callum Wright for the GT and the lead. And it looks like they have company from another GT Pro driver behind them, and quite the gaggle there as well. But right now, that AVA Vervatic 394 driven by Anders Christensen leading the Nomad Sim Racing GT car of the 315 of Callum Wright as they head through the first turn.
It took a little bit of a peek, but he couldn't quite make the car take the apex first between the two of them. So it looks like Callum is going to wait for another good opportunity. The car behind them, that is Roberto Schunemann, who races in the GTE Pro. So that's not for position in their class. Keeping a half eye on us, a half an eye on the battle for the lead. Looks like the battle for the lead has split up significantly, though. So this is the closer of the two.
Be interested to see that's Roberto Schunemann in the Team Hoisingfeld 248. That is a GT Pro driver there. Be interested to see what factor he plays, or if he's just going to sit back and let them at it. I think that's what he's been doing right now. It's 394 and the 315 still in the lead. But Callum Wright really cannot let that 394 get away, because on these straightaways, he is pulling away a little bit.
And just to complicate things, you can see at the tail of the train, that is the Black Sheep number 323 of Nathan Manning. That is for GT AM position once he manages to get by Roberto, if he manages to get by Roberto. But he certainly has incentive to try and make an overtake on that car in front of him.
Nathan Manning, one of the part of Black Sheep Motorsport 323. That's one of the 3-man teams out here today. He's only got 10 laps, now completing his 11th lap under the belt for that car. Ryan Reeves and Dale Tuck, the second Illinois drivers trying to have held that.
Got a little bit of replay here in the GTE Pro. Did we have a pass for the lead? Looks like they tried to get up beside him. Trying to figure out what exactly happened. I'm not sure.
Macbeth and Eccles may have gotten a little of each other.
This is coming through the Lesmos. Guessing this was down into Ascari potentially. Looks a little far back unless there's a big mistake from the leader, Tim Claessens.
Well, it looks like Eccles got around Macbeth and then Macbeth
upside down. Garbs, there's Dario Galinki in the 303 on upside down. That is in the Lesmos. Let's see how that happened. Yeah, he got a little bit wide on the first Lesmo, got spun around by Casper de Kort in the Graphite Racing GTE car.
Definitely had to take a tow. Yeah, that was a lot of cars coming through, and, well, actually, yeah, multiple cars tumbling because it looks like Egbers himself also got pushed over momentarily.
Luckily for Egbers, he can continue, but man, that's a very, very hard hit for Dario there.
No caution, though. I guess the virtual marshals were able to drag it very quickly through that opening in the wall. Very strong marshals.
Really strong.
That car, the 303, we actually saw him. We also saw Dario Galink leading earlier in GTM. Bjorn DeForce is currently in the cockpit, sitting on pit road, getting damage repaired. That car was actually all the way up into the lead at one point, I believe.
Another spinner, Daniel Ferguson got spun around in turn 1. That's P5, if I believe, in the GTM category.
Well, we started relatively calm for this series in the first part of our coverage here in the second half, but now, unfortunately, it's really kicking off. Drivers, I guess, towards the tail end of the race feeling a little bit more antsy about things as we watch this incident into the Retafilio.
He just loops it around himself, but I have to say, what an incredible awareness from Robert Jan de Jong in the Pineapple Racing. He saw that car spinning and he just noped out of there, went straight, went around the little things.
And we got a caution.
Oh, we have a caution, yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can find, well, it's not Bjorn DeFore, she's stationary, but we know what happened to him. You know, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe this is a late caution for the car that was on its lid.
That's what I was wondering. It might just be a compilation of a couple different incidents we saw.
Looking around to see if I can find a car off track somewhere. And I'm not seeing anything yet. So this one might have to remain a mystery until we hear from the stewards. As we get another caution and the marshals try to get things sorted out. We're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Again, your overall leader, Mark Torres in the 83 for LMP1. Christian Kewitt leads in the number 111 in LMP2, and GTE Pro being led by Tim Claessens in the 282. Welcome back here to Monza, Italy. We're now only an hour and a half left to go in the 6 hours of Monza. We are on caution number 7, if my counting is correct here. We had one of our more unusual incidents, and it wasn't what caused the caution. It was during the caution itself. We've managed to catch a replay of it. This was involving Chemiset, and I'm not sure who the other driver is.
It was Andre Brunette of the Lux Sim 24 Moto Rookies team in the 388 GTM car.
You can see he just gets absolutely rear-ended as the cars are catching up at the tail end here.
We need to go a little bit further back, I think. We could see the smoke in the back of the screen lighting up.
Here
you can see Andre Burnett. He just comes out of this car again, doesn't pay attention, and completely covers into the back of that LMP2 car. Let me just see who there was. It was Oliver Chemiset, one of the leaders, the ex-leaders in the LMP2 class. Was just an innocent victim there.
So as we come back live, I thought I could see a little bit of damage on the front of that GT car already before we even hit him. So that says a lot right there. I imagine the stewards probably not going to look too fondly on that sort of incident, as they expect good behavior out of the drivers. It wasn't intentional, but as we saw, obviously it has dire consequences, especially with the damage that it can cause. Looks like we've got this on board now. Let's take a look at it from this driver's point of view. Now, typically, Johan, I can excuse it when there's cars between this car and the other car that they hit, and they were just sort of blinded because they pulled out of the way at the last second. But that was plain open view.
What I think, the only thing I can imagine is maybe he had a screen freeze. That could have something happened.
That's
or
true.
Maybe if he uses a virtual reality headset, that maybe his hardware just froze a little bit of a second. Or maybe he just, I don't know, tried to look at his F3 screen for a second. There might be a very legible excuse for that incident happening. But yeah, I just feel very sorry for Oliver there, who was a completely innocent bystander and who has quite a bit of damage on the rear of his car. He's actually coming in now. Could also be for just a normal pit stop. Let me just see in his laps, but he is also coming in to fix the rear of that car.
Yep, a lot of pit stops taking place right now. You can see pit row very, very busy. And Oliver also one of the faster drivers out there today, as Nick was talking about earlier with that car. So, boy, that is a really disappointing way to have a setback. And if they lose this race, that'll be incredibly frustrating for them. Something that was really literally out of their control. Everybody now peeling off pit lane. Pit exit is open. They're waving a few cars around, I believe, still. So they've got a little bit of time before we go green once again. Let me double check to see if the pace car has its lights off yet. Yes, they do. They are off. So I think we might be going green this time by, potentially. Actually, no, if we're waving some more cars around, we might have to wait for them to catch back up to the tail. Waiting to hear from the stewards to get confirmation on that one. Now, Nick, I know you guys were talking a little bit in the qualifying about one thing that I find interesting about the LMP1's racing here, and that is that they base a lot of their regeneration on braking. There's so few braking events around this lap. Does that make it hard to keep the battery charged?
Oh, absolutely, it does. And the only thing that would really help that strategy in keeping the battery charged is if you do run into some traffic ahead of you. Yeah, it'll help you keep the battery charged, but at the same time, you're running into traffic. So I suppose it depends on how you look at it. But Monza, with all of these straightaways and all of the fast turns, even when you're not really on the brakes much, it does cause quite an issue for the LMP1s because you're not going to get that extra boost being on the button with the extra battery charge.
And Johan, did you see another accident just happen?
It almost seemed like it with Christian Nossing this time. Christian Nossing was behind Tony Baird, coming up to the safety car line and going through the final Lesmo, Christian Nossing was completely unsighted by the rest of the field being slow in front. And while Tony Baird went on the brakes, Christian Nossing almost rear-ended him. But this was a lot less close. Christian was paying more attention than we saw earlier. But yeah, that was a close one as well.
All right, and it looks like we are going green as the lights are still off on the pace car, getting ready to come around to the pit entry. Torres is going to have control of the field. Jungbluth is still in second, but they are separated by a number of other class cars. Only one other car on the lead lap, that is Niels Hundehage in the Element Sim Racing Fire Machine. Pace car is in. Torres takes off and accelerates away. Green flag is out here as Jungbluth tries his best to stream around all the other cars.
We got trouble in the back. Blake Neck, who was in third place in the GT Pros, has gone around in the Geodesic Racing black car right at the start.
And he gets it going again, but you can see how slow he is and all the chaos that it is causing in front of him.
Alex Sanders is on the grass, 4 wide, going over the start-finish straight and a restart. That's not going to work, and Alex Sanders found that. He got a little bump by David Lee Patterson, who gave him a little bump there on the run down. Luckily for Alex Sanders, great car control on the grass though, that he didn't spin out and he can continue.
No caution flag as drivers continue. We're going to take a look at the replay on this. First, let's look at Blake. What happened here? Was it just traffic trying to get around him?
I couldn't tell. Blake Neck has driven very little today. Spencer McCarthy.
Big crash, sorry, Blake Neck.
Oh, and crashing with Blake Neck.
Bas Rowinkle also involved there. Brian Bennett as well. That was on the exit of the Variante della Roccia.
Yeah, Blake's still trying to recover. He's certainly in the thick of it.
Yeah, this was, I think, Brian Bennett just thinking that he was all clear or something, drifting to the left there into the path of Blake Neck, who cannot disappear in thin air, got pushed into the wall. And I think Bas Rowinkle was an innocent bystander there. He saw the crash happen in front of him, tried to avoid it, and the car just spun in front of his path.
Yeah, Rowinkle ended up T-boning Blake Neck there as he was trying to get it gathered up from that previous incident, and a couple more cars barely scooting through there. I think it was just those 3 cars. Blake Neck just about ended up on his roof, did a full barrel roll there, but landed on the wheels, and it looks like he's towed back to the pit lanes, I believe.
That has got to be one of the most miserable restarts for a driver I've ever seen. Not necessarily of his own doing either. So we come back live, you can see, oh my goodness, the damage on that car is incredible. It's not going to be a fun day. Meanwhile, looks like we've got quite a bit of action still out on track because of the cars being so shuffled up and that restart being so chaotic. There's still, and we got a car.
Yeah, that's Pete Tackett going to spin around there. A lot of cars involved in that one. Then Ferguson as well, Jan-Philipp Wiet as well.
And our leader, Tim Claessens, was slowed up by that. That has caught Drew Eccles up to the back of him. It looks like Claessens had to take to off track to try and avoid him. He didn't hit anything, but let's watch this from his view.
This was a battle for P2 in GTM, I believe. Pete Thickett, and they were all trying to chase down Nathan Manning. It was a battle for P3, actually, because Anders Christensen had the lead with Nathan Manning, and then just behind them, there was a 5-car bunch-up that just did not end well through there.
And some cat-like reflexes to avoid that. And while all this is happening, looks like the battle for second in the fastest class of LMP1s is starting to heat up. Hundehage and Jungbluth getting ever closer to one another.
Yeah, and especially Hundehage had a great run out of Parabolica last time around. I thought for sure he was going to get that position, but well, in the end he fooled me and he didn't get around the German driver in front of him. But these 2 drivers are very close together, and with the Simatok car that retired or had a crash a few laps ago, Bad Cactus Wyvern that retired early in the race, these guys are looking for a very strong finishing position here in Monza. But who of them will get P2? They're fighting very hard for that right now. Behind them, for the lead in the LMP2 category, it's also going hard. TCR and Road Bastards are separated by less than a second at the moment, as Nathaniel Schrem in the TCR, followed by Ronald Gross in the Road Bastards car. Behind that, Team Huizenfeld, Ronnie Fantini, also not that far behind. Basically, the top 3 under a blanket in the LMP2 class.
Starting to break away even from the next car back. That's Saunders and V Apex Red. These 3 don't have anybody around them, really, that I can see. They've got a little GT traffic up the ways. But other than that, no one closing in behind from the LMP1s. So they should have this all to fight amongst each other as they now come down to Parabolica. Hour and 24 minutes left to go. And we should point out that they will have no cautions with 30 minutes left to go. So with all this excitement and them managing to avoid a full course yellow, there will reach a point where they will stop throwing the yellow so that it can end under green here.
And you mentioned that Alexander is just he cannot keep up with the top 3 in front of him. I think that it's because of the damage that he suffered in that really big front strands incident that gave the 3rd safety car, if I believe correctly, and then just slowed down his 101 machine in such a way that he cannot keep up with the top 3 in the LMP2 class at the moment. But look at the battle for the lead at the moment, because Nathaniel Schrem is being put under pressure by Ronald Gross on the run down towards the Della Roja chicane. Who he defends? Ronald Gross almost on the grass. He keeps the nose on the inside there. Stays on the inside, side by side. This will really hurt them both on exit. Look behind him for the Huizenfeld. They can make it 3 wide maybe. Fantini is at least profiting from it. He's side by side by Gross. He's getting by Gross. That's P2 for Huizenfeld. But he's really close to Nathaniel Schrem, who's defending like his life depends on it at the moment.
What was an attack became a defense, and neither was successful for Ronald Gross, who now is back to P3. But Fantini seems to have found his legs because he's got the draft of Schrem. He's looking to the inside. He's thinking for the lead in LMP2, but backs out of it by the time they get to the Ascari chicane. And all while this was going on, Nick, you have heard back on the incident that happened over caution?
Yeah, it looks like the racing stewards have black flagged Andre Brunet for that incident when he came into the rear end of Oliver Kemistad, I believe that was. That's the 388 Lexus M24 Motifa Rookies GT AM team being black flagged for that full course yellow incident.
Ronnie Fantini getting a great run here out of the Parabolica chicane. He's in the draft of Nathaniel Schrem. Nathaniel isn't defending the inside. He knows the time at the moment because Ronnie Fantini is on his inside on the run down towards turn 1. He brakes a little bit later. Can he get it slowed down in time? His car slides a little bit, but he slides it in such a way that he gets it slowed down just in time. Ronnie Fantini, 2 positions in 1 lap. He is back to the lead in the LMP2 class.
Let's take one more look at that. And as Fantini glances at our commentator booth while he streams by, he says, "What damage?" and takes the lead with ease. This is incredible stuff if he can pull this off. Schrem struggling to stay with him right now, trying to make sure that he cannot scamper away while they don't have any traffic around them. Should also point out that Alex Saunders has caught up a bit with all the messing around that these 3 have done. So it could yet become a 4-car fight here.
Yeah, Alexander is loving this. Look at this beautiful 4-car shot. After more than 4.5 hours of racing, these cars are nose to tail at the moment. Last time around, it was indeed Alexander the quickest of the 4. And it seems like he has Ronald Gross in his crosshair at the moment.
We've had a change for the lead in GTM. It looks like Nathan Manning has passed Colin Wright for that lead. It's Nathan Manning driving the Black Sheep Motorsports 323, getting by Colin Wright, who has that Nomad Sim Racing GTE, the 315 team. They've done very well this race, but Nathan Manning right now on a charge with Black Sheep Motorsports. That's another car that was driven by Ryan Reeves and Dale Tock earlier in this race, but still quite a battle up here for P1 in GTM.
This is just as important to these drivers. It is its own class. We have to reiterate that these GTM drivers are fighting for a points win and a championship. It's not just trying to better themselves for personal reasons. So as we ride on board with a Nomad Sim Racing driver, we hit the front stretch now. Colin Wright getting watch on the car ahead. Nathan Manning leading the way and 11th overall in the GTEs.
Looks like Manning is starting to pull away just a little bit with that turn 1 to see if Wright can get it closed in just a little bit there.
We might want to go to second place in LMP2s because a good run on the front stretch for Hundhedge finds himself within striking distance of Jungbluth, but looks like he ran out of steam. He's going to get more opportunities. Look at this mess of cars in front of him.
And this is a whole battle for P1 because Mark Torres got completely held up last time around. He did a 37 while P2 and P3 did a 34. Mark Torres seems to be in trouble almost. These 3 cars are really close together now.
Not done with getting through these GTE cars. Just one more to go for Torres, and he can be free to run his own pace. We've seen when he's on his own, he's able to really scamper away from everybody, and I think with him done with this group, that should be the worst of his fears gone. Jungbluth now gets by, and though they certainly aren't super close, they aren't far away from each other either.
But Jungbluth just seems really quick in a straight line. I was actually wondering about that because Niels had several times already a really good run out of the Parabolica on Fabian Jungbluth, but the top end speed just doesn't seem to be there for the Element Sim Racing Fire car. And every time Jungbluth is just able to extend that gap. And once again, look at how close Mark Torres is, or how close Fabian Jungbluth is to Mark Torres. This actually might be a move for the lead overall. If Jungbluth can get a good exit here, he loses a little bit initially. Maybe in the draft and at the end of the straight, he can close the gap a bit.
Here you can see cars side by side up in front of our leader, and that causes him to slow. Torres trying to play the safe route here. So he is right back on top of the number 83, Jungbluth, able to have a little bit of luck with traffic. It separates as they come off the corner, but it's certainly keeping him in touch.
Yeah, Torres saying gracias, I think, at the moment to Niels Hundehage because he took a look on the inside of Fabian Jungbluth, and that meant that Fabian Jungbluth didn't have a good exit to attack Torres after the Variante de Rettevilliers.
So as they come now through the Lesmos, they go by Callum Wright, one of our drivers competing for the win in GTE AM. Stays dutifully out of the way. Niels Hundhedge still doing what he can to try and track down Jungbluth, and he doesn't really care about if Jungbluth goes for the lead or not. He wants to get it himself. They get split by the GT car of Nathan Manning temporarily, and that holds up Niels something fierce.
One class down though, the fighting isn't over yet between several cars. Vapex Racing Group, TCR and Team Hoisingveld. And Road Bastards are very close together. Road Bastards actually got by TCR last time around. So that means that Nathaniel Scrum is relegated to P3, Ronald Gross is to P2. Team Hoisingveld in front of them has created a little gap to these 3 cars that are fighting for the final podium positions.
And the battle for second right now in GT Pro is also heating up. Gianni Quintelier trying to hold off Jonathan Dance the last couple of laps. Dance has been really closing in. That Luxem 24 Mote for Podcast team in the 289, not a team that we have heard much of today. Neil Middleton and Edward Lack, the other 2 drivers on that team. But Jonathan Dance driving it right now, trying to get underneath them as they go into turn 1.
Quintelier holds him off just barely, chops him off at the apex. Jonathan regroups to see what he can do from there as they head towards Della Rosia. I think he might be just a little bit too far back at this point. He's going to have to get much closer to the gearbox if he wants anything there.
Side by side, Alexander in the LMP2 class is getting the P3 position from Nathaniel Scrum in the TCR. I think he does it. He's later underbraking in the Rettevilliers chicane. Alexander goes back to a podium position for V Apex Racing Group.
And Gross is not too far ahead. It's just about a second between himself and the V Apex red car. So we could yet see another position for Saunders, depending on what he can do with Ronald Gross, who's actually being held up a little bit by some traffic. This is a great opportunity to get within attacking distance.
Absolutely, but now in the last most, it's V Apex that's being held up by Jeff Yeager in VRG Engineering, that is. This actually might give Nathaniel Schramm another opportunity to get a podium position back.
Well, he's certainly licking his chops as we ride on board the red and white machine of the TCR car. They head down towards the sky, but it wasn't quite enough to get up to the back of the V Apex red machine. They still trail behind Ronald Gross, who you can see flashes of there just in front of the black and white car of Alex Saunders. Getting very close to 1 hour left to go. 6 hours of racing total.
Battle for P2 in GT Pro has shifted hands. Jonathan Dance just cleared Gianni Quintelier for the first time in turn 1. He is now going to take that second place spot, but it's not over yet because Quintelier is going to be back on the inside here, and it looks like he's got a big run.
It's going to switch back to the inside in favor of
contact!
Dance. Into the wall hard. What happened there?
Contact coming out of the turn. Quintelier looks like just lost it, but just a slight tap to the left rear from Dance.
Yeah, it almost seems like Dance just went back to the racing line a little bit too early there.
Well, Mayer, who got into him, unfortunately, a little bit blindsided, I think, because there were other cars around at the time.
I wonder if Dance was trying to tuck in underneath him if you thought it was clear. That was quite
Could
the
be a
gap.
yeah.
But, I mean, at least from our vantage point, it was quite the separation between them. And don't know, I think Jonathan Dance just trying to push the issue there to tuck in underneath him there. And then when he felt that slight contact, he shifted more to the left. And then that's when you saw Quintelier not be able to keep control of it. A hard hit into the wall, though.
Yeah, Manuel Meyer, the innocent bystander, he just got shook up, I think, in all those crashing cars in front of him, spun it around, hit the wall quite hard as well.
Oh, and you know,
If he can continue.
Robert Yandiyong actually got into Quintelier as well. When Quintelier was sitting there, the Pineapple Racing 327 driver made some pretty heavy contact with him as well.
Oof. It kicked off quickly. You have to have your wits about you here in DGFX. So that means that Drew Eccles is back to third once again. Dance is now in second and well clear of Eccles, but he's also got about 10 seconds up to our leader in the GTE Pro. That would be Tim Claeson's Torque Freaks corkscrew machine, currently up at the front there.
In the meantime, Alex Saunders has lost a P2 position in the LMP2 category. It's back to Robert Gross. And that battle isn't over because Alex Saunders once again is putting the pressure on that green and black Robustus car.
Oh. And Mark Torres is in, our leader in the LMP1s, taking a stop. Now, is this also scheduled? I think maybe to the end from here?
I think it's a little bit too early to go to the end. It seems to be a scheduled pit stop, but a little bit too early to make it to the end. It's difficult to say with all the safety car periods that we've had so far. And I think that that Mark Torres will not be able to make it to the end from here. Probably needs around 1/3 of a tank to a half a tank somewhere in the remaining 70 minutes of the race.
Well, he definitely won't make it to the end. It was Matthias Magnussen who hopped in the car. I think this is a rule call that they have to get Matthias in for a little bit longer here if they want to be within the rules. So they have a certain amount of time, just like in real life endurance racing, that drivers must be within the car. With about an hour left, that to me says that they kind of know exactly what they need to do with his timing.
That means that Fabian Jungblut has inherited the lead in the GT Tempo racing car. He's currently coming now out of the last corner. Not far behind him is, however, Niels Hoendehege, although that gap has increased a little bit though this lap. Currently 3.5 seconds between the two. Niels Hoendehege being held up a little bit.
That makes our closest battle right now for second in the LMP2s. That's still between Gross, Saunders, and Schramm. They've got a lot of cars around them. There's a car spinning back there too. What was that?
Clark Archer, I think.
Yep, you are correct. V Apex Orange didn't quite spin, just lost the car a little bit over the curbs and had to lock him up in De La Roja. You're going to see here. Great job, great recovery. Keep that from going worse.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse there for Archer.
In the meantime, Alexander has gotten up to the rear of Ronald Gross, coming out of the Variante Ascari. Now there's one car in front of them. There's Robert Jan de Jong in the Pineapple Racing car. He's not going to be in a lot of trouble for these LMP2 cars as they come to the Parabolica. Alexander needs a good run through here, and especially a good exit to put this car side by side towards turn 1. But oh, look at that. It almost seems like it suffers from a little bit more understeer compared to Ronald Gross. He just cannot keep the car planted as quickly. Cannot go on the power as quickly as the car in front. And that hurts him all the way down the straight here. Yeah, Alexander isn't even able to put his car side by side and try and move for P2.
He's pushing it as hard as he can to use up every inch of track. There's yet more traffic in front of them. This one's Christian Nosing, Pineapple 360. They're going to go around the outside of Curva Grande. Going to be an easy pass here for Gross, and I think Saunders will get him, yes, indeed, before they get to De La Roja to keep himself from being held up. Just desperately wants to keep touch with that number 124, with how little time is left in this race. Not missing anything up at the front of either of the other classes right now. They're all pretty well separated. In fact, this class has about 4 seconds between Fantini and the car we're watching right now, Gross, who is in that black, green, and white machine. As the green flag racing continues, the traffic gets ever more and more mixed, and it becomes nearly a conveyor belt of racing on their way around Monza.
Fabian Jungblut in the LMP1 category is actually losing a little bit of speed. The gap a few laps ago was 3.5 seconds. It's slowing down, and Fabian Jungblut is going to the pits. It means that Element Sim Racing Fire, Niels Hoendehege, is now your overall leader. And let's see where Fabian Jungblut comes out relatively to Matthias Magnussen, Kinetic Racing, the 83 car.
Matthias currently working up towards the first Lesmo. Jungblut is already at his stall. What's the... let's see, they've had 3 different drivers here today in that number 17. Jungblut, Hamann, and Tofts are the 3 that have hopped in the car. Looks like Tofts is going to get back in now that Jungblut has driven a stint.
Jacob Tofts, I think, had a little bit of connection issues earlier in the race, so it might be that he's going back in to really get his fair share of racing. Let's hope his connection holds a little bit better. Now, another LMP1 car that I want to talk about is number 2, the Simatok eSport car, currently driven by Julien Riboulier. That was the car that, if the viewers were watching 1.5 hours ago, was upside down, right around here, in the Ascari chicane. The car went in for a pit stop, went in for repairs. It was around 5 laps down when it came outside again, but look at it now, it's only 3 laps behind the leader. Just with all the safety cars that happened after its crash, it just edges forward ever more. A few more safety cars like that, and I think that Simatok eSport might actually be on the lead lap, because it is actually quicker than the Kinetic Racing car.
Well, the plot has thickened. Jacob Tofts has gotten out ahead of Magnussen. So GT Temple, number 17, jumps Kinetic Racing 83 in this last set of pit stops. And it is by a good margin. It is about 6 seconds.
And Tim Clayson's the GT Pro leader has gone to the pits, which means Jonathan Dance will take over that top spot in that class right now.
Yep, and he is well clear of Eccles, who inherits second place. Oh, and Schrampitz.
Also looks like Clayson's is going to step out of that car. His stint is done for the day. Looks like they're going to give that to David Barraclaw, who has not turned any laps yet. Chris Fuller, the 3rd member of that team, the 282 Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew team, let's see if they can keep that momentum up with the third driver, David Barraclough.
I like their choice of anchor. Barraclough is a fierce fighter. And you know that whatever position he's able to gain, he is not going to give up easily in this final hour of racing. Sounds like we got another one of our LMP1 drivers in.
Yeah, it's our leader. The Element Simfire racing car is Sim Racing Fire is in. Niels Hoendehegel gives the steering wheel to Matthias Hoffmann. GT Tempo gets by it. Kinetic Racing Energy. Oh, this is very close. Who gets it there? Kinetic Energy has the outside line. A little bit more speed in it. And Matthias Magnussen. Wow, you couldn't have timed it better. He gets ahead of Matthias Hoffmann there barely. But he gets back that P2 position in the LMP1 class.
I can't tell if he was giving room at the apex or if he just outbraked himself. Whatever the case, he took it deep into that first chicane, and that allows him to take second place. The question is Magnussen going to be faster than Hoffman out here on track?
Sorry, LMP2, P2 in the LMP2 category. Ronald Gross is trying an overtake there on Alexander, so maybe he got overtaken this time around. Very close, at least between the two, but it seems like Roland Gross cannot follow Alexander's. So Free Apex Racing Group back to P2 there.
And that happened, Johan, right in front of the change for the lead in GTM. Daniel Ferguson has cleared Nathan Manning in the Black Sheep Motorsports 323. Ferguson takes the lead driving the PCDC Motorsports Red. So PCDC, they have a car back on top after about an hour and a half slump when they had Joshua Beiling and Ian Pretorius earlier in this race.
Look at that textbook maneuver down into Rettifilio, cruises away. However, is that back on again? Yes, it is indeed. Nathaniel Manning going to try and retake the P1 spot, and I'd say he's got it. So that was very brief on an exchange of the lead. Could come back in favor, though, of Daniel Ferguson.
And we have Billy Fletcher, the LMP2 driver from Lexum 24 Motor Podcast, going by now. It looks like Manning, I think he's going to be able to hold his line through here, through Parabolica, trying to keep Ferguson at bay, right behind him there. But another thing you have to throw in here is, when are these two planning on making pit stops?
The LMP2 class is still not over. This time for P4 is German Sim Racing putting pressure on Gerard Kortlever in NAB Racing. Going towards the Parabolica chicane is Julian Huyen on the outside. Gerrit on the inside. Side by side through the very long right-hander is Julian, who can keep more momentum around the outside. He can go early on the throttle. That's German Sim Racing back to P4 in that class. But let's see, because Gerrit Kortlever has the whole start-finish straight that he can stay in the draft of the car in front of him. Maybe he can find a way back on the inside of turn 1. He actually gets a little bit of overdrive there, but it's not enough. He takes a look, but he cannot put it side by side. So that's NAB Racing losing a position, relegated to P5. And German Sim Racing back to the top 4.
Man, I really do believe that with this race getting towards the end, that we are starting to see the ferocity of these drivers picking up. They're becoming more ruthless. They're getting riskier moves done, because they know that now is the time to go, and you're running out of opportunities to take advantage. Jonathan Dance, now finished with his pit stop, returns to the track in GTE Pro. Third place for him for the moment.
And it looks like Drew Eccles of the Black Sheep Motorsports 221 also just now coming out of the pits. So looks like that team has made their pit stop as well.
So let's see what Eccles can do from here to the end. He's been there or thereabouts. Could yet still take away a victory, but it'll depend on how this all unfolds, how the traffic works out, and also if we get any more cautions within this next half hour of racing. We had a few black flags since we last looked. Looks like Antti Salminen was black flagged for an unauthorized tow. Brian Bennett as well. Avoidable contact earlier in the race. So drivers still following afoul of the stewards. Winning, again, not just about that raw speed. You got to make sure you read the rule book. This is Brian Bennett in 7th. This is GTE Pro.
Sorry. Bas Rowinkle is standing still in the middle of the parabolica on the inside. That's a horrible place to stand still.
He gets
Trying
it
to
going.
He gets it going. No yellow flag out with just under an hour to go. Yeah, he gets it going again. But man, that's a bad place to crash your car.
And that was pretty much mostly himself. He was thrown a little bit off by Jacob Toffs coming to this inside you're going to see here, but nobody touched him. Nobody really made a dive bomb or anything. He gave him space on the inside. Could have been those marbles yet again.
Probably, yeah.
Around the outside of the track. Didn't hit it.
Yeah, I think it might be the marbles, because immediately in the very end of the video, he almost goes wide once again. You can see the aftermath of that, yeah? Little draft through the gravel. That doesn't help your lap time, but it looks very, very cool. But it seems like he has some marbles that he has to get rid of before he has the grip that he was used to.
He had made it all the way up. He had made it all the way up to second. Sorry, Joe. Bas Rowinkle had made it all the way up to second in GT Pro with all of the pit stop cycles going through.
Yeah, this is not a bad showing here for the 258. But it's the ever-dynamic, ever-changing track, ever-changing weather, lighting, everything about the sim now, essentially, as the AMLE looks like it's going to change hands once again, is always altering around them. Ferguson up to the front of the two now. Nathan Manning has to regroup and try again.
These two have been going at it for quite a while now. Right now, Ferguson claiming back that lead, but it didn't last long for him last time, so what can Nathan Manning do to try to steal that back?
Love the way that these two have been swapping back and forth, neither willing to give up. They now head towards the first Lesmo. Nathan just stalking behind that number 302, setting himself up, looking for the draft that has helped him multiple times before now to try and overtake. Right on board, just on the dash of Nathan Manning. They're going to be joined by Nathaniel Schramm just behind them in the LMP2s.
That onboard gives you a good shot of how much he's able to close in there using the slipstream. Not too much there that particular run, but now he is going to be able to close in just a little more. He does have the company, like you were saying, Joe, about Nathaniel Schramm in the LMP2s, as Manning's going to go to the outside, which leaves Ferguson on the inside with the LMP2 closer by. That actually did help, I think, Manning quite a bit to get a good run through Parabolica here.
Oh, he is right on top of him. He has a fantastic run, and he's going to, Ferguson's going to pit anyway, so he's not going to give him the benefit of the draft.
Yeah, no wonder Ferguson wanted the inside there through Parabolica.
All right, well, that gives the lead to Nathan Manning. Now, will the undercut be better or will the overcut be better? That is the question. Taking a look through our LMP1 since we haven't looked at them in a while. It's still Tofts leading in the GT Temple car. Magnussen a whole 8 seconds back in the number 83 machine. So I think he's lost a little bit of ground. Not a whole lot, but some. And then he has thankfully been pulling away from Hoffman.
Yeah, and it's exactly just trouble with traffic, it seems like, from Matthias. He cannot get clean lap times to do the 32s that he can do, that he's showing every time. But because of traffic, it's 34, sometimes 33, and that's just really hurting his race pace and also his ability to close down the gap to Jacob in front of him.
Quick mention as well, we've brought them up before, but Antoine Cousin back in P5, still circulating around, still a lap down for the next car up. That's John Kelly. I wouldn't put it past him, though, to be able to catch that SRT number 29. Now, we saw Jonathan Danson just a bit ago. Why is he in a second time? It's not for a penalty, because he's been in there for a bit.
Did they maybe not think they could make it on fuel? We were wondering if the hour or a little bit more than an hour was too much. Now we're down to 55 minutes. Is this maybe trying to work backwards and make two stops close together?
You know, I suspect this is an early call, thinking they're not going to get a caution later, or at least in the past 25 minutes from now. So might as well take care of it now, because the time is going down on how likely there will be another yellow.
Yeah. And you saw there on screen through all of these pit stops in the GT classes, Jean-Marc Tremblay has taken over the lead in the GT Pros in the 229 car, Speedworks Racing Team West. So Jean-Marc Tremblay, the Canadian driver, currently holding that lead. Samba Racing Team Bas Rowinkle, despite spinning in Parabolica, still in P2. And then Jonathan Dance, looks like he is holding P3. David Barraclaw with Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, because Luxem 24 just went to the pits with that stop we were just talking about with Jonathan Dance.
Things starting to spread out amongst all three classes. The battles that were close together are no longer within sight of each other in many cases. Oh, and we're getting information that the previous stop, I guess the first one, was for incident limit breach on Dance. Ooh, that is painful.
A lot of speed out of that 289 car today. It's not at all what they wanted to have happen late in the race.
That is certainly the case. Oh, and Ronald Gross just made a big error that I saw. Didn't spin the car, but certainly cut the course coming through Della Roja. The Road Bastards Alpha car still in third place. As you're going to see here, pretty simple error.
Yeah, the first speed bump that he gets over, that will not be good for his car. He gets a fine knock on it. Just outbrakes himself here a little bit in the Della Roja chicane. That one will hurt his car a little bit. Luckily, the second time he manages to avoid them. He has to serve a slowdown penalty and then can continue without getting too much damage.
Doesn't help him trying to chase down second place. Alex Saunders is now 13 seconds up ahead to him. That class currently being led by Fontini in the number 111.
And these drivers are coming to the point now that if they have to make a pit stop now, it will be their final pit stop of the race. Ronnie Fontini very consistently in the 37s at the moment. Alex Saunders was that as well, although with traffic last time around, he did a 138.
And Ronald Gross headed right into the pits after that incident that he had this past lap. So like you said, should be his final stop. Hopefully that wasn't for another case of too many incidents causing a black flag. This battle that we see on screen is for the AM lead right now. That could yet still swap around. We need to check to see which drivers are still yet to pit down there.
Yeah, right now, Christian Nossing in the Pineapple Racing 360 car is fending off Pete Thickett in the Bad Cactus Racing Ocotillo 397. That looks to be, yeah, it is for the lead in the GTAMs. And then as they cycle through there, a couple cars still in the pits. Nathan Manning, I believe, has made his stop. Looks like in the Black Sheep Motorsports 323.
And it looks like Nossing and Thickett both still need to make one final stop because they're on 22 and 31 laps respectively. Don't think they've got quite that much fuel that they can go 50 more minutes on that.
They might be banking on a late caution here before that 30 minutes to go mark.
Yeah, and that would allow them to certainly get into the pits without losing too much time. But I have to wonder if it does get close to that 30 minutes, doesn't track position start to come into play, though? Because if you're in the middle of a whole bunch of cars, not only are you going to be losing time trying to overtake them, even if you do have fresh tires or whatever it is you need, but you're also in a more dangerous position.
Yeah, absolutely. But a couple of these, like Pineapple Racing 360, we haven't really seen them up front, at least in the recent portions of the race. Peter Parnell and Jeff Yeager started that race for this team. So, just a last-ditch effort at this point probably won't hurt them too much.
Ooh, and our LMP1 leader not only having troubles, but I just switched over to him, and I think he almost made some contact with a GT car, Manuel Mayer.
Yeah, Jacob Tops, once again there, almost. Yeah, he's really not. He's not having a good run at the moment with traffic. Last time around, he lost almost 2-3 seconds in traffic compared to Matthias Magnussen. You can see now the gap between the two cars is only 5.8 seconds. Matthias is just fighting his way back. That's the Kinetic car, is of course a driver that we've already seen win earlier this season. They surely showed the speed at the moment, so maybe grab the win here in Monza as well, closing down the gap towards GT Temple car.
This is going to feel good for Toffs, without a doubt. Jungbluth joining him in that car. Martin Hamon, the third driver to take part here today. They work their way out of the Rettifilio towards the Curva Grande. It's now holding station, so the initial scare that we had is steadied out at about 6 seconds between P1 and P2 in the LMP1 class. Taking a look through the order, and really the closest battle we've got up at the top of most of the fields is in that GTEM category. Nosing and Thicket still within about 1.5 seconds of one another for P1.
And Nosing looks to be pulling away just a little bit. It looks like Thicket does have a little bit of rear wing damage and maybe even some front end damage on that Ford GT at 397. But yeah, right now still Christian Nosing holding that lead over Thicket and GTM.
See, the more I think about the strategies that we're seeing unfold here in the final hour, the more I'm thinking that if you are pretty certain or know that you need to stop, now would probably be a good time. If we do get a caution, then you're sitting pretty if a lot of other drivers come in and pit. If we don't get a caution, then you've played it safe and ensured that you can get to the end with the high fuel consumption here. But then I'm a commentator, not necessarily a great driver, so... As we watch Kim Cook for the AVA Vervatic team. This is for 7th in GTEM that we're watching.
Yeah, currently trying to hold off Jason Dilworth, and he was that driver in qualifying this morning I was talking about that was so fast for a while. He was faster than most of the GT Pro drivers in that Nomad Sim Racing 315 car. And we saw Colin Wright drive that quite a bit in this race as well. Jason Dilworth had the first and the last stint in that. Colin Wright going right through the middle section of the race.
Certainly being hounded by Dilworth as it looks like Kim Cook trying to get a run onto the front stretch is not going to keep him safe for now. Jason within the draft, but is it enough of a draft as they speed down past the pits up towards Rettifilio? And he doesn't look to be closing quickly enough. Now as they get on the binders to this first chicane, some traffic up in front of them in the form of Unenberg.
A lot of people listening to your pit strategy, however, because the pit lane is getting busy. Alex Sanders is in the pits, Brian Bennett, Pete Fickett, Billy Fletcher, a lot of cars visiting the pit crew for the last time this race. Alex Sanders is one of the most prominent people. That's the P2 driver in the LMP2 category, the V-Apex Racing Group car. Behind him, the German Sim Racing LMP2 car already made a pit stop, but NAB Racing, the Dutch team, hasn't made a pit stop yet. They're going in the rundown towards the Parabolica at the moment. I think they're a little bit too far away to overtake Alex Sanders, though. Yeah, they're too far away as Alex Sanders gets rolling once again. He's currently now going out of the pit lane. Actually, it might be very close.
Yeah, it's a head of steam in favor of the 108 for now, but Saunders gets out, and I think Saunders is going to be ahead of them.
And with Gerrit Kortlever still having to make one last pit stop before the race is over, he will disappear from the rearview mirror of Alex Saunders very soon.
Now, I do think, though, that Saunders is sitting pretty. Now, they are a gap back from Ronnie Fantini, who is currently our leader, but he's pitting now. All right, things get interesting. Saunders, is he close enough to try and catch Fantini through these stops? Is Fantini responding just to cover them off?
The gap between them before the pit stop was around 8 seconds, if I remember correctly. So there has to be a lot happening if Alex Saunders wants to get that P1 position away. It might happen. Let's see, Ronnie Fantini is still standing still at the moment.
Saunders coming down into a scar. He's got a little bit of traffic around him, though, which certainly doesn't help the situation. I do think that this was Fantini just basically responding and playing a safe strategy call here.
Yeah, and he stays in P1 because Fantini is now getting out of the pit lane. That's a lot bigger, that gap between him and Kortlever that we saw last time around. Fantini quite comfortably stays in the lead of the LMP2 class, with Alex Saunders having made his final pit stop as well, but he's still in P2.
Let's see what that gap is once the timing and scoring catches up to the two of them. Here, just watching those seconds tick down, and actually I think the gap grew by a big margin, even though they had similar pit times. You said it was 8 seconds before? Well, it is 13 now between them. Fantini and that number 111 team certainly are having a hell of a close to this race and are looking solid for a win if they can just hold it together.
A couple of pit stops in GTM, it looks like, have moved Pineapple Racing 327 up into second place. That's Robert Yandiong right now. That car was being driven by Senna Stoffmeal a lot earlier in this race. But right now in GTM, it is a Pineapple Racing sweep with the 360 of Nossing and the 327 of Yandiong in second.
And with a decent gap between them of about 15 seconds, no really big worries about them having to employ any sort of team orders, although that outbraking maneuver certainly is not going to help the number 360, who keeps from getting over the curbs and gets it going once again.
And we're still waiting to see up in the GT Pro what really happens. Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew has had the lead for most of the second half of this race. Right now, David Barraclaw driving that 282. He's in third. They're still following Speedworks Racing Team West's Jean-Marc Tremblay and Samba Racing Team's Bas Rowinkle. And Bas Rowinkle actually now, as I say that, has come into the pits. So now it's just up to Speedworks Racing Team West to deploy their own strategy and see what happens with that.
There you see him in his stall now. The battle that we were watching on screen is between Kim Cook and Jason Dilworth. Again, this is 7th in that GTEM class. As they work their way past the car of Peter Kerdemeyer. Going to split them momentarily. He actually could be useful here. So he's going to give a nice little slipstream to Jason Dilworth, who could yet get a double tow depending on where Kim Cook places the car. And one of the sister teams of Dilworth here, Nicholas Helm, that Nomad Racing HPD, is going to have to wait patiently for them to sort this out. Around the Curva Grande they go. Dilworth just holding station behind to the number 394. Looking for a chance to maybe make an attack, but it is not forthcoming, and that's Nicholas Helm completely blowing the corner.
Yeah, might be a slowdown penalty possibly for the 102 there.
And with that, the overtake was just made by Jason Dilworth on Kim Cook. So let's watch from on board.
And that pass was multiple laps in the making, like 5 to 10 laps. They were probably more than that, probably more like 10 to 20 laps in the making for Jason Dilworth to get around Kim Cook.
Kim was very benign on that, just letting him have the inside down into the first Lesmo, and didn't fight the passes. We're now back live. Switching up to 11th here in the GTE class. I believe this is 10th GTE Pro. Brian Bennett currently running there. Just a mere second ahead of Stefan Overgaard. Excuse me, 8th in this class. And as we've been watching all of this, you've been keeping tabs on the LMP1 drivers up there, Johan.
Yeah, and it's Matthias Magnussen currently sitting in the pits for what is surely his final pit stop of the race. He gets going again as we speak. He gives away the P2 position to the Element Sim Racing Firecar of Matthias Hoffmann, but he will get those positions back once the top two there make their pit stop. Now, interestingly, Matthias Magnussen has closed down the gap before his pit stop to the GT Tempo car of Jacob Toft quite a bit. I would almost say on average with around half a second to a second per lap. The gap when he went in for his pit stop, Matthias, was under 4 seconds. So let's see where the GT Tempo car comes out when he inevitably comes in for his pit stop as well. Because I think that the gap between this number 17 car and the number 83 will be very, very close.
Here's a question, though. How much does the fuel weight affect the pace of these cars? Because if they're on a significantly different strategy in terms of what laps apart pitting, he could be a little bit lighter on fuel to explain some of that gaining, but I'm not entirely sure.
That's true, but I do think that at this moment of the race, there's so much traffic around you that it's not that much of a factor. Like you can see it in the lap times of both Matthias and both Jacob. They fluctuate quite a bit because one time they have to, well, you can see right now with Matthias on screen as he's trying to find his way around Michael Grams in the Ascari again. It fluctuates in such a way that it's difficult to see who is quicker, but Matthias Magnussen has been quicker on average as well. Just complete race pace. It seems like it's just slightly having the benefit over the GT Tempo car.
On screen, we got a nice little battle. That's Borja Garcia and World of Sim Racing Team's HPD and Erling Bomer trying to chase him down for P7 in that class. That's Team Vikings Fenris trying to overtake him. He's got a great run down to Ascari. A little bit of traffic could play a role in this. Ferguson pulls off the side as well as he can. But because the track is so narrow, being an old circuit, Garcia was able to just pick the middle lane and keep Bomer from being able to do anything about it.
Oh, and it looks like after a 30-lap stint that Jean-Marc Tremblay has conceded the lead in GT Pro. Tremblay and Speedworks Racing Team West finally going to come down the pits. That was the car driven by Jorge Flores earlier and Sean Macbeth more recently. So that is going to finally shift the lead over to David Bearclaw and Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew.
They're coming around out of Parabolica right now. Tremblay waiting to exit his pit stall, and Bearclaw is easily through.
And the gap back to Drew Eccles. Drew Eccles just now coming onto the front stretch. So really good cushion right here with 36 minutes left right now for Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew and David Bearclaw. They have been out there for 16 laps. Eccles has been out there for 14 laps. I'm not sure how tight they're cutting it on fuel, but if they are cutting it tight on fuel, Eccles is in a much better position.
And in fact, Eccles comes up right behind Tremblay once those pit stops are done there. So we could have a battle for position all the way to the end. 5 more minutes before the stewards turn yellows off, and it is all green flag racing to the checkered flag. Again, you're watching the 6 hours of Monza here on the Global Sim Racing Channel and the iRacing Esports Network. It has been fascinating to see how this one has played out. We have just past noon virtual standard time here in Monza, Italy. Sun is as high as it's going to get, and then it starts to go back down. Battle for second in the GTE AM category, getting very, very close. Daniel Ferguson, Christian Nossing still battling with one another. On their way down the front stretch. A little bit of battle scars on both cars. I'm curious to see how many cars actually are still spick and span around this circuit.
That right now a battle for 25th overall, which is second place in the GTM PCDC Motorsports Red. We've seen that team kind of ebb and flow, up and down. They've had quite a roller coaster kind of day, at least in the last 3 hours. They've been up at the front, back at the rear, and everywhere in between. Right now, up to second, which I'm sure with 30 minutes, 33, 34 minutes left, not a bad spot. Looks like slowdown penalty.
That would be my guess. I would be ashamed for him to have just let that go. I'm double checking on my replay to see how far they cut.
It was.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They cut way in on the first apex. Little mistakes like that, Nick, they make a difference.
Absolutely. Even in a 6-hour race, it's just the little mistakes like that that happen in a couple of seconds. Yeah, even in a 6-hour race, really, I mean, that could have cost them that position for this race.
They're able to continue on, thankfully, so they could yet still regroup and try to take it back. I'm watching the battle for second in GTE Pro a little up the road. That's Tremblay and Eccles. Ooh, very wide there for Tremblay coming into Ascari, and that is certainly not going to help their situation. In fact, he is very much under attack, but Eccles backs off.
Wondering if Eccles is trying to save some fuel late in this race, trying to use Tremblay in front of him.
Well, that was a big lift, if so. I mean, he fell way back. I would think you would want to tuck as close under as possible, because that saves you the most fuel. That was a very bizarre move. I'm not sure what the 221 is doing here.
That was an interesting move for sure by the 221. I was trying to look back and find the answer to that. I'm drawing a blank. I don't know what that could have done for Drew Eccles, but maybe just a little bit of driver error there. But nonetheless, Jean-Marc Tremblay still going to hold that position, second place in GT Pro. They are all still trying to chase down David Bearclaw, who's got a really comfortable lead of 15 seconds for that GT Pro victory position right now.
Yeah, that 282 is looking very, very comfy for sure. As they've got that big margin that they've worked up over these 6 hours. And it looks like it's not going to be going away anytime soon, because unless we get a caution within the next minute and 20 seconds, it is green all the way to the end from here.
That's going to mean that both the P1 driver in the LMP1 class and P2 in the LMP1 class have to make a pit stop under green car conditions. Jacob Todd's probably looking at, he came in lap 152. That probably means that he has to come in the next 3 or 4 laps. Behind him, that would be the Element Sim Racing 5 car of Matthias Hoffman. He can go 1 lap longer than the P1 driver. So both these drivers, Jacob Toffs and Matthias, they're really looking in the final to be in the final stages of their current stint, and to have to come in the pits very quickly to refuel their car for the last time in the 6-hour race.
I'm trying to do some math in my head, which I know is dangerous, but when did Road Bastards Alpha come in last? Because they're on a 12-lap stint from what I'm seeing. Are we expecting them in one more time?
That is a good question, yeah.
I mean, they're currently holding a podium position, so this is not something they want to give up easily.
I think it's going to be extremely critical with the Road Masters car. I think that they'll just be able to make it, or they have to do a splash and dash in the end. And with 30 minutes now gone, that's going to mean that there's not going to be a safety car, and they have to fuel save if it's really that critical.
Absolutely, and I'm looking at the gap back to the car in fourth in the LMP2s. That's Julien Ogen, currently the 169, 25 seconds back. That's not enough time for a splash and dash to be able to retain the position, but I do think with a lot of fuel saving, you could probably hold them off.
Probably, yeah. Looking at the last time Julien Ogen came in, it was in lap 159. To compare that, Road Masters came in lap 156. That's 3 laps difference. But I think that Julien, with that in the German sim racing car, is clear to make it to the end.
See just a gaggle of those GT cars now working their way through, and this is Tremblay just behind De Jong.
Sorry, the moment we've been waiting for. Jacob Tufts comes in for his pit stop. The final time the leader in the LMP1 class comes in. He had a 55.2 second lead to Matthias Magnussen in the Kinetic Racing car. So let's see. Of course, the GT Tempo car doesn't have to put a lot of fuel in this car, so that will help him a little bit in the time that he's standing still. But will that help him enough to come out ahead of the Kinetic Racing car?
And number 83 just going through Ascari right now. Toft still in his stall. Kinetic was there for 21 seconds last time through. And Jacob Toft's 19.4 as they are out and ready to go in the number 17. And I think he is going to be well clear of Magnussen.
Quite a distance as well. I think that's something like a 10-second distance.
To come down
Looks
a little
something
bit.
like that, yeah.
Always got to wait for the timing and scoring to catch up, since it measures as they cross little markers on the track. And good call there, because it looks like just about 10 seconds.
So let's see what for part traffic will play now in these last 27 minutes of the race. Will that allow the Kinetic Racing car to just close up to the G Tempo, or will the GT Tempo car stay in front? Also, this means that if the Element Sim Racing Fire comes in, if he has basically the same pit stop as the GT Tempo car had, the Element Sim Racing Fire car will come out exactly where the Kinetic Racing car is right now.
Yep, they have completed about 24 laps. Matthias Hoffmann still out there in the number 77. Only other car with them in that LMP1s that need to take a stop would be SRT number 29. That would be John Kelly right now running fourth and a whole lap ahead of the next car back, which is Simitok Jade. Antoine Poussin, having had an unfortunate incident a few hours ago, slipped down the order, has kept going and picked up some spots, but sadly seems to have stalled out here.
You know, we've been paying quite a bit of attention to the GT Pros recently, but how about the lead in the GT AM class right now? It is Christian Nossing who is able to reclaim that lead with Pineapple Racing's 360, but it's Daniel Ferguson with PCDC Motorsports Red not too far behind him at all. In second right now, with time running out and getting very close to him.
Cannot leave our eyes off of that GTEM battle, of course. Can't stress enough how important it is to those drivers. Now, I've been watching Pro still because Tremblay and Eccles were close to each other, but it looks like Jean-Marc has been able to wheel that 229 out of arm's reach of Drew Eccles' Black Sheep 221. Because he's slipped back from what was a couple tenths to now about a second and a half. Now, it's not been huge chunks, but he has at least given himself some breathing space.
Yeah, absolutely. Right there. They're just trying to see what they can do right now. Tremblay's been involved in a lot of traffic right now.
And a battle on screen right now. That was a pass of Jonathan Dance getting by Bas Rowinkle. Remember, Dance had a penalty he had to serve. That puts him back up into 4th. Could have been so much higher. Rowinkle still hanging on to the back of him, though.
Rowinkle, we saw spin in Parabolica about an hour and a half ago. What a recovery to still be in the top 5 of GT Pro. A lot of drivers running into trouble, a lot of cars with little bits of damage here and there all over, speckled all over the cars.
And Tremblay loses the position to Eccles from a spin. Now, was he involved in any sort of contact? No, this was all on his own.
Yeah. Might just be trying to overdrive the car, trying to gain as much as he can on the leader, Bearclaw. We see here, just lost it.
Yeah, nearly backs up into traffic, and then when he cuts across the track on his getting turned around, he clatters over the sausage curbs. This is from Barnett's view. Simple overdriving. Gotta withstand the pressure, keep from losing the car. And we've got one of our LMP1 drivers in.
Yeah, it's Matthias Hoffmann, the last one. He actually overshot his pit stall coming into the pits. Well, that surely means that he will come out P3 there, as Jacob Tufts is coming around out of the Parabolica as we speak. Matthias Magnussen as well. Let's keep an eye on Matthias Magnussen, because I'm pretty sure that Jacob Tufts will be well clear of the Element Sim Racing Fire car. Matthias Magnussen going over the start-finish line as we speak. It is Matthias Hoffmann getting up to speed now, but this is gonna be really close. Overshooting your pit stop. He overshot his pit stop, but it's just gonna be enough to stay in front of Matthias Magnussen. He stays in P2, that is Matthias Hoffmann. Matthias versus Matthias. And Magnussen has to first get by Matthias Hoffmann before he can close down the gap towards the leader in the LMP1 class, Jacob Tufts.
Of all the cars that I wouldn't want to see in my rear view mirror, though, it's certainly that Kinetic Racing 83 with the speed they show, and a big mistake coming out of De La Rosa, offers it on a silver platter. Magnussen trying to see if he can peel it away, going the long way around. Good defense from Hoffman as he keeps second place for now, but it is by a thread.
Matthias Magnussen really putting the pressure on him now, going to the Ascari chicane. There's some lap traffic there, so he cannot put it side by side now. It is a defensive line from Hoffman. This is a fight directly for the second place in the race. No more pit stops, no more safety cars. This will go through the end. Matthias Magnussen cannot find a way in the Ascari. He has to do it after all, but look at those slower cars almost getting in the way of Matthias Hoffman there. Into the Parabolica, will Magnussen be able to get by? Yes, he'll be able to get by, staying nose to tail through the Parabolica. Now there's no traffic in front of them. Long straight, a lot of draft. This is probably Magnussen's best chance that he had after his pit stop. He's right in the gearbox of the car in front of him now. Getting ever close, ever close. It's a defensive line from Hoffman on the inside. Magnussen brakes a little bit later, but not late enough to put it side by side there. He tries to do the undercut as Hoffman overshoots the corner a little bit. And he actually gets on the throttle earlier, Magnussen. Side by side through the curve and ground and making it 3 wide with that lap traffic there. Magnussen has to stop out a little bit. He has to go a little bit slower now on the outside of the De La Rosa chicane. Keeping it side by side there, but again, great defensive move from Hoffman, who just keeps that P2 position till now.
And he's got to do this for 21 more minutes. Like I said, of any car that you really don't want on top of you, Magnussen in the Kinetic Racing 83 is making it a hard finish for the day for Matthias Hoffman. He's been using traffic well. I can just hear him in the car. I can imagine him shouting blue flags every time he comes up to someone. There's a few close calls, but he's made it through so far. And now, look at this. He has finally put his foot down, and he's got himself a little bit of wiggle room as he splits 2 of the other classes and makes it through safely. Oh my goodness, is he really in a hurry? Back onto the front stretch. This time, so much more safe. Getting away from Magnussen. Great defense from Hoffman there. I have to give him credit for withstanding that attack.
And even despite all this battling between these two cars, they've won around 2 seconds on Jacob Topp's last time around, who had a 1:36 flat, a horrible lap time from him, compared to the 1:33.3 that Matthias Hoffman did. I cannot see what exactly happened with Jacob Tops. Maybe it was a little bit of traffic that just caught him out. The gap for the lead in the LMP1 class under 4 seconds. Top 3 within 5 seconds.
I wouldn't think it would have anything to do with fuel saving, since it's been 5 laps since Tofts was out there. But yeah, I mean, Hoffman is still gaining. They are still chopping down on that. I wonder if Jacob got some sort of damage that's hurting the car. Something has got to be wrong with that number 17. This is highly unusual.
Yeah, we can see where it happens now. It is in the long straight, it almost seems like, that he's just losing a little bit of...
I've heard drivers say that if you bounce it over a curb rung, you can actually damage the battery itself. And it either doesn't give you enough power or it doesn't give you any power. So I wonder if that's what he's experiencing. Well, Hoffman's got it down to 3.3 seconds. Only 18 minutes left on the clock. How much is he salivating at the prospect of being able to take away a win here? Matthias Hoffman, with the dying stages, the door closing, is trying to stick his foot in.
And he's quicker though. Matthias Hoffman a 1:32.6 last time, right? You can see it on screen. Jacob only a 1:33.2. So that's 0.6 of a second that Jacob just loses to Matthias Hoffman. That's only 5 laps from now. And Matthias will be on his rear.
So 5 laps, and the laps that they are doing are looking at about a minute and a half. So we're looking, once again, doing the dangerous thing and doing some quick math here.
7.5 minutes.
So he'll have plenty of time, yeah. Ooh, bad news for the likes of GT Temple, number 17. It's now down to 2.9 seconds. Hoffman closing, and not only that, but pulling away from Magnussen. Ever since that initial attack and rebuff, the 83 has had nothing for the number 77.
There was one of the Ole Christian Hundenberg going wider, the 301 car. Gets it back on track though. And one thing I just was looking at the rundown towards Parabolica as the top speed of these cars. It seems like Jacob Tops just doesn't have the straight line speed that the other drivers might have. Well, he was going, well, his rivals were easily going above 300 kilometers an hour. Jacob was only reaching 298, so he just couldn't go as quick as Matthias Hoffman. Maybe it's something that's affecting his straight line speed that's currently not helping him.
We'll have to find out after the race, because right now we are not totally sure. As these two get closer, we'll step away from them real quick to give you an update on the others, because this could get incredibly exciting all the way to the end. Hoisingfeld, number 111, Ronnie Fantini in the car, is leading the LMP2s. He's got a whole 17-second lead over Saunders. I don't think he's got any worries right now. GTE Pro being led by David Bearclaw there in the number 282, which is Torque Freak Racing. Corkscrew, likewise, 25 seconds between themselves, and Drew Eccles back in second place, so pretty comfy. And then, if I'm not mistaken, the 360 Pineapple car still our leader in GTE AM here, Nick?
Yes, absolutely. Christian Nossing has held on to that lead, although there have been a couple good laps by Daniel Ferguson, who's not incredibly far back. I mean, it is still 4.2 seconds, or 4.2 seconds right there. But that's the driver of the PCDC Motorsports Red 302. He's had a couple good laps, but the momentum has really shifted here recently to the 360 of Christian Nossing to try to keep that GTM lead. It would really take a couple of big mistakes or or a lot of traffic, I think, right now on the 360 car to lose that lead. Not much that the 302's been able to do in recent laps.
Oof, and we had a pass that almost went off. If we could get a replay of Don Parks and Jean-Philippe Vide about 30 seconds ago into the first chicane. Nearly had an accident there. Jean-Philippe trying to outbrake him into the corner. You're going to see he's got the car inside, but then, well, eventually got to get the car wound up.
Yeah, that was close. Then he comes back on the track, just barely, almost getting into the back of him.
Great job by both drivers for avoiding what could have been a much worse incident. You can see they are currently running 20th in the GTE cars overall. Back up in the LMP1s. It went back up for briefly, almost to 2.5 seconds. And now it's come back down. It's 1.7 between Tofts and Hoffman. Now he can really see him. He is right up the gearbox practically. The timing is just about right. 13 minutes to go. Now what happened here is he gained once again, this time in a straight line though. Tofts gained a lot of time. Whatever was wrong with the car seems to have fixed itself somewhat.
It might be the fuel saving that you were talking about earlier. That could explain the slower top line speed at some points and a little bit quicker at this point. But you don't want to fuel save a lot longer if that's actually the case. But like you said, the gap is under 2 seconds now. 1.9 seconds between the two. Behind them, Matthias Magnussen, only 2.1 seconds behind Matthias Hoffmann. Only 4 seconds separating the top three in the LMP1 class as Jacob Tofts have cars left and right that he has to pass.
The only way I could see fuel saving be an issue, he's got another car almost going off there. It was Kim Cook trying to go by. Because they've only run 9 laps in their stint, soon to be 10 here. The only way I could see it is if they short fueled in that number 17. It seems like such a silly error to make at the end.
Absolutely, and that's why I cannot imagine that it was something like that. But we can hopefully ask Jacob Tofts at the end of the race, asking a few lap car drivers once again. Matthias Hoffmann will be able to get by one of them at least before he reaches the first chicane.
Had a change of position down in 8th for LMP2's World of Sim Racing Team's 151. Got overtaken by Billy Fletcher in the 110. So move the Luxem Motif car up to 8th. Our leaders are really hitting some traffic now in the LMP1s. And this is actually bringing Magnussen quite close. Oh, is that our leader off? Oh no, excuse me, that's an LMP2, although having a very hard time with it.
And blow an engine, I think. I think it's Schramm blew an engine.
Indeed. Schramm's day is over 11 minutes from the finish. He was sitting in either 6th or 7th, yeah. And thankfully found, well, they wouldn't have a caution anyways, but thankfully found a little runoff area where they could pull aside. What in the world happened here? Just downshifted too much?
I think so. On the grass, on the gravel, trying to get his car slowed down and just maybe shifting down a little bit too quickly, and big bunch of smoke being spewed out there in the second last moment.
Oh, God, that is gutting. I hate to see drivers get so close to the checkers and not actually get to cross the finish line. It's always every endurance racer's goal is at least get to the finish. Our leaders certainly seem... go ahead.
No, I want to say with 10 more minutes to go, what I promise, it isn't come quite to fruition. Matthias Hoffmann is still 2 seconds behind the leader, Jacob Tofts. And at the moment, it actually looks like Matthias Magnussen might be catching Matthias quicker than P1, P2. So the gap between those drivers is only a second.
Now, Magnussen is the one I think might have had to fuel save a little bit. He's on lap 18 of his stint in that number 83 machine. And we still got a few more to go. So maybe the drop-off that we saw where he went on the attack and then suddenly couldn't make it happen, he decided, okay, I got to back off, make sure I at least get to the end of this race. And now that they've saved it, he's been given the go-ahead to go on the attack once again. It is down to 1.2 seconds between himself and the number 77. This is quite a fascinating stalemate we've hit with the podium here in LMP1. We know who the players are going to be. They're the only 3 on the lead lap, but we don't know what order they're going to finish in, and we have no idea what's causing the change in pace between all 3 of the cars.
There seems to be a little bit of action in GT Pro P2 right now. The late charge from SRT Team West, Jean-Marc Tremblay, has really been closing that gap on Black Sheep Motorsports 221 Drew Eccles more and more every lap, and he has gotten that lead, or gotten that gap down to striking distance at this point as they go on the front stretch.
And he's going to make it look easy as Eccles is a sitting duck in a straight line. Tremblay moves back up to P2 after what could have been an error that cost him that position. Nice recovery from Jean-Marc. And once again, we have to wonder. Let's see, Eccles is on 3 more. Oh, actually, quite a few more laps than Tremblay himself. This is lap 29 of the stint for Eccles.
Yeah, lap 29 of the stint for Eccles, but at the same time, that is also lap 32 of the stint for the leader of GC Pro, David Barraclough. So if Eccles is saving this much fuel, if that is indeed what he's doing, which we're wondering about, I mean, should David Barraclough be worried with such a huge gap right now, late in the race, less than 8 minutes left in the race on fuel mileage?
It's a good question. We'll find out in, like you said, 8 minutes, who's got it and who does not.
Well, one of the drivers who hasn't got it at the moment is Matthias Magnussen. He got completely hung out to dry in his car chicane last time around by some traffic. He's currently over 3 seconds behind Matthias Hoffmann, who on his turn has closed down the gap to Jacob Tufts a little bit. Some traffic here in the first chicane of the track, and if at the first chicane actually hurts him, so the gap is back up to 2 seconds. It's basically like lungs that are breathing. It goes up and down and up and down. It just is very difficult to see if they actually get close enough for an overtaking maneuver, because traffic throws a wrench into this driver's plans all the time here.
Yeah, look at all the traffic that these drivers are dealing with right now. Hoffman stuck a little bit behind Julien Ogen right now. Now, the thing about all this fuel stuff that we should point out, with all the cautions that they had over the first 3 hours, and then the ones that we had, we've gone, roughly an hour and a half since our last caution? I think this is the longest green flag period we've had.
Probably, yeah. At least in the period that we were in the broadcast. But like you're saying, it is a very long green lap stint at the moment, and it will be for 6 minutes more. Matthias Hoffmann has to try to find something to close down the gap to Jacob Tufts, because at the moment, as it stands, it has increased to 2.3 seconds. So go ahead.
I was going to say, I just get the feeling that we are in different conditions now. It's been a while since they'd had a long green flag run like this. I think we're seeing a lot of teams just, they were kind of doing a few calculations for the fuel, and maybe they were just slightly off. Maybe they underestimated it. Oh, and Barraclough, speaking of which, 5 minutes to go. Now he's got 35 seconds. I don't think that's enough for a splash and dash and get out ahead. Tremblay is the next one in line that he's got to worry about. And actually, Tremblay's dealing with lap traffic.
Barraclough's out of the pit box. Very quick stop. You only need 5 more minutes worth of fuel.
Tremblay's out of... he might actually get out ahead.
Wow.
I think... Whoa. Oh, but it's going to be close. Tremblay is coming now.
It's going to be going to set up quite the battle at the end, I think, if Tremblay can clear this traffic right now, be dealing with Nathan Manning. But I think you're right. I think Torque Freak Racing David Bearclaw is going to keep that lead pretty handily.
3.5 seconds. What was looking very solidly in favor of the 282 could yet still be under threat. And Tremblay, again, only 17 laps in this stint. As long as they didn't bork the fuel calculations, I think they should be fine. Drew Eccles, though, could still be a question mark that we're wondering about.
Yeah, so has Drew Eccles saved enough, or has he just handed Jonathan Dance third place? We'll see if Drew Eccles is going to have enough to stay out there, but it would go to Jonathan Dance in the Luxem 24 Mutfa podcast 289, who's sitting in fourth right now. Another thing to watch out for is the GT Am lead. It is fairly closer than it was. Pineapple Racing 360 still leading with Nossing in the cockpit of that car, but PCDC Motorsports Reds Daniel Ferguson has closed that to almost a 1 second. Has closed it to a 1 second lead.
Oof. Here we thought that we were only going to have the LMP1s to worry about in the final stages, but we've got a battle in GTE Pro, a battle in GTE Am. About the only one that isn't close right now, and I say this with a bit of concern because it's changed in the other two in the last couple of minutes, but Fantini with a 31-second lead over Saunders right now for LMP2.
And if we go back to the LMP1 for 1 second, that gap has been increasing since the last time we were there. It is Jacob Tufts increasing the gap to Matthias behind him by 3.7 seconds. That's the biggest we've seen it in almost 15 to 20 minutes. So it seems like the GT Tempo is consolidating the win now and has found some last minute speed to close out this race. Kinetic Racing behind him though in P3. You seem to be closing down the gap to P2. The gap between those two cars only 2.2 seconds. With 3 more laps to go, that actually might be a battle waiting to happen.
And an update on Drew Eccles. He's still out there. He didn't come into the pits there, but he is, I mean, the pace, you can tell he is desperately trying to save every last bit of fuel he has. And that has allowed Jonathan Dance to close in rapidly on him. He still is closing it rapidly on him. That's for the podium position of third place. And everyone over at Luxem 24, the Motor Podcast team, the 289, I'm sure they'd love for either Eccles to run out of fuel or for that gap to be closed in the next 2 minutes.
Well, we're going to get the white flag next time by from Jacob Tofts. I'm pretty sure he comes down towards Ascari. And that's the other thing they have to worry about. Where is the leader? How many laps exactly are they going to get? Eccles probably asking frantically where Jacob Tofts is. The answer is actually coming up on him right now, so he should be able to keep him from having to go an extra lap.
Well, the leader is coming up on him, but so is Jonathan Dance, and you really don't want to give up that podium position right now. I know he wants to let the leader go by so he can get that white flag, but he's not going to have that happen, I don't believe, because Jonathan Dance is there. It's going to be close.
We could
Not
still have
sure.
that extra lap. Yeah, oh boy. And here comes the guessing
Dance
game. All right.
And Jonathan Dance has gone by him for third place.
We do believe it is 2 laps to go now. This could yet change our order, our finishing order, quite a lot, because if so many drivers are saving fuel to get to the end, I think we're going to see a lot of unhappy people with the extra unexpected lap.
I don't know if Eccles, unless he runs out, if he's going to lose any more spots. The next person in line is Boss Rowinkle from Samba Racing Team, who's, I believe, going through the Lesmos right now. Or no, he's actually No, he's a little further back than that.
Do you think on the Samba Racing Team, Boss is a Bossa Nova? Sorry, I had to get that one in. Anyways, 30 seconds left here.
Look at the gap though in the LMP1 class. Only 0.7 of a second between Jacob Tufts and Jacob Tufts is up in the scurry. Yeah, that will be a slowdown, I'm pretty sure. Look at Matthias behind him. Matthias behind him. Oh, Matthias behind him is closing very quickly in the parabolic chicane. He might be able to try and move there. Yeah, he's completely Jacob Toff's trying to get rid of a slowdown. Not quickly though, he will try to use the traffic in front of them. I'm pretty sure there's one more lap to go now. Oh, he completely blocks. I think they hit each other there as well. Matthias Hoffman is a little bit
But they've got one
White flag, one-
lap to go. I wonder if he was cutting the chicane because he didn't have enough fuel, if that needed to be the last lap for him. Right now, he is still under threat, but there is a ton of traffic just
Matthias Hoffman flips the guy! Oh, Barraclaw flipped!
Barraclaw just
The leader!
flipped in the turn. Barraclaw just flipped, and I believe, yes, Tremblay has been able to get by him.
Oh my goodness. The
Wow.
leaders meet each other and it all kicks off. This is Barraclaw that we're watching unexpectedly, and actually now he's in second, but he was in the lead at this moment. And in a time when Hoffman is desperately trying to chase down Toffs, he scoops him up and over. Toffs is still going.
Magnussen gets P2, however, in the LMP1 category. Hoffman gets passed, and he has relegated to P3.
The GT Temple car is still in the lead. He looks a lot more calm through Ascari. Maybe it wasn't due to fuel. Maybe it was just the jitters. He's got a 1 second lead over Magnussen. Is that going to be enough? Is there enough fuel on board this LMP1 car? The checkered flag is getting ready. There is 1 second between them after 6 hours of racing, and Jacob Toffs is going to take the win here in Monza by less than a second. Next across the line, trying to figure out who is there. I think it's Tremblay.
Tremblay is coming through Parabolica right now, and he is. What a last lap. I don't think anyone, including him, expected it, but Jean-Marc Tremblay is going to take the SRT Team West to victory lane here with that last lap chaos.
In the LMP2 category, it is Ronnie Fantini coming out of the Ascari chicane now towards Parabolica. I think he's the next winner coming over the start-finish line. Ronnie Fantini had some trouble halfway in the race, but he kept his head down, the Huizenfeld team. They fought their way back to the front of the field, and they will win in the LMP2 class here at Monza.
Pineapple Racing 360 leads in GTM. They're going to be the last class across the line. Nosing in the car. This has got to feel good for these guys. Also, a team who found their own fair share of trouble throughout this race, but look at that, coming home with the victory in GTM, round 4 of DGFX.
And sitting in Parabolica right now, rolling slowly, Drew Eccles has run out of gas, trying to coast that Ford GT to the finish. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it, slowly trying to get himself there.
Yeah, he's going to lose a lot of positions before he gets to the end. So let's take a look at that replay one last time before we go to break here. I believe we're looking at the incident with Barraclaw, are we not? Man, the car is just dicing with moments to go. This is the pass there that we were looking at. Yeah, there we go. Here is the incident. That might be the saving grace for Jacob Toffs. I really think that Hoffman could have had him at the end of the race, especially with how close that Magnussen came to him. I think there was still a decent amount of fuel saving had to be done. Poor Barraclaw.
Wow.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. I'm sure he didn't expect that. I don't know if he knew quite the battle that he was in the thick of. I'm sure in his mind he was just trying to put in one more clean lap and get himself and his team to the finish line. Unbelievable.
Exactly, unbelievable. What a bad luck for David and the whole Torque Freak Racing team.
Well, I have a feel-good story right before we go to break. Peter Fjellmeyer for Black Sheep 187 gave the car of Drew Eccles a push across the line so that he could make sure he could finish. So he did get to see the checkered flag. We're going to go to break here after 7 hours of coverage of this 6-hour race. We'll have a post-race show. We're not done yet, including driver interviews as well as the unofficial results on screen. Before that, see all the upcoming races here on the GSRC. Welcome back here at the end of 6 hours of racing at Monza. The sun is now fully up. It's almost 1 p.m. in the afternoon, virtual standard time here in Italy. And in the end, our winner in the LMP1 class and overall was GT Temple Racing. Kinetic Racing 83 was a mere 0.8 of a second at the line. It was that close, but it wasn't them that we expected to try and overtake them. Instead, it was Element Sim Racing Fire, the number 77, who looked like they could maybe overtake the number 17, but because of a last lap incident that involved the leader in GTE Pro, they had to wind up with the final podium spot about 2 seconds back from the leader. SRT Team USA LMP1, number 29, finished 3 laps down, but 4th overall. Simitok Esport Jade, I think they deserve a bit of a Dory Award, getting 5th place, even though they were 4 laps down from the leader, because they just kept out there and tried to come back after a huge shunt midway through the race. Our winner in the LMP2s is Team Hoisingveld, number 111, with V Apex Racing Red, the number 101, taking 2nd place. That was probably one of the biggest gaps that we saw between the winner and 2nd place of the 3 groups. Road Bastards Alpha took 8th, the number 124, with German Sim Racing LMP2, the number 169, getting 9th. Rounding out the top 10, Johan, we have NAB Racing, the number 108, finishing in 5th in their class.
Yeah, and on the next sheet, we just continue with the LMP2 cars, which is P11. The Team Vikings Fenris coming home P11 overall, P6 in class. Behind them, Lux Sim 24 Racing Podcast. They finished 9 laps down. P12 overall, World of Sim Racing Team. They were leading the LMP2 class for a little while, but they had some penalties, some misfortune in the second part of the race, and in the end, they finished P8 in class, P13 overall. Fitz Team Motorsport Fighting CRC comes home P14 overall, just in front of Black Sheep Motorsports and Team Challenge Racing. Now, how does the rest look like, Nick?
The GTE class, the GT Pro winner, 17th overall, but first in the class, SRT Team West, Speedworks Racing Team West, with the win there. Luxem 24 Motive Podcast going to be following right behind them. Samba Racing Team and Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. That will be your top 20 overall. 5th place in the class goes to German Sim Racing in the 251. Behind them, Black Sheep Motorsports. That was Eccles at the end, running out of fuel, but being pushed to the line by his LMP2 teammate. Team Huissinkveld in 23rd overall, followed by Pineapple Racing's 360, PCDC Motorsports Red, and that Pineapple Racing 360 car, by the way, that is your GTM winner, and this is your GTM podium. Pineapple Racing's 360, PCDC Motorsports Red, and Pineapple Racing's 327, rounding out the top 10 in all of the GT cars. Alliance Racing, Kinetic Racing, 2 GT Pro cars after that. Nomad Sim Racing, a GTE, going to be following them, but with Black Sheep Motorsports, a GTM, AVA Vervatic, Bad Cactus Racing, Ocotillo, who we saw run into some problems about halfway through this, a little past halfway through this race, followed by a GT Pro team, a Graphite Racing. That's going to be followed up by Usagi Racing, Fisher Motorsports, Roadmasters Omega, Team Vikings Midgard, Fok Autotech Sim Racing 996, and we are going to have behind them Bad Cactus Racing Saguaro in 40th overall.
Then when we get to 41st, VRG Engineering, followed by the 288 of Luxem 24 Racing Podcast. Fitzy Motorsports Fighting CRC takes 43rd overall. These are pretty much cars at this point that had serious problems. You could see many, many laps down. PCDC Motorsports 44th with Luxem 24 Racing Podcast 388. 45th, V Apex Racing Group number 233 gets 46 overall. Torque Freak Racing 47. The Geodesic Racing number 255 and 48th. German Sim Racing finishes 49th overall. The number 11 Virtual Motorsports 50th. And as we get to the last of them, 51st goes to Team Viking, 52nd to Team Bushfink, Black Sheep Motorsports 53rd, PCDC 54th, the Apex Group 55th, Bad Cactus 56th, and Wyvern 57th. So let's talk to a few of our drivers if they have any energy left after that. Of course, we're going to be starting with our winners overall, Toft and Jungbluth. Jacob, Fabian, that was an incredible drive. You gave us a little bit of a scare with one to go. I assume you were in the same boat as us, not knowing if you'd get the white or the checkers.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. The last few laps, the car started to feel really weird. Like there was some sort of suspension problem, but honestly, I don't know. The last few laps were amazing. I was just trying so hard to keep the gap, and then we found out that I did that last hour and a half on mixed fuel map 2, so I didn't have all the fuel being used, and then towards the end, Fabian was just like, "Go quicker, stop getting slowdowns at the chicanes." Kept on getting them, but somehow we kept that win. I don't know how. From a lap down as well at the start. I have no idea.
So was the fuel setting the reason that you had both kinetic and element starting to catch you guys? Because we were watching and we weren't sure if you were saving fuel or what exactly was going on.
I wasn't trying to save fuel. I didn't know that the setting was like that.
Not intentionally.
that's probably why they started to catch us. Probably, well, yeah, I think so.
That certainly explains a lot. Now, were you aware of any of the chaos that happened behind you on the final lap? Did you have any idea that the leader in GTE had a run-in with Element as you came to the Red Affilio?
Yes. I said, "Oh no," as it happened.
That's what everybody in in those cars were saying too, I imagine.
Yeah, I don't know why though, because that helped us get the win. You know, yeah.
Well, it shows good sportsmanship, I think, regardless that you felt for them. Regardless, 6 hours here at Monza probably felt like a lot. Are you looking forward to a shorter race coming next month at Road Atlanta?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be driving yet. Find out. But
go ahead. Sorry,
ask Fabian.
Yeah, I was going to say, Fabian, you've been awful quiet. I mean, you're welcome to come and join in here.
Mental breakdown. My heart is still at 200 beats per minute after that second to last lap. I don't know what happened to him. But yeah. Went very well at the end. For us at least. For the others, not so good, I saw in the podcast. But yeah, after one lap down, 20 laps in the race, already damaged, lap down. Or almost trying to unlap myself and hoping for a caution, but it had never happened. So we took a lap down, but then luck was on our side, and magically we were on the lead lap. And after the end, we were first. Like, how?
One last question before we let you two go. This one's for Fabian. Which would you consider harder, competing here in DGFX or over in Camel GT?
That's if you wanted to sign up.
That's a good question. I think competing here is harder because, yeah, we can keep up with the good guys at least. So it's much harder to win. In Camel, I'm not that really fast, so I'm have a different mindset driving there. But here it's competition. Your team name is on the spot. Big podcast on the spot. So I want to be as good as possible for a good championship. But for Camel, I'm like, yeah, okay, some I rating gaining, some SR gaining, a fictional team I'm driving. That doesn't mean I'm driving slower on purpose, of course, but I think the DGFX championship is the higher competition for me than Camel GT.
That makes sense to me. Well, congratulations to you both on the win. Sounds like it was just as thrilling for you as it was for us. That was Jacob Toff. So unfortunately, we just took him out as he was saying thank you. And Fabian Jungbluth are winners here in their GT Temple Racing LMP1. Up next, we've got... I believe Johan talking to, we've got Matthias and Mark up next, if I'm seeing correctly. Yes, indeed. And who we have? We have Johan talking to them.
Yeah, exactly. We've got the Kinetic Racing guys with us today. Guys, welcome to the booth. Congratulations with P2. After 6 hours of racing, you come down to a deficit of 0.8 of a second. Are you happy with that P2 result? Are you frustrated by the fact that it was so close, but just not P1?
Well, I'm super happy with it. That was a fantastic race. It was pretty messy in the beginning, the first 5 hours, but the last hours was fantastic. Never had that much fun before.
Well, of course, you in the last part of the race, it was a really exciting battle between the 17, between the 77, and I almost felt like it wasn't elastic sometimes. The gap increased a lot and then decreased a lot, and that kept happening for the last 30 minutes of the race. Was that because of traffic happening, or was there also maybe an element of fuel saving going on?
I think it was something was up with. I think it was the tires getting way too overheated, and we were double stinting, so they were not feeling good the last hour at all. I struggled pretty much everywhere, so I had to sort of back off a little bit and be a little bit careful and just hope I get a good some luck in traffic to actually gain on him again. There was a little bit back and forth, but
Yeah, we could see that on screen happening quite a few times as well. That suddenly it got very bright when the sun came out of the clouds, and sometimes it was like very dark because it was a cloud cover. Mark, you started the race. Did you notice a little bit of that happening as well when it was the morning started to go and the sun started to rise? Could you really feel the tires starting to behave differently once the sun came out?
Yeah, as Matthias said, we were double stinting, so I think it was on my second stint of those first set of tires when the sun was, out and the track was getting warmed up. So I was definitely feeling it a little bit. And then, of course, just driving through traffic and dealing with all that definitely works the tires. And then I think it was about an hour and a half of just driving under caution for me, so the tires were pretty well protected after that.
Exactly. You don't have to worry too much about it. Well, we have 4 races, I think, in the books, and if I'm correct, you guys have had 4 podium positions so far. We've only a few more races to go in this season. You guys are looking very strong contenders for the championship. How are you going to approach this last part of the championship? Are you going to take it a little bit calmer, knowing that you have an advantage to the next of your rivals, or are you just going to go for that podium every single time?
I would say the good news is we pretty much approach these races all the same, even from round 1 on. We just, we always want to make sure we finish. The podium is great. First place is even better, but our goal is always just to make sure we finish with a clean car. It's worked out for us, since we've been in DGFX. So, we've got a nice cushion right now. So yeah, like I said, the podium would be great, but it's really just about finishing clean and, keeping the championship in sight.
Very good. Well, with P2 today, you certainly do that. Matthias and Mark, thank you for joining us in the booth, and congratulations with your podium here in Monza.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
I want to also give a quick shout out. Gabriel has been a huge help for us with building setups, and Sai Andra helped us out big time with this round. So we just wanted to say thanks to them.
Very good. It were the drivers from Kinetic Racing getting that P2. Now, in the meantime, I think, Nicholas, you have caught up with Jean-Marc Tremblay.
Yes, I have Jean-Marc Tremblay of Speedworks Racing Team West, who came into this race sitting 19th in the points. Definitely not one of the favorites necessarily to win, but wow, what a race.
Yeah, what a race. Congrats to all the other guys, all the classes who won. We qualified maybe in the med pack, so we were hoping for maybe a top 5 or top 10. But to win it in this way with David being taken out on the last lap, for now it's a victory because I avoided David on that last lap. I hit the 30x mark, which means I should have a penalty. But let's wait and see.
All right. Well, did you think you were going to have any fuel mileage issues? You were on a little bit of a different strategy there. And then did you think you were going to be able to get him when he was coming into the pits?
Maybe. I was seeing guys maybe a little bit slower on that last couple of laps. So I saw Drew maybe was fuel saving or something else. But for myself, I wasn't feeling very comfortable in the car. I was struggling a lot under braking. So for me, it wasn't the greatest of races. I saw a couple of guys coming up to me and being impatient. At some point, I was leading, and I saw a couple of guys wanting to pass me. And at some point, I let some of the guys pass me because I knew I wasn't as quick as them. So like I said, for now, it's a victory. Let's wait for the official results.
Yeah, so before this, I believe your best finish was a P12 at Daytona. Do you guys think you can take this momentum and carry it into the 4-hour event at Road Atlanta?
Sure hope so. We had some bad lucks in the last races. Let's just hope that our luck can turn around and for now, it's a win. Let's hope we can have more top fives in the upcoming race.
All right. Well, congratulations to you and everyone at Speedworks Racing Team West in the 229 on the win. It was a heck of a run today, coming from 18th all the way to the top spot.
Thank you, guys.
All right. That was Jean-Marc Tremblay. And Joe, you've caught up with someone that we definitely want to talk to, David Barraclaw.
They finished fourth in the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew car. They were the ones that found themselves, unfortunately, barrel rolling on the final lap after leading for much of the way. David, just a reminder, we are live, so be careful with your language. But we want to get your thoughts on what happened there at the end of the race and how you're feeling.
Yeah, hi Joe, and yeah, I will be mindful. I'm just very disappointed from my teammates. Mostly, they did a fantastic job. We brought Chris into the car for this round, and he nailed it. Like he qualified it in sixth, and by the end of his stint, he was leading. So he did everything he needed to do. Tim kept us in the lead. We had some unlucky yellows, which meant that our strategy, we were damned whatever we did, basically. So we knew we couldn't make it to the end. We couldn't make it to the end with fuel saving. I went as hard and as fast as I could in my stint. I made a few mistakes. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. We had 3 seconds coming out of the pits or whatever it was. And then to have it end like that was unbelievable, really. I'm a loss for words, really. It still hasn't sunk in. I still feel numb.
I can imagine the frustration of it is immense. Now, this was a bit of a unique race compared to the rest of the races in the season, and that it started in the night and then it went towards the day. How do you feel about that development? Do you like how the race changes like that, or do you prefer it more where we had at Barber, where it simply was mostly sunny?
I think having the track change quite significantly, especially in the last 2 hours, is a really big thing for iRacing. It's going to give you guys more exciting races to watch. It's going to give us more exciting races to be a part of. The cars that were set up a certain way for the start of the race were not necessarily going to be fast at the end. And what that means is that you're going to have the packs come back together again at the end of these endurance races in some cases. So it's going to lead to closer racing, which is obviously a great thing for everyone. And that's kind of what happened here in a way. We were set up a little bit for the start of the race, and I was struggling a bit towards the end. But fortunately, with how the other teams were playing the field, we were able to make enough of a gap and come out ahead. But then the last lap happened. But the way that it's set up right now is really great. And yeah, looking forward to more racing that starts at nighttime or very early in the morning and ends in the middle of the day, because it's going to be great.
Well, the good news is you guys do have a month to prepare for February at Road Atlanta. I take it you're probably already looking towards that to maybe try and redeem yourself. Do you think a win is possible there?
Oh, absolutely. We've had no luck this whole season. We were winning by a good margin in the first round at Silverstone, and had two AM GTEs crash into each other and then leave us nowhere to go. And we finished in last. And then Daytona, our teammates had taken out from the lead. At Barber, we were on for maybe a P2, and then we had a problem with under caution, and there wasn't our own making. So we just had absolutely no luck at all. Our teammates also got taken out from a podium standings today by the team that looks like they're going to win, which we're not very happy about at all. That's assuming that the Speedworks team get that penalty that they mentioned. Great job to them, by the way. Yeah, really well done, Speedworks. You had some great pace, and it was a really exciting race to the end. Congrats to Sambra on the podium as well. But we're really hopeful that we can get a win at Road Atlanta. We're pretty confident that track. We have some good setups for that one in the past, so hopefully we'll be able to put something together to give us a good chance at the next round.
Well, best of luck to you. Again, commiserations. I think we were just as gutted up in the booth to see that happen, and equally as shocked. But fourth place, at least. Go ahead.
Sorry, the last thing I wanted to say was that while these things do happen, I think the series needs to make an example of this incident. I don't know how they can do that, but they need to do something to stop this from happening, because it seems to happen a lot. So something needs to happen to change this kind of thing.
Well, very leveled words, and we appreciate your input on that, David. Again, that's David Barraclaw for Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, 4th place here, his team today after 6 hours at Monza. We completely understand why he would be upset after what happened. But instead of rambling on, because our poor director has been doing this for 7 hours now, we're going to take a little bit of a break here on GSRC. We're going to close up. A big thank you goes out to DGFX for bringing us on for not only coverage of the race, but now coverage of the qualifying. We expect that to be a regular thing for the rest of the season. Thanks to the companies that provide the software and hardware for our broadcast listed here on your screen. And additional thanks go to Eric Ekholm and June Lalonde, who provide our wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of their great work. Thanks to the team today, Nick, Bill, Johan, Steph, Taylor, Amjad, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com. You can also check us out on social media. We're on Twitter at GSR Channel, Facebook at Global Sim Racing Channel, and Instagram at GSRC_Graham. The next race here on the iRacing Esports Network is going to be the Sports Car Open. That'll have Race Spot covering it Sunday, January 6th at 11 a.m. Eastern. The next race for DGFX, though, will be Road Atlanta, Saturday, February 2nd, 10:45 a.m. Eastern. Come on, boys, you only got a little bit more to do. We also have upcoming races for other series listed on the screen, so check those out and mark them down on your calendar. But until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.